that we measure on the Earth from these different positions.
I've had this
They'll
talk
put them on the
before.
globe, right? Because all at the same
Oh,
time.
no doubt you have.
see where
Yeah.
they're looking. We go put those directions relative to those positions.
Are you
on the
interested
globe.
in
I'll give
talking
you
about it right
one.
now?
Face the South Pole where you're supposed to be
Are
seen.
you interested in talking about it right now?
So ironically,
Yeah,
the
you
southern
can if you want.
circumpolar rotation
The one
seems to
I
actually
feel like
debunk the globe.
the
Because
one
if I
thing
put
that I
all the actual
said
directions that the stars
that
are observed on a
nobody
globe,
really
it
had,
doesn't actually go
I
to the
didn't
star
think
they're
they
supposed
had
to
at
be
least
observing.
agreed.
So that's why it debunks the globe. But what it really
a
does is
good
it
answer
exposes them,
for
and it allows
Yep.
Flat Earth to
they
truly
couldn't really
understand what's going on.
explain
Now
was
Flat Earth can't
that
explain. Now you
like
don't go to the
everything
sky
else
to
I said.
prove
I
the
feel
Earth.
like you guys all
You
have
physically test and
all
measure
these
the Earth.
things ready to say,
But now we understand. And now
the
all
one
celestial
thing
phenomena
was
can
that
be
I said that I
explained. So
didn't think they
can be predicted and
had much to
explained
say for
perfectly.
was that the
Which they
moon,
really already could. We'll
like
cover that
the
sometime in the future.
moon,
We're schooling the Glovers here. They
if the
probably
Earth
still think
was
eclipses
flat, then
can't
the moon would
be explained on a flat Earth. They think
it
that you
would
can't predict
start
the location
small,
of where you're going
and
to
as
see them
it's
on the
above
flat
us,
Earth.
it would
All this nonsense. They act like you need the heliocentric
become
model. They use
bigger
the Earth center,
and then
Earth
get
fixed
small
model.
again as it travels
Yeah, that's
away,
based on
but
the
it
globe,
doesn't
but they reverse
because the
engineer
Earth
the
is a
sky. That's been
globe, so
reported
it
for a long
stays the
time, and
same
you can't predict
distance
exactly where
from
you
the
see it.
Earth
Yeah.
This explains eclipses,
as
like
it
when you
circles.
observe
Yeah, a lot of
eclipses.
people would,
Explains how
when they
you all can
describe
see
it,
the
like
sun on the
they
equinox,
will call
how
that
the
like
sunset
the apparent
doesn't appear
size.
to match our
So
positioning.
you're saying, as it say,
It doesn't match our
if I could
positioning
paraphrase
on
what
the
you're
Earth.
trying
Where
to
we see
mean,
the
I guess,
sunset
is
doesn't
that,
seem to
say,
match
when you
on the
first see
planet
it,
Earth.
when
you
it's
understand
first
and you run it through
over the
as with
horizon
grid
and
it
you can
matches
see it,
perfectly. It just shows you
it
that
should
you
be
see it slightly
relatively
different, and it doesn't
small.
change angular
And just
size
imagine
because
it's
of limit.
going
So now
sort
you can
of
explain the position
over
of the
your
Well, then
sunrise,
head.
the sunset, the
if the
moonrise,
Earth
you
It
can
was
would get
explain
flat,
bigger.
the
then it
position
would be
of
small.
observability.
If
You
it
all can
was
see it on the
flat,
equinox.
but it's not.
You
It's
can
the same
explain
size
the
as it
southern star
grows,
trails, the positions of all the
from one
stars, the
side to the
declination
other
of the stars,
of
the
us.
69 miles per
Yeah,
degree,
so so if
relationships of how
you
you view the
observe
sky,
it,
you can explain
say it's during the
everything.
day
You
or
can
at
explain
night, whenever you first
rainbows,
observe it, and then you
why
look at it,
rainbows are
say,
circles. You can
6 hours
explain
later,
sundogs,
and you
sun
can still
halo.
see
You can, not only can you explain all celestial phenomena,
you're saying that it would be
now you can explain
much
all kinds
bigger?
of celestial
Size.
phenomena that the globe
No,
can't.
it's the same size the whole time.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if the Earth was flat, it would change during that
Yeah.
time. Is that what you're
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not sure that's 100% accurate. That the apparent size of it doesn't change. But
Mhm.
the way we observe celestial objects, or such as the moon, the sun, the stars, and things like that, we have a personal dome, basically, that we can. That's our. You know how perspective works. So I'm not explaining myself properly. Do you know how perspective works? And
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
things converge. So we have a personal dome that's basically around us, and that perspective. So that's from one. Say you're in the middle of a desert. It's completely flat. That you can only see. You see if you turned yourself like 360, you would basically see in a circle. Like the horizon would be a circle as you move around 360. Say you're in the smack bang of a really big flat desert, you would see yourself. So that you would consider that as a atmospheric dome, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're observing even the moon, for example, the apparent size of it, and when I say apparent, is because you can only measure it based on your perspective. So, like, for example, if you held up a coin and you held it at arm's length and you held it up to the moon, it would be a way of measuring it, and then you check that in 6 hours' time, for example. How certain are you that doesn't change at all based on your perception? Is this something you've actively seen, and measured?
Well, I haven't really measured it, but if you look up in the sky, it doesn't really change size.
Yeah, so it's a good point, and the reason I mentioned the dome sort of thing is because things that are very far away, and this is the observation you're making, things that are very far away will get smaller as they're further away from you, and the closer they are, they get bigger. Like you're apparent. They don't actually change in size, but the apparent.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Observation. Yeah. So the moon itself, I would have to see definitive proof. I've never seen someone actually prove that it doesn't change size at all. Apparent size.
Have you seen? Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is you haven't seen it go from small from one side to big when it's above us and back to small, because if it did that, then yeah, maybe the Earth would be flat.
Yeah,
but I mean, it stays the same size because it's going in a circle around us. It's orbiting.
Surely you've been outside and you saw something and you're like, oh wow, that looks like the moon looks massive tonight for some reason. Haven't you? Has that never happened?
There's like eclipses and stuff when the moon is bigger, but generally, like that's like every now and then. But it should happen every single. No, but if the Earth was flat, it should happen every single night, not just randomly on some nights. It's bigger than others. That's irrelevant. It should happen every single night that it goes from small to big to small if it's flat.
Yeah, I don't think it's irrelevant, but I do think the observation you're making is that certain things can cause it to change in apparent size, right? Like your example was during an eclipse, it looked bigger in your example. So in that example, it looked bigger. So there's circumstances where it can appear to be bigger, but you can't physically go up there and measure it to say, hey, like it's bigger. It's just apparently bigger.
You can take a photo, I guess, but yeah.
Yeah, so
like sometimes it is bigger, but that's not the point that I'm trying to make. The point that I'm trying to make is every single night it would go from small to big to small if it was flat. The times that it is sometimes bigger are random, like that doesn't, and that's only sometimes. That's not like what I'm trying to say. That, like you should have an explanation for why it doesn't go from small to big to small.
I'm not going to completely disagree with you, but one thing I would say is I'd rather have no explanation and not be lied to than have an explanation and it's just completely made up. Or at least they don't like when someone gives an explanation as to why that's the case. So, for example, from a global perspective, why is the reason it doesn't change in your. Okay, hypothetically, I'm going to go with you. I'm going to say it doesn't change in size at all. It's on certain occasions when the atmosphere is correct, or so the atmosphere allows it to look bigger to the observer than it normally would. So what would be the reason from a globe perspective that it would change? Or wouldn't change, sorry, rather.
What do you mean? Why does it not change size? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, why does it not change size?
Because it stays the same distance from the Earth as it orbits it. It orbits it. It goes around the globe, so it's...
Does it though? I thought the moon
circles the Earth circles the sun.
Are you sure it's not elliptical and it's completely...
What do you mean? The moon orbits
the moon's orbit. Yeah. Is it a perfect circle or is it oblate?
Probably not a perfect circle. I think sometimes, depending on the
elongated circle is how they describe it. If you Google it, like I'm being a Google. I'm a Google Earther now.
But it does orbit the Earth, so it stays about the same distance. I mean, probably isn't perfect circle, but
I feel like
wouldn't that make a change if it wasn't perfect?
What?
Sorry, Flatron. Your voice is very low, so that might be why I'm cutting you off. Sorry if you wanted to say something. Try again.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, so if you might chime in, go for it. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'll
I
keep
can put this on the computer if my mic's way too quiet, and I can adjust it on there. I was gonna say when you first see the moon in the sky, like early in the night, right when it's like coming up over the horizon, especially on a full moon, like it looks to me it looks much bigger than later in the night.
Correct. That's the way I
high in
observe
the
it.
sky.
So it's when it's on one side, so not when it's above you. It looks bigger when it's on the side, and then it looks smaller when it's above you.
Yeah.
Is that what you're trying to say? But then how would that show that the Earth is flat? That's like making it seem convex.
I don't think it shows either way.
Not
It doesn't
what?
show you that the Earth doesn't show you what the Earth is. Looking up's not going to show you what's down, but what it does show you.
But if that were your theory that the Earth is flat, means that the moon would go from side to side, so it needs to cover all the countries when it's above them, you know? So how would that work if it starts bigger when it's on the side and gets smaller when it's above us?
Well, the reason
you know what the moon is, it actually is, if it's actually a solid object that stays the same size or like in the sky, or if it's a parent object, or like we don't really know what the moon is. We don't really make claims on that, so we don't know if it's just an optical effect.
Basically, what I'm coming to is there is no proper answer for this. Like, you guys don't know.
No, the moon doesn't circle the Earth. Apparently, it's tidally locked, which means it's all with the rotation of the Earth. The moon is always on the same side of the Earth, right? That's what tidally locked means. The Earth doesn't go around the moon doesn't go around the Earth in the heliocentric model.
The moon orbits the Earth.
Oh, they claim it's tidally locked. You know what that means?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. The moon doesn't go around the Earth.
Yeah, it doesn't really spin, but it does orbit the Earth.
So just to get back to your original point, it's an elongated circle, as they say. So it's not an actual circle. It's an oval. So if it is an oval, then it won't be exactly the same every time you observe it.
Mm.
If it was an oval and you're observing it, then it will change. But your point is not that it's changing.
Yeah,
it's not
like
changing. Every 6 months. Yeah, I get your points. That actually doesn't really help with my point. That it helps with yours in that if you observe it tonight and then you observe it 6 months later, it's going to be slightly different because it's meant to be an oval. Its path is an shape rather than a circle shape. But I would my answer to that would be that it's completely observational the way you can measure it. You can't go up there and you can't measure it. So the problem with that is you're going to measure it through an atmosphere. So you're measuring it through your atmosphere. So, for example, it's really humid where you are. There's a lot of air in there. There's a lot of water in the air, and you observe the moon from where you are. It's going to look different to if it was cool and not humid at all. The atmosphere in the air is going to cause you to be able to see it differently, and that's why the observation Flaton was saying was that, when you see it early and it's more on the horizon, it looks bigger, and then as it goes over your head, it looks smaller. It's because you're looking through more atmos when that happens. So the observation we're making on it.
To me, it looks the same size. I don't really agree with that.
The hard thing is, like, I think you're onto a pretty good argument. I understand where you're coming from. I empathise with you from that perspective, but I would also say if you're going to make that claim, I would try to back it up with some sort of video or pictures. Like maybe every 2 hours you go out and you measure it with whatever means you've got to do that. Have you considered doing that? Or
I feel like I can't really do that. I feel like it's gonna have to be you that does that, because then that's gonna show you that it's a globe. Like if I do that, I already know.
The reason I would say it's not proof of a globe is because you're looking at something in the sky. I can't measure the Earth based on how the moon
I know,
looks.
but I feel like there's nothing else to show you that it's a globe. Like, how else can I show you that the Earth is a globe?
The globe.
Can I just say one more point? Sorry, before you keep your point in your head, but the reason I'm questioning you on that is because if that's your only proof, and there's all these other proofs.
It's not my only proof, but like there's other things I could say, but they get shut down. Like, this is the only thing that you guys don't really have much to say for.
No, I understand. So what I'm trying to get at is, and sorry, Flatron, I'll get back to you. It's if you're strong about this and you think it's cool and you keep coming back to the server, like bring something to the table that you can definitively say, hey, look, this is my observation. I think you guys are wrong based on this, and present it. I think everyone would appreciate that, and you know, if you do it in a good way, people will be receptive to it. That's my
globe, right? There won't be any anomalies, right? There won't be any contradictions, right? You could say, look, here's the evidence. This is the globe in the story. Case closed. But you can't. Every single point on the globe can be debunked.
Well, I disagree. But...
Yeah, so I don't know. I think you're onto something in a way of saying this is. I wouldn't call it proof. I would call it more like evidence, and the more evidence you can stack up on your side, you know, then you can say, hey, you know, it's a globe. Do you know what I mean? So
if I gave you some, like, if I hypothetically, if I got some proof that it stays the same size, would you be more inclined to believe that the Earth is a globe, or would you still believe that it's flat?
No, because you know what will end up happening, and I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm just going to say that's a observation you are making.
Exactly. So you need to make the observation. That's my point. I can't do it until you need to do it.
Even if I go out there tonight and I take some pictures 1 hour after each other from the exact same spot, I measure the pixels, and I come back and I say, Fresco, you were right, it didn't change size. And then I'll go the next night, you were right, it didn't change size. What would that prove to me? It would prove to me, when I look at the moon in the sky, it didn't change size. It doesn't do anything for measuring the convexity of the Earth.
It's the same distance from when it's on one side to the other side, which means
it doesn't really prove that, though. All it does is it proves observationally, I can say that the moon's apparent size doesn't change. I can't say how big this is.
Why doesn't it change, though? There must be a reason why it doesn't change.
Yeah, of course there's a reason. I wish I could answer you. This is the most frustrating.
Though. I'm telling you why it doesn't change. Because it's a globe. It's the same distance.
Look, I empathise with you. I get exactly what you mean, but it doesn't really prove. It doesn't prove that it's a globe. It just proves that the moon doesn't change when you look at it. I can't go up there and I can't say how far away it is.
Yeah, well, people.
Is there an experiment or something you can do to tell me the exact size of the moon and the distance it is from us?
Well, people have traveled there. I don't know. How can I do an experiment to the moon to measure the distance? Like,
And that's the point. The point is keep it back down, bring it back down to Earth, where we can measure things and observe things that are.
Yeah, well, obviously you can't do that. So how are you gonna find out if the moon's real if you know that you can't get to the moon?
I don't know. That's the cool. The good thing is, which I learned a couple years ago, is you need to be content with not knowing everything and having a bad explanation.
So if you don't know everything, then how can you say the Earth is flat?
What was that? Sorry.
If you don't know everything, then how can you say the Earth is flat?
Well, I don't know. I'm going to pick apart your words a little bit there. I don't know your real name. So does that mean I don't know you, like that I'm talking to you? Like this, you don't, you have to be content with not knowing everything. I think that's, just because there's a reasonable explanation for something doesn't mean it's true.
Do you know everything about the globe?
No, but lots of evidence points to the
globe,
Earth being a globe.
I would like proof, though. Proof is better than evidence, I would say. Proof is like...
Well, I would say that I have proof, but you don't believe that it's proof.
The moon, looking at the moon's unfortunately not proof.
No, I mean, that's not really my proof. That's like
it's
one
of your evidence.
A globe, but
what about this?
Huh?
Just a claim.
How about this as proof, though? Does water always seek its own level or seek its level?
What do you mean? Does water seek?
So, like, if you have like a bathtub full of water, is it level, like from one side to another? Does it like fill the bathtub and reach one level, or does it like curve around?
Or does it curve? Because the Earth curves.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm saying does water like find it level, or does it curve at some point?
It's level, but that's level from the ground to the water level. Yeah.
Okay, so what about like a swimming
the curve
pool?
Is huge, so it's very difficult
swimming
to
pool?
see the curve.
Is a swimming pool? Is a swimming pool curve?
No, it's level.
Okay,
I mean, obviously, that might be a tiny, tiny, tiny curve, but that curve is so minute that you wouldn't be able to measure it because the Earth is so big.
What about a lake?
I'm not sure if it does. I haven't measured a lake.
So if you can't measure it, how do you know it's there?
Because of I haven't measured any of it, but there's lots of evidence that it is curved and it is a globe.
I think we got somewhere with the moon thing, but is there a different one that you are thinking?
Well, I don't know. You guys just say that it's not real because you haven't seen one, but then you can't say that for everything. There's things that are obviously real that you haven't seen, like some animals are real that you haven't seen.
No, huh? I get you. It's very frustrating.
Like, how can you say? You guys all say that satellites aren't real because you've never seen one, but
no, I don't think that's the position a lot of people take. I think there's unexplained things that they can put in the sky, whether or not it's on a balloon or somehow they launch it up there and it does stick there somehow. You know, that definitely satellites are real. I'd find it. I think you'd be hard pressed to find a flat earther that would actually say. I think you misunderstand. I think what you're hearing is them saying satellites as you think that exist.
No, because they all are like, have you ever seen a satellite? And then I show you I've shown them a picture of a satellite.
I'd love to see a picture.
Like, that's a fake picture. That's not real.
Because they're going to be all CGI. How's a satellite taking a picture of itself anyway? So
it's not. It's another satellite taking a picture of the satellite.
Let's go. I can prove that NASA is lying about the ISS. Do you want me to prove it?
What?
I can prove that NASA is lying about the ISS. Do you want me to prove it?
Okay, in what way are they lying about it?
Right, okay. NASA, right, the claim is that the ISS is 250 miles high in space. Okay?
Okay.
Right. This is not a trick question. Do you know the circumference of the globe?
No.
Okay. They claim it's 24,901 miles. Okay.
Okay.
Right. And 250 miles is 2.8% of 24,901 miles. All right. So it's 2.8%. The ISS see 2.8% of the Earth. Right. So they got this live stream. Look at the. Can you see the live stream text at all? Which is just above the voice live stream voice text.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, those space videos, right? They claim they're like footages from the ISS. They show the Earth, right? What they're showing is more than 2.8%, right? Do you agree?
So you're saying the distance should be 2.8%, but it looks like it's way further. Yeah,
and also that's CGI. You can clearly see it's CGI, right? It's like Star Wars quality CGI. But what I'm saying is they're lying. NASA is lying. That is way more than 2.8% of the Earth. Do you agree with that?
Well, the distance you think is further than 2.8 miles?
No. What I'm saying is NASA claims.
Yeah,
they claim, not me, not flat earthers. Right? NASA claims the ISS is 250 miles high. Yeah?
Oh, right. 250
which is called low Earth orbit or something like that, right? And you know, if you do the math, that's only 2.8% above the Earth. So this is a lie, a big lie. You can't see that much Earth from 250 miles high. It's like what Neil deGrasse Tyson. Do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
No.
Right. Okay. It's not worth bringing that point out to you. So, what I've just said.
So you think understand? That video? You think it's further than 250 miles? Is that what you're saying?
No. You missed the whole point.
You're saying that the circumference is way bigger.
I'll explain it once more. Right, listen. Right,
yeah.
250 miles is 2.8% of 24,901 miles. Okay.
Yeah.
They claim the globe has a circumference of 24,901 miles. You know what a circumference?
Yeah, the measurement from the whole of the Earth, like around the Earth once.
Right. Okay. So 250 miles is like only 2.8% that. Okay?
I think that. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
That height, from 2.8%,
distance, though.
From 2.8% high, you won't be able to see the Earth like that.
Yeah, you can. I think you can easily see the Earth like that. The distance around the whole Earth.
What I'm saying is, this proves that NASA are lying.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. No problem.
I like what you're saying, actually. It makes sense. I get what you're saying.
I get what he's saying too, but that video looks like it could easily be 2.8% of it, 250 miles of distance.
Yeah, if you think that's true, then no problem. I can't convince you.
No, that video looks like it could be 250 miles away.
2.8% above the Earth is.
I know, it's about 3%.
You won't be able to see the Earth like that. I'm sorry. It's up to you.
Well, I disagree.
We're not here to convert people to flat Earth, you know?
It's moving around a big Earth. I think that 3% of the circumference that is the distance from the satellite to Earth.
Oh, you won't be able to see the Earth like that from 2.8%.
We got Multi-Tom Tom in here? Multi-Tom Tom is in here. Wow.
Huh?
Multi-Tom Tom.
How are you doing, Freddy? Latter-day Saints.
What up?
It's the one and only T-O-M.
I'm glad to see you around, Tom Tom. Normally I only see you in the chat over there at the YouTube, man. So it's like, now I got a voice attached to your screen name.
Now, I do come on now and then, you know, very rarely.
Yeah.
So I do.
Yeah. How's it going, Friday?
Hey, how you doing, bro?
Hope you're doing well, man.
I just came from Jim Panda's server. I was there for like 2 hours.
Oh, jeez. Did you? How many brain cells did you lose? Did you keep track?
When I go in there, I came through like a wrecking ball, like a bull in a china shop. You know what I mean?
Oh, Lord.
I love it over there, bro. I take on like 5 or 6 of them at once, bro. You know what I mean?
You jump in the mosh pit.
Yeah, I do. I love it, bro. I love it. I encourage them to make it a bloodbath. I'm like, dude, just make me look so bad. Dismantle me. I'm a masochist. You know, this is your one chance I'm giving you to just shatter Flat Earther. You know what I mean? And none of them even come close. I just dismantle them, dude. It's like Uma Thurman in Kill Bill at the end. You know what I mean? In that restaurant.
Surprised they haven't banned you yet.
Yeah, one of them they've threatened me multiple times, and I go, take me to your leader. Whenever, it's just like when the cops roll up on you, you're like, let me speak to your supervisor. You know, what's your name and badge number? That's how I talk to them, kind of like that. I'm like, take me to your leader. Who's your leader? Jim Panda? Okay, I don't want to waste my time with you guys. Just take me to your leader so I can discuss things. You know what I mean? This is how we do it where I'm from. So most of them are. I was like, if your adequate level of knowledge of the heliocentric version isn't up to par with at least Jim Panda's, then it's going to be basically a waste of both of our time. And I don't want to waste your time, and you don't want to waste mine. You know, I cut right to the chase.
I love it when he loses his cool, right? Jim Panda, when he gets mad, like he screams like a little girl. You know, he screams at his microphone.
Dude, you know how you really piss him off? Hit him with some 9/11 truth bombs. Oh my god, him and Craig from Fight the Flatter-Day Saint Earth.
We shouldn't talk about that, bro.
No, I know. I'm just saying though.
I'm just saying it before somebody else says it, bro.
I'm just telling you what time it is, dog. You know what I mean? It's 11 minutes past the hour.
It is what it is.
And it is what it ain't. It's so funny. They're all trying to tell me that their senses tell them that the Earth is spherical. Like, oh my god. Do you really believe what you're saying?
Yeah, Fresco, any questions at all? Anything else that's confusing you?
It didn't confuse me. I know what you were trying to say, but I believe that it is that distance away from the Earth.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, like I said earlier, we're not here to convert people, right? I mean, you can believe that's more than 2.8% of the Earth. No problem.
No, I believe that it is, yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, no problem. We're not here to convert people. Any other questions at all about flat Earth or Earth?
No, I don't have any questions.
Fresco, have you ever observed, like, is it dark where you are at the moment, or is it daytime?
It's night.
It's nighttime. So if you look at the moon right now, it's I think it's almost a full moon at the moment, isn't it?
Roger that.
Can you see the moon from where you are, or have you seen it tonight?
I'm inside. I don't want to go outside.
No, don't worry. All good. I'm not making you do anything. One thing I've observed with the moon is that how illuminated it is seems very consistent from left to right, up and down. It doesn't really illuminate like you would expect a ball to. Have you ever observed that before and seen that?
It illuminates consistently around the whole moon.
Yeah, it doesn't have a hot spot like you would expect a sun would cause on a ball.
Why would it have a part of it that illuminates more than a different part of it?
It's a ball. It's meant to be a ball, right?
Yeah.
Why would it be consistent like it's flat?
What do you mean? You can only see the illumination from the edges. You can't see really how much you can see the edges kind of like fade with how it illuminates around the sides.
It doesn't really fade. I wouldn't. I mean, I don't want to force you to go outside right now, but if you look at it, it doesn't illuminate like it's a ball with a single source light source.
What do you mean it doesn't illuminate like a ball though? How would it not? How would you expect a ball to illuminate?
Okay, here I'll put a
at
picture.
The front, but you can't see it at the front.
What do you mean? Sorry, could you explain me?
You think it would illuminate more in the center?
I'm saying that it's a single light source and it's a ball, that there would be a hot spot on it, essentially.
Well, the reason why it illuminates is from the sun. So only one face of the moon is illuminated. The back of it is going to be dark because it's not got the sun shining onto it.
No, I understand that, but the level of illumination from left to right, up to down, middle, any part of it is very, very consistent. Nothing about that screen.
The sun is shining on the whole front face.
No. So if you were to shine a light on a ball, you'll notice that it has a hot spot and then it tapers off from there down to a shadow to what would be the terminator. The terminator, which is the part that is where it goes from not illuminated to illuminated. It's extremely consistent, is it? It doesn't look like something that's illuminated by
the reason why it doesn't have like it fades out. You mean like when the moon is like semi like
I'm saying at any
it's
point
because the Earth cuts off. So obviously it's going to be a harsh line where the Earth is in between the sun and the moon, which gives it the curve.
No, that would be during a lunar eclipse.
No, well, there's No, there's lots of times where. Well, how do you think that the moon gets the semi circle curve on it?
What do you mean by that? The terminator line where it is illuminated and not illuminated?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. I would say that I don't know what causes that. It's going to frustrate you even more. I understand your argument before that we don't have answers for everything, but I'd rather not have an answer for something than be lied to or be given an answer that's incorrect.
So you're saying you don't have an answer for it?
No, I don't have an answer.
While he may not have an answer, I can post in the stream for you to look at a picture of a ball being cast a semicircle shadow from a straight object. So
yeah, I
while you guys
appreciate
keep
that.
talking, I'll post that.
Thank you. But what I'm trying to get at is there's some observations that you can make about the moon, because you were talking about the moon before. It's not proof of anything. It's just some fun observations that
I
show
think it
you.
does indicate. I mean, I guess you can say that it's not proof, but it indicates that the Earth is a globe.
I would argue
The size of it.
that's not the case. But yeah, I see your point.
It is.
You just said it's halfway dark because of the Earth. Usually, that's not the case. The official story of your religion is that the sun does that by the angle of its movement. It's not the Earth. So you don't even know what you believe. But you believe.
Yes, I do. I don't know how you're saying that I don't know.
You just said it was the Earth, like usually not during the eclipse, like just how it is with the halfway moon being dark. The Earth is doing that. The Earth isn't doing that in your story, in your official story, not the Earth.
Yep. Yeah, so I posted the little GIF there. So you have a round ball, and you have a straight object, right? And look, the circle is curved. Sorry, the shadow is curved on the ball. So it's not true that an object must be curved to cast a curved shadow. It's not true.
And I
now,
think
it could be the case.
Sorry to cut you off. I think you have to disclaimer there that that's not. We're not saying that there's a flat object causing it. We're just saying that it can cause it.
Right. What we're saying is that when you make a claim that this is being caused by thus and so, and it can only be thus and so, therefore the Earth is a globe.
That wasn't my point.
You got to realize that. I'm not talking about your point. What I'm saying is that a lot of what your points are, they're not conclusive.
But
none of them are the Earth
about
must be a
how
globe.
it must be. I never said that it has to be a globe to create the curved shadow. I never said that.
No, you said it the other way around. You said that it's a shadow because it's casted off the globe. So you kind of did say it, but backwards.
Yeah, but I never said that it had to be a globe to cast a curved shadow.
No, but you did. You said it's a cast. The shadow is casting off the globe, and it's
yeah. I said the shadow is cast off the globe, but I never said that.
And you said the moon is the moon looks the way it looks. Yeah. So you said the moon is the moon looks the way it looks because of the globe, basically.
Yeah, fine, that's great. But the problem is that now we've all come to the agreement that the moon has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. The shadows on the moon have nothing necessarily to do with the shape of the Earth. There's no contingent necessity about the moon and the Earth.
That wasn't my original point.
It doesn't matter whether it's your original point or not. You came to that conclusion.
It was actually your original point when we started our conversation. You said that the moon would change its size, its observational size. Yeah.
Not the shadow cast on the moon.
Okay. Yeah, but do you understand AI's point there is that making observations about the moon doesn't prove the shape of the Earth?
Well, I guess you could say, but it doesn't prove that the Earth is flat.
No, it doesn't have to. But you're using it as proof for a globe.
I'm using it as a form of evidence because you don't that's the only thing that you don't have something to say.
What? We just said it.
Flat. I know, but what you're saying is then it could be anything. It doesn't prove that the Earth is flat or a globe, is what you're saying.
Right. So that's a rebuttal to your point that it's evidence for a globe.
I never said. Okay, I get what you're saying. You're saying that it could be anything. You're saying it might not be flat or a globe. Like it could be
Right.
anything.
So I'll give you a caveat that you could update your language, and your language would actually be true. If you said it's evidence that is congruent if the Earth was a globe and this was the three-body relationship between the objects, and the objects were the casted shadow, and you see where I'm going with this? There's lots of ifs.
Okay, but the casted shadow thing wasn't my original point. My point showed that how the moon doesn't change size, so it can't be flat. It's basically taking away that it can be flat.
No.
Yeah, but what we're saying is, regardless of if the moon changes size or not, apparent size or not, it's not proof of anything about the Earth.
Okay, it's not. I guess you could say that it's not proof, but it's an indicator that it is a globe.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
How does that indicate?
No, it's something that would occur, right, if the Earth was a globe. So it's congruent if the Earth is a globe, but you're still left with that if statement. So how you'd put it in a logic string, right? You'd go like this: if the Earth was a globe, right, and the moon was a fixed distance from all observational points, the moon would not change angular size. The moon doesn't change angular size, therefore the Earth could be a globe. If you say the Earth is a globe, you're committing a formal logical fallacy, because the logic doesn't support the conclusion, because you still have to prove the contingency, which is that
Okay, well, if I only have that piece of evidence, like if I only use that to show that the Earth is a globe, then yeah, I guess I'd have to say it could be. But there's lots of other forms of evidence that show it is a globe.
Nope.
But yeah, just using that, then I guess I can't.
If you don't say it could be, if you don't say it could be, and you say it is, you're committing a fallacy. Saying it could be, right, based on the premises, what is?
Okay, I get what you're saying. If I'm just using that piece of like evidence or that like observation,
Right,
then I would have to say it could be. I get it.
No. In that evidence, the only thing that evidence can declare is it could be. You can't say it is. Now, you could borrow it is from somewhere else, but where you borrowed it from has to be first order evidence. It can't be another fallacious logic string. So you need a piece of evidence that carries the conclusion of a necessity in order to say the Earth is, i.e., definitely a globe.
Well, I think there is evidence, but you don't believe it's real.
Okay, well, what is it then?
But you guys don't believe the pictures from, like, I feel like that's direct evidence from satellites.
Can you give us one?
But you guys don't believe that.
Give us one. Give us your
What do you
favorite
mean?
picture.
Like, show you a picture from a satellite?
Yeah, give us your favorite evidence picture.
But there's loads. You can just Google it.
No, but I want your favorite because I'm interested in what you've got to say. You're the only globe here at the moment.
But you guys would just say that it's been like
That's wrong.
created
Listen,
by
friend.
with anything that I would send.
Hold on. Let's be clear. There are not loads of pictures from satellites that show them. Just hold on. Okay, people are allowed to finish their sentences, correct?
Okay.
Went to school and you learned that incomplete sentences don't make sense. You need the ending.
All right,
So,
tell me it then.
there are not loads of pictures from satellites that show the Earth in totality where you could validate, one, that the general shape of it is a globe, or two, that the satellite that took the picture is in a place that the picture could be verified. There aren't loads of those. There's less than 10. Less than 10 that exist that are even claimed to be that.
Less than 10 pictures of the globe, is that what you're saying?
There are less than 10 pictures of the globe in totality from outer space that are alleged to be taken from outer space and alleged to show the globe in totality. There's less than 10 in existence.
Or maybe that, well, I'm not sure if that is true or not, but like someone else said.
Okay, let's go for it. Let's go down the list. Let's go down the list. Let's go down the list.
Huh?
Let's go down the list of things that went to space that allegedly took a picture of the whole Earth. Right? And you'll see that it's either less than 10 or roughly 10. It might be 11. I could be wrong, and it might be 11. God forbid.
I think it's a good exercise. Let's go for it.
Okay, what was the first picture taken of the whole Earth from space? The Apollo moon mission, right? Allegedly.
Okay.
Right? Then after that, the second Apollo mission. Then what? After that, the oh man, what's it called? The pale blue dot taken from Voyager, I think. Right? Then after that, I think the GOES are. Then after that, the Himawari 8. Right? So you see, and then there's another one which is similar to the Himawari and the GOES are, but I can't remember the name of it. So what are we up to now? Like 7? And now I'm struggling to think of the rest. Because there's that few. Then you could allege that maybe Elon Musk's stupid car thing appears to show an entire Earth. Or what are we at, 8 now?
Well, some other guy was saying that satellites can only go so far away from the Earth. Otherwise, So how can they take pictures of the whole Earth unless it's, you're...
That's our question. Yeah, it's a good. You've made a logical statement there. That's our argument.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's not a globe just because they can't get further away from it. They've circled the globe.
So, which one of those pictures that AI sent you have you seen?
What? Or AI sent me?
Sorry, AI is the guy who was talking to you. That was talking to you about those
images. I didn't know he
Is there a particular one is there one in particular that you've seen and you're like,
he hasn't sent me any pictures.
No, I said them. I said them with my mouth. I didn't send them.
He mentioned them. Sorry, yeah, I misspoke.
Which ones have I seen?
These are your evidences or your proofs.
I don't know which one. I don't know which one is from which, like.
No, but so you've come into a flat Earth server and you've said that these are either proofs or evidences, whatever you decide to choose.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you're going to use it as an argument, you could at least show it. Like one.
Wow. I feel like I can find it just as easily as you can.
Yeah, but it's not. I didn't bring it up. You did.
Yeah, well, let's just scrutinize some of them based on what's available in the mainstream, because rest assured, none of us have forensically or detectively went in and actually investigated these photos down to the brass tacks, right? So let's just go by what's out there. So the first one, the alleged moon mission, okay?
Okay.
An astronaut that was supposed to be on that mission, right, ended up getting killed because he said to the public, we cannot go to space. It's impossible. We don't have the technology. Then he was killed shortly thereafter. Very interesting. Now, after they went to space, right?
Sorry to cut you off. While you're doing that, I'm just going to do because she's asked me to look for it instead of herself. I'm going to find one. While you're talking, I'll find one myself.
Yeah, sure. So then when you look at the photo, I mean, it's not, you can't really tell from the photo itself that it's the Earth. And then lo and behold, later on it's put out all these extra footages from the missions that seem to show them staging the photograph, right? By using some techniques while they were in a high altitude capsule.
How would you stage the photograph? What did they do?
Well, I'm glad you asked that. There's literally a documentary out there called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon that shows you the footage of the people in question doing these things and explains it all to you. Very interesting.
How? What did they do?
What do you mean staging it how? You go back and look at the alleged photo, right? And then think about it, how it could be staged. I could think of 100 ways. For example, I'm an artist. I did photography. I know how to do darkroom techniques, not to mention how to do framing techniques. I mean, all you really need, and this is exactly how they do it in this documentary, all you really need is a circular window, right, with a little convexity to it, a dark area of the window, put a dark object in the foreground to cut off some of it, and then it appears to look like you're looking through a porthole window at a curved Earth, when really you're just looking at the regular Earth that everybody sees. So this photo it's got some shade attached to it, let's say. Some scandal attached to it, some plausible deniability, so it can't be verified. So it's really not the photo that's proof of anything. What's the proof that's attached to the photo is the word of the astronaut. Now, let's be sure that it is not a testimony of an astronaut, because the astronaut didn't swear under oath in a court under the penalty of perjury. He didn't depose himself to a lawyer that was presented in court for the record. He did none of those things. So what he's saying is not testimony, it's a story. So that's that photo. Let's pick another one. All right, so the pale blue dot, right? The pale blue dot, right, is one of the most famous alleged photographs of the whole Earth. It's taken by a alleged satellite that's so far away from the Earth that the photo literally looks like a field of blue and gray with a pale blue dot in the upper right-hand corner. Right? Literally, you cannot tell what you're looking at. Yet they claim it's a picture of the Earth. So rest assured, it's just a picture of a bunch of color with a little dot in the corner. And people say, whoa, that's the Earth. It literally looks like some kid threw the camera off the roof and it landed on the ground. And in the meantime, it took a photo and you can't tell what it is. Yet people are like, it's the Earth. So that's unvalidatable. It could be dismissed immediately. It doesn't even have information in the picture that you could even tell what you're looking at. Let's pick another one. Which one do you want to go pick? Okay, let's pick Gozar. So Gozar goes out, right, and allegedly takes a picture of the Earth as the moon passes by. In the picture, the moon looks like it's CGI, and it doesn't rotate in relationship to the Earth, and the clouds formation stay constant. Those things can't happen. So that's fake. Dismissed. Let's see, what else? All right, Himawari 8. Let's pick Himawari 8. So the Himawari 8 supposedly takes a picture of the Earth every 10 minutes, right, from a fixed position above the Earth. And it allegedly has weather information on it, right? And it is updated live. So you think, oh, well, how could they fake a live weather pattern? Well, interestingly enough, the world actually has a system, a graphical system, that integrates and updates international weather data and filters it through NOAA, which is the organization, that's sponsored by the United States that carries that data and then distributes it. And lo and behold, we have Robert Simmons, who works for NASA, that created what's known as the Blue Marble data set, where he created a matrix of a globe in a three-dimensional software and then wrapped flat maps around it. So when you go into the Himawari 8 and you go to the NOAA, you find that the graphic that they're presenting to you as a photograph is actually an overlay of the data set with the updated NOAA data. It is literally a composite on-the-fly CGI render that's updated by weather data from weather stations. It's not a photograph. All right. Any other contenders? Okay, let's take Elon Musk, since he's not part of the government. Cough, cough. Right. And he, as an independent individual, sent a rocket ship up with a car in it. Lottie, lottie. Right. You watch some of the videos, and it looks like the rocket is still in the studio. Not only that, but when the car is outside of the rocket, allegedly, and you look at the Earth, it literally looks like a high-resolution CGI. So much so that Elon Musk actually had to comment on the fact that it looks like CGI by saying, if it was CGI, I would do a better job than that. You could tell it's real because it looks so fake. Yeah, like I'm going to trust that story. So look at that. Look at all these ones that are allegedly the proof of the globe being a photograph, and they have all of this not nefarious, but nebulous circumstances attached to them. Okay, none of these bear muster. None of these could be submitted as proof. You definitely couldn't submit it to a scientific journal because photographs aren't accepted as proof in any scientific journal. So what you have is you have a bunch of stories and a bunch of graphics to go along with the stories, just like a children's book. So if you do have any validatable photographs from beyond the Earth that show the whole Earth in totality, notice how I said validatable, notice how I said photograph. If you have any of those, it would be great that you could present those, but the problem is they don't exist.
Okay, well, I don't know what to say. That was a long speech.
Well, you could describe it as long, but you could also describe it as thorough and accurate.
That's just what he said.
Do you have a favorite? Do you have a favorite of those ones that I was mentioning?
I don't know.
I would suggest, yeah, like get some observations and evidence yourself. Like when you bring it up, like I know you say we're going to just say that they're CGI or they're bullshit or whatever, but if you're counting them as evidence and you're saying that this is a proof of a globe, then wouldn't you want someone to scrutinize it so that, and then you could say whether or not it is actual proof and evidence, and you or in this argument you could say, oh no, after the person mentioned a couple of things, I've discounted it now. It's not something that I'm attached to anymore.
Mm.
So it's equally as frustrating when, as you say, when we say we don't have a replacement for a reason, like for certain things. But if you're coming to the table with what you're calling evidence, then you have to present it a bit better than you just went outside and you looked at the moon and you didn't notice that.
Shows to me that shows that the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, if you're so,
you can, visually see, it's not something that you can say is a fake photograph. So that's
I appreciate that, but when you say that, then like, show us.
How can I show you though? You would have to go and look at. That's why I said.
I gave you one example. I would say like you could. It's nighttime at the moment. Take a picture. Set up your camera. Take a picture of the moon as it is right now. Make sure you set it up in such a way that it'll see it in 2 hours and 3 hours.
You would have to do that, not me, to show you.
It's not my proof.
I know, but when I do it, I feel like you guys wouldn't believe it until you do it yourself.
She's wrong anyway, but I'm saying
you're wrong. You're wrong anyway on its face, because the mass media routinely puts out, and I want to be clear, routinely puts out at different periods of the moon that the moon is going to appear larger or smaller. So the moon regularly changes size.
No, but it should be every single, if the Earth was flat, it would be every single night it would go from small to big to small.
Okay. But my point is that if it changes even once based on atmospheric conditions, if it changes even once, then it's just proof that it can change based on atmospheric conditions.
That doesn't mean that it's not a globe, though.
Doesn't mean that it doesn't. No, I completely agree. It doesn't mean jack shit. Doesn't mean jack shit for either argument.
No, it does. It's a logical defeater of your position. Okay, so if you defeat a contingent necessity in your logic formation, then you defeated that logic.
I never said it circles in a perfect orbit every time, so it doesn't.
What? Okay, no, that's not the point. The point is, you're saying, if this, then this, therefore this. We're giving you examples of the if this isn't true.
What you're saying that it sometimes changes size, so what I'm saying is not true.
No, what we're saying is either way, it doesn't prove that it's a globe. Or
yeah, but it proves that it's not flat.
You're looking at the moon. No, it doesn't. No. It proves that when you look at it, it changes size. And if you go out there and you make the observation and you give us proof or evidence that it doesn't change size, that doesn't have anything to do with the convexity of the Earth.
Well, yeah, but check this out. So I'm driving right now, right? And the road in front of me, right? The visual information of the road in front of me in my field of view on the y-axis, which is up and down, vertical. The road in front of me, okay, is at my eye level. Now, if I continue in the direction that I'm traveling, will that road crash into my car?
Why would the road crash into your car?
Dude, it's higher than the front of my car. It's taller than my car. If I drive forward, it's going to smash into me. I'm going to destroy my car. I see it with my eyes. It's literally higher than the front of the hood of my vehicle. I see my vehicle, I turn my eyes upward, and I see road. That means that if I drive forward, I will smash into a pavement wall and destroy my vehicle. Correct or incorrect? Its visual location in my field of view is higher than the hood of my car. That means it's taller than my vehicle. That means if I travel forward, I will smash into it and I will surely die. See the problem? All right, we're about to test this hypothesis. I'm driving. Holy moly, dude, I'm not crashing.
Oh my god.
Dude, I'm still not crashing. What's going on? I don't understand. Whoa, dude, reality itself just warped. Holy crap. The wall of pavement that I was going to smash into just spontaneously laid itself down so I could drive over it without smashing into it. Holy crap, that's amazing. Now, I'm being silly just to exaggerate a point that just because you see something that appears to be in a spatial location or have certain spatial dimensions doesn't mean that it's actually the case. Because we know there's optical effects and optical distortions and optical illusions that are all created because of angles and differentials in light and how light operates and how we perceive it. It's not necessary that just because you see something that appears to be somewhere and you see something that appears to be a certain size, that is the physical size and location of the object. That's just not true. And I gave you a live demonstration where I risked my life, by the way, So you better appreciate this experiment. I literally risked my life of crashing into a wall of pavement to prove this point. I'm literally a hero at this point. Oh my goodness, I'm retiring as a hero. Holy crap. All right, think on that and see if you have a rebuttal.
I'm too tired to give you points.
Can I ask what brings you back here? Is it a subject of interest? Are you kind of on the fence at all?
No, I'm not on the fence.
You're not?
No.
Just like arguing with people?
No, I didn't. I didn't know you wanted to talk about it, so I said.
Okay. I'm happy to talk. I'm just curious as to what brought you back.
I don't know. I just joined.
Do you regret coming back?
I don't know. I feel like it's the same thing as last time, but
Oh, don't be like that.
I don't know.
Okay. Will you come back again?
I don't want to have. I don't know. I feel like you want me to research a lot to have evidence, but I
when you talk definitively about something that you would bring something to the table. And I understand your frustration is when you ask us for an explanation and we say we don't know. That's frustrating. I completely get that. It frustrates the shit out of me as well. But it's better than being lied to. But I would say if you're going to say things definitively, like the angular size of the moon doesn't change, then the least you could do is give us a YouTube clip of someone else that's proven that. Do you get what I'm saying? Like if you're gonna use that for yourself,
every time I give evidence, it's stuck down with something bad, or I'm not. Yeah.
No, I get it. You've come in. You're in the lion's den essentially. Like you're surrounded, but I think you've got a good demeanor and approach at least to be able to have conversations with people. So, like the original observation, the original evidence you gave me was that the moon doesn't change in angular size. Then is there a video or something that's given you that impression, or it's just your own observation? Is there something? Do you know what I mean?
What's showing me that Earth is a globe?
No. Specifically, your evidence was that the moon doesn't change in angular size over the course of the evening.
That's not the only thing that shows me it's a globe. I just said that one because I feel like every time I say that, there's not really an answer that you guys give.
Yeah, but
for the other things, there's always these answers that you guys give.
I feel like you're dodging my.
Wait, what are you? So you're trying to ask me what?
No, I'm saying that's your best. That's your best thing. That's your thing that you.
It's not my Obviously, I think there's better forms of evidence to show that there's a globe, but you guys have things that you say to that, like the picture. Yeah. I believe the pictures of the Earth, and I believe that satellites are real, and I believe that they've taken, videos of the Earth. That video that one of you guys sent, that how can it be that distance from the Earth? You know, that's fake. No, I don't think that was fake at all. It's obviously real. I believe that that's real and that it's evidence, but you say that it's not. So I don't know where you go from there. You know?
Yeah. I would say that you need to prove to us then that it's real. Do you know it's real for a fact, like, or is it sort of blind faith where you just like you trust the source?
Well, I mean, obviously I've never been in space to literally see the globe, so and you know,
so you trust the
you
source.
also can't say the same. You haven't been in space to see that it's flat. So
yeah, I can definitively say.
But there's a lot of you guys that say it's definitely not a globe. Like, you guys are like 100% it's not a globe. But how could you say that when you haven't been in space to see what it actually is?
It measures as flat. We observe it as flat. Everything we practically do on a day-to-day basis is practically flat. We don't account for it in our day-to-day. We don't account for it at all. We don't observe it. Have you ever observed the curve besides a photo that someone else has given you that you can't verify?
I feel like I have when I've gone on like long haul flights, and some of you say that you can't do that, but there's a lot of other people that have said that they've also seen the curve from
So what did you observe? What did you observe, and how did you observe?
I've seen a slight curve from in a plane, and I know that there's someone else has said to me you can't because there's a specific distance that you need to be away from the globe to see the curve. But
cool. So I'm going to take you on face value that you've seen a curve, right? Are we talking like the horizon left to right,
like a really slight curve?
Like a curve away from you, like the ball, like you're on top of a ball, and it's like or it's left to right, like there's a curve where the middle's bulging higher than the left and the right. Is that how you would describe the curve you saw?
I mean, yeah, just a curve.
Okay, and it's slight. You would say it's slight?
Yeah, it was really like slight. Yeah. And there's a lot of, if you know, you can, there's a lot of other people that say that they've seen it too.
Yeah, I've been on a lot of flights. I would, and I've sat at the window. I wouldn't say I saw a curve, but you've got top spokespeople and scientists saying that you could go really high up, way higher than a plane can ever go, and there's no curve to be seen. So your testimony against someone in the mainstream, so this Neil deGrasse Tyson guy is saying that you can't see it.
Yeah, I know that they've said that, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not discounting that you didn't see a curve. I'm just saying that your testimony against this top science guy that everyone loves, saying that you can't. That's frustrating.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to say to that. I feel like I've seen it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people have seen Bigfoot. A lot of people have seen aliens. A lot of people have seen all kinds of things, right? They've claimed to see it, and they might have seen it in their mind's eye. They might have seen it through their eye. But does that mean what they saw or what they saw? Yeah.
You're roboting pretty bad. I don't know if it was just me. Sorry, try again. Sorry.
It's not just you. I think he's got bad connection.
Okay. So I'm if I was to take you by your word, but then when I look and I watch these top science guys say things like that, I what am I meant to? Who am I meant to believe?
I mean, obviously, if that, yeah, but you like, a lot of you guys like to go off what you observe rather than, because there's so many top scientific people that explain how the earth is a globe, but you still don't believe them. You still want to believe what you see. So then that contradicts what I'm saying, that I've seen the curve, and the top scientific guy says that you can't until you're at a certain distance from the earth. So, like...
Hey, Fresco. How's it going?
Hello.
So, yeah, the conversation here seems to be like I've seen something that everybody else in the world should be able to see. Like, well, you said you saw the curve, right? According to what you're explaining right now, there would be two sides right now from your perspective. You seeing curve, people saying that there is no curve, right? So, who would be right in that instance? Just the person who says it, or
what did you say?
So, who would be right? You're saying that you've seen curvature, and we're saying that there is no curvature. So who would be right? Like, how do you find out who's right? What would you have to do?
Well, I feel like the easiest way is to look at a picture from a satellite to literally see the...
Yeah, there's pictures, right? But I mean, I could show you a picture of King Kong. That doesn't make King Kong real, right?
No, I know you don't believe the pictures,
right?
But that's
pictures,
how I would.
Yeah, pictures are one thing, but I'm gonna show you how you can falsify what your claim is. So falsify is you're gonna have to test, repeat, and check to see if your claim with pictures is real. Like if I said I had a Lamborghini in my garage and I showed you a picture of it, does that make it real?
I mean, yeah, you could have got that picture from anywhere. But
sure.
Yeah.
Sure. But so if you need to verify the thing that I'm saying is real, you would have to check to see if I have a receipt or something that shows more demonstrations that other than me just showing you an image. So in the case of the globe having curvature, what we need is a demonstration. If the Earth is curving at the set rate that they claim that it is, drop over distance would need to be the thing that we would say, okay, you say there's curve, I say it's flat. Now we're gonna see who's right and who's wrong, because it's not like one of those things where you agree to disagree. It's either you're right and I'm wrong, or I'm right and you're wrong. And so drop over distance, meaning we're going to do a measurement test. We're going to do a site test, like we can do a small sample set of over 10 to 15 miles. And so you're going to see as far as you can see, so will I. We'll go somewhere together and we'll do like a line of sight test, something in the far distance that we can use to demarcate a distance, right? You can look over a body of water and probably at like a peninsula, or I don't know, you can pick like a buoy or maybe perhaps an oil rig, something that's far away that you can know from where you're at on the beach to like where that thing is, the distance, right? So you're gonna use a something to demark the distance, and so once you do that, you'll say, "Hello."
Yeah, we can hear
you.
Yeah, if you're coming in, I think you're hot micing, so you might want to. Hello.
We can only hear you, Mayhem.
Oh, somebody else is like trying to chime in.
No, couldn't hear them.
Okay, so you do use something to demarcate the distance, right? So then like me and you are standing at the beach, we're gonna see 10 to 15 miles, and then what's gonna happen is there's gonna be either the curvature shown up with the amount of drop that there should be there, or there isn't. So when we do this, we can see 10 to 15 miles, 20 miles distance, even farther than that, right? But like just for a small sample set, so that we don't have to go, really big with it. Okay, now I'm hearing something.
I think someone's snoring.
Someone's snoring.
Oh,
it might be
it's Timbo.
Timbo's either snoring or his space herpes is playing up again.
No, I disconnected him. Just if he wants to come back, he'll come back. Yeah, that's Timbo. I knew I heard something.
Yeah, you did. It wasn't just
trying to say something. Anyway, so we get a small sample set, and with drop over distance, it's going to tell us whether or not there is curvature. So for sure, right? And what we found out is that never in any time in history has there ever been any curvature measured. Because, it's one thing to say that there is curvature and to show images and tell people the rockets are going somewhere. But, like, if there is no proof that there's curvature, right? There's no evidence or demonstrations, then we can't say for sure that there is. It's always going to remain in the realm of like, well, you say you see curve, I say it's flat. I see flat. So we're never going to have like a definitive. And this is the way that you can actually get there, to the point where there is no more questions. So that's what I said. Like with the drop over distance, there either will be curvature demonstrated in that demonstration, or there isn't going to be. So you're going to know for sure.
Okay. Have you heard of I just googled it. Have you heard of the Bedford level experiment?
Sure. I've heard of it.
So you don't believe that? You don't believe that study?
Yeah, the Samuel Rowbotham, and like the way it was demonstrated with the canal, and the distance was 6 miles, right? And what I'm saying here, though, is taking it into a place where you're not just doing one simple test. You're doing a multiple. You could actually do this over and over again, right? Over many days. And so what happens is, with the distance that you're using, because I would say 10 to 15 miles, but you can get a little bit bigger with it, like 20 miles. And you can continuously do something where you can find out that the distance that you're seeing something in can always be like, I could see something that's 20 miles away. Sometimes I can see something that's even 25 miles away. But the thing is, when you repeat the test over many days, what you're going to find is that the thing that you see will always change. Like some days you will see that thing in the far distance, some days you cannot see the thing in the far distance, but it's never going to have to deal with the curvature getting in the way. Because then if it was something static, like a hill, like let's say you and a friend walked over a friend walked over a hill in front of you. Well, when that friend walks over that hill, you can't see the person because they're behind a physical obstruction. But like in the case of the globe, like when people say they see boats going over the curvature, well, it's supposedly a physical obstruction, right? Like something stopping you from seeing the thing that's going over that hill, right? So if it was like your friend walking over a mound of dirt and you can't see that friend anymore, it's because the earth is in the way. But in the same case of a ship going away from you, and then it goes over this curvature of the earth, well, that same place where that boat went over the curvature, it would always be doing that every time. What you find is that never is the case. It's not a static thing, because the thing that we see in the far distance, when we start to see a convergence happening, meaning the bottom of something starts to disappear first and so on, it's not due to the fact that the earth is curving. It's due to the fact that the perspective that you see the thing moving off into the distance starts to be unresolvable. Like your eyes can't resolve in the far distance. So, and with perspective in play, and also the ambient air temperature changing how you see things in the far distance, it equals like the things that start to disappear in your vision. And you can notice this, you can actually test for this, because this is not something that is new. It's just like the thing that we call perspective gets hijacked by an understanding of something being obstructed, like with something physical being obstructed. So it's not a physicality thing, it's more an optical thing. And we can use this demonstration on a small scale, right, to even talk about what I'm saying. So like if you look down a long hallway, you can see how the walls and the ceiling and the floor converge to a point. You know, it's like in the far distance in your vision, it looks like everything comes to a point. Can you at least understand what I mean by that, by perspective, Fresco?
I understand perspective.
Yeah. And so our eyes see the world this way, and it's not just the hallway, right? So everywhere you go. So you can see the world around us gets seen in that way. So you can take that coupled with the idea that the ambient air temperature will also make the thing that we see in the far distance look like it undulates, like it's like, I think it changes every hour to hour, if not like minute to minute. Like it's always like the thing in the far distance will always be like an optical view of something. So you can't like put your money that it's going to be curvature, because like at some times tomorrow you'll go to see the oil rig over the water, and then the next day you'll see like half of the oil rig, and you're like, well, that's weird. Oh, one day I saw most of it, now I see half of it. But like that's due to like the fact that we're seeing at a short, narrow angle from the ground level, and also the ambient air temperature will also make things that you see in the far distance not as visible as the day before. And that changes. So someone who says that there is curvature cannot measure curvature, and there's no way to do it, right? Because then you'd have to find drop over distance, and you can't do that because sometimes you can see farther than other days, and it'll throw the whole measurement off, so that no one can actually tell you definitively if there is curvature or no. So that's the issue with actually getting this curvature that they're telling you, the drop over distance, let's say, because that would have to be there if you live on a geometric shape, a ball. And that's we need a demonstration. If somebody says, I see Earth curvature, there's pictures, there's videos and all that, and smart people are saying that the Earth is curving. Well, that's great. Everybody can say whatever they want, but the truth remains. If the Earth is curving, there should be drop over distance, because I live on a ball. So the ball should have measurements where it's definitely a ball. Like there's always going to be curvature. It's static. I could tell you how far away the curvature drops at. Like there's a curving radius around this thing, like a diameter and circumference to a geometric shape. So if you're standing on a ball, it's definitely going to be a ball today, tomorrow, and the next day. Like it's not going to one day, you're going to see a certain distance, and the next day you're not. Like it's always, the curvature will always remain wherever it is, just like a mound of dirt. So it's great that people think that they see curvature, but it's another thing to prove that it's actually there. That's where it really matters. It's like me telling you, I have a friend, and I'm always talking to my friend, but when you look at me, I'm like turning over to my side and I'm talking to air. So I could tell you I see something that's there, but if I can't prove it to you, then what good is that? You know what I mean? Like that's where we're at with it. It's like people are saying things, it's like, that's great, but now let's prove it. There's other things we can do, but like majority of people that come to this is like, it's not something, it's a belief that you've had. And some people are happy with their belief, and I'm like, that's great. If you have a belief and you don't want to change, that's your thing. You can go on, continue, because everybody, it's like, imagine like only certain people come to the realization that if they say that the Earth is flat, then there's implications. You got people that are going to look at you weird now that you say the Earth is flat. You just don't want to deal with that. You just rather go along with the crowd, not ruffle any feathers, and just say the Earth is a globe, and everybody likes you that way. But it takes a certain someone to actually stand up and say, you know what, let me think for myself. That's what we're doing here. We're giving people, the opportunity so they can think about it in that way. So it's a build-up for you. Like, just because people show you images and stuff doesn't mean that it's real unless you verify it. And so, yeah, so we've done that, and anyone can too. You can too, Fresco. You can go check to see if the Earth is curving at that set rate that they say it is, 8 inches per mile squared. And so, at the far distance, anything you see should curve along with the ball's the measurements, the metrics. So, what do you think about that, Fresco? Does that make sense?
I'm really tired. I don't know. It's 1 a.m. So.
So nothing I said made any sense?
No, it did.
Okay.
I was listening to it.
Okay. But yeah, I don't want to keep you or anything, but like, yeah, so that's what we do. That's why we're not just like, okay, it's a curve just because someone has showed us a picture or smart people said that it is. It's all about the evidence. It's only about truth.
Okay.
Yep. See, that was easy.
You have a lot of evidence, don't you? You've researched a lot, but
truth is the truth, Fresco, no matter who speaks it. Doesn't matter if it's a person on the internet or a smart person.
But the thing is, you've got a lot of things that say, you know, there's these things that could happen that might alter what we see. But, you know, none of it is definitive, like, this does this every single time to make it seem like this every single time. What you're saying is that it could happen, you know, like the temperature, whatever, could alter what we see.
No, it's not.
You know,
it will. It will. Yeah, it is.
I know it will, but in what way? You don't know exactly in what way does it alter it.
What do you mean? As in, like, oh yeah, of course. The temperature has a big variant as to like how we see things in the far distance.
Exactly. So there's not like a specific. Like, basically, you're saying that it could alter it to be anything. So.
No, not anything farther or closer. Like the thing that we see in the far distance, the view of it gets altered. So it's problems for the globe. You see, it's problems for the fact that people are saying the Earth is curving at whatever set rate that they say it is. So it's not problems for us because we know that the horizon is optical. So we know that it's not like tomorrow we see something and then the next day we don't. You know, like it's not a problem for us. It's a problem for the globe. Because they need it to be static. So it needs to be there tomorrow, the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So when it changes, that means the Earth isn't curving. It's optical, what we see. So it's not a ball. It's just the way our eyes see in the far distance. And
when what changes? You mean like what you can see in the...
Yeah, in the far distance. Mm-hmm.
Okay, but that can obviously change easily with, you know, like cloud and like anything can change how far you can see in the distance.
So saying that, Fresco, how is it a ball?
What do you mean? That's not the only thing that shows that it's a globe.
Well, that needs to be, because if it's not demonstrated as a globe, then it's just a belief that you have that it is a globe. So you're carrying this belief, right? And so nobody can convince you that it's going to be otherwise until you put it to the test. You have to put it to the test. And if you don't put it to the test, you'll just continuously think that it is a globe. So it's more to do with psychology than it does anything else, like your belief system, right? So you're in your mind, that's where it exists. In real demonstration, it doesn't. And that's what I'm saying. It's a challenge. It's a challenge for you to get out of the mindset of it just being only a belief and actually into reality where you can test it. So when you test it and you say, okay, I've demonstrated it's a globe, then you can tell somebody else, this is what I've done. You can do it too. And so other people can follow suit and do what you did and then falsify it for themselves and find out exactly what you said is reality and then say, yep, it measures a globe. But if they can't do that and it measures flat, then there's an issue. That means that one of us is right and the other one is wrong. It's not more of a agree to disagree position, because if you do that, then we're never, anybody can say whatever they want. Well, I agree to disagree with you, and that doesn't work. You're either right or you're wrong. Yeah, the reason why people they struggle with this, because the truth is the truth, no matter if you believe it or not. If I say tomorrow, well, I don't believe the Earth is flat anymore, I think it's a globe. Well, then it doesn't matter what I say. The only thing that matters is that the truth remains that it's flat and stationary. It can't measure a globe. It measures flat every time. And so, yeah, you can carry a belief. That's not an issue. You can keep tomorrow. You can just say, "Oh, those guys were nuts. They think the Earth is flat," and go about your life thinking the Earth is a globe because of images and stuff. And that's okay for us because it doesn't demonstrate itself as a globe. Even though some people in academia will say that it's a globe, but who cares? People can say things. The only thing that matters is that if it actually shows in a demonstration that it's a globe. And it never does. Ever, ever, ever. And trust me, we've had quote unquote smart people in here saying that, these people in academia, cosmologists, astrophysicists, math teachers, even. And they don't know, Fresco. So an appeal to those guys, that don't work. Truth always remains. The truth that remains is that they can't demonstrate the Earth to be a globe. Ever, ever, ever. But yeah, it's okay. You can believe it.
You only have to see too far once, and that's all it really takes, honestly.
Yeah, we don't ever see curvature. So if and of course Neil deGrasse Tyson would, using him as a hostile witness, he would agree that you'd have to be so far high up in elevation, like way, 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 way far up in elevation in order to see it. That clip that people were putting in the live stream voice text even denotes the time when he was speaking in a conference. He was like, and that Felix Baumgartner that said that he was high enough to see the curvature, and he's like, you can't see curvature from. He's like, he had a little plastic beach ball. He's like 2 millimeters off this beach ball. You can't see curvature. That stuff is flat. And so he's basically telling people what he would, because he's a mainstream science communicator. And he's just going to tell people like it is, from the science perspective, I guess you can say. Not that we agree with him on that point that it's science or whatever, because it's a what is question, not a how why question. But he was basically in a conference saying this, that stuff is flat. And so what Felix Baumgartner and the video and all that was being used was just the what do you call it? The lens of the camera was curving the way it looks. So he even exclaimed that, and he was saying that in a conference. So he's well known by most people everywhere in the world. So it's hard to deny the fact that we use him as a hostile witness in that instance. But some people say, well, I've seen curvature from a shore of a beach. And some people say, I've seen curvature from a mountain. Others say they've seen it from an airplane. But like I said, it doesn't matter what you see. It only matters what you can prove. That's it. Prove it. You said you've seen that, then let's go and measure, with a sight distance. And we'll find out.
So what, you don't believe the Bedford level experiment because it was too short of a distance?
Well, not that it was too short. Like I said before, the demonstration of drop over the curvature drop rate has to be able to be produced. So belief is like taken out of the equation. So we're doing is, okay, so you're saying the Earth is a globe, I'm saying it's flat. One of us is right and the other one's wrong. So what we're doing is not just a Bedford levels, right? But anytime, anywhere, if curvature is measured somewhere, it will remain to be noticed that curvature will be measured anytime, anywhere. So like any one of us can actually prove the Bedford levels is true or false doing our own test. So we can falsify that information. So we can come to a conclusion because of that. Yeah, I have personally. But I'm saying
you've done his experiment.
What I've done? What?
You've done his experiment.
The Bedford levels? I didn't go to Bedford levels and do that. But the same type of site test can be done. Like this can be done. Like it's not out of the realm of possibility that you have a lake or some body of water that's near you, and you can do that same thing yourself. And so it's like anyone can. Like that's why you can't say things in this world without somebody saying, "Let me go check to see if that's not what they're."
Yeah, but has someone checked and said that that's wrong?
Yes, all of us. Basically, everybody.
You haven't done it, but have you done that exact experiment?
Well, it's not an experiment, and you can't replicate something unless you're doing exactly what they are in the same place and all that. But what we do.
How can you say that it's wrong you're saying that all of you know that if you have
listen. So you can replicate something to where you're doing a site test, long distance site test. So the site test can tell you whether or not the thing that you see in the far distance, like the Bedford levels, right? If it's because he used a 6 mile sample set, but I'm saying the sample set you can use can exceed that. For instance, right? I'll just give you one just so you can think about, and it's pretty popular. It's the Chicago skyline at 60 miles away. That's further than 6 miles, like way, way further. And over the lake, they saw the city of Chicago, and that was seen over 60 miles, so exceeding the Bedford levels, way far away. And that city should have been hidden by curvature for sure. It should have been behind the curve of the earth, but it was seen.
Sorry, Fresco, what's the Bedford level experiment? What is that, Fresco?
What, you want me to explain his experiment? I
don't know what it is. Yeah, if you could give me an elevator pitch, I'd like it. Yeah, thank you.
He measured the curvature of the earth from the river. Like,
how?
He used a telescope or something, I think.
You don't know, Fresco.
I didn't know he did.
Sorry, Nikki, I had to cut you off for that. But yeah,
no, that's fine. That's fine. I could have said that too. Like, it's great. She doesn't, and I knew that. But like, the reason why I went on forward is because like if I got you on that point, you would have been like, no, I do know, and you really don't because you said I think, and so
I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, but you know, Fresco, your suggestive terminology means that you just briefly kind of like looked at it as in a debunk.
Yeah, I haven't done as much research as you guys have. Definitely, I know that.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is because of that, and please don't take this the wrong way, because of that half-baked information that you've just presented, you have a biased opinion as to like it's that's good enough. I'm just going to tell any flat earther that the earth isn't flat because I looked into this and some guy said he did this experiment and debunked the flat earth, so I'm good. And so
but I'm just saying, well, you're saying that there's nothing that proves that the earth is a globe. That's why I suggested that one.
Yeah,
because it's an experiment. I just named one because you said that there was nothing that proved it's a globe.
Yeah, there isn't.
I said that.
Not even that. So that's not even.
But you're saying that that's not true. That like that experiment doesn't prove it's a globe. But I mean, you're saying because it can be, falsified, but you haven't done the experiment to falsify it. And I asked if that has been done.
Yeah, not the Bedford levels test. And I have said we do our own line of sight tests. Everyone can do their own line of sight. So exactly what Bedford levels was doing at the distance away, that's been exceeded. and I was giving you an example where it has been exceeded. And so we did that times like 10 or whatever. So we've done something where you can see farther than the Bedford levels. The Bedford levels was using like a 6-mile sample set. Can you see what I'm saying? Exceeding that
you can't just do it with your sight. It needs to be measured.
Oh, well, that's the point, right? So the globe has a specific geometric shape, right? Oblate spheroid. So according to the geometric shape, right, with the radius, diameter, and circumference, you need to use your sight over distance to know if the Earth is curving at the set rate that it is. So if it's curving, most definitely, past 6 miles, you would be able to detect the curvature of the Earth by demonstration. So like even the idea that you're going to do a sight test like the Bedford levels, but even exceeding that, you'd be able to find out if there is drop over distance. So you don't just do like a small 6-mile sample set. You want to go big, right? You want to go a little bit farther. You want to actually see if they're telling you the Earth is curving, then on a geometric shape, right? Because you're standing on a ball. Like I'll say this over and over again. If you're standing on a ball, that ball is going to be curving for sure. Every time. And so tomorrow when you go and, over a lake, that ball is going to be curving. And you should be able to measure this curvature. Always. Always, always. And if you don't, not even once, measure it, well then how could it be a ball? It's not a ball. And that's the thing. Like we have truth that shows every single, even you, even me, even systems, even anyone who's listening right now, they can go and do this. And if it turns out that they can't measure a curvature, a drop over distance, then it's not curving.
Why don't you go and measure it then? If you want to.
We see, that's the thing, Fresco. I'm telling you, we all have done that. Each and every one of us has done a line of sight test. Each and every one of us has known that the Earth isn't curving like they're telling us. That's what I'm tell you. Like we've all. That's why I'm saying it with as much gusto as I am now, because I know that you can't prove it. But so when you go and do it, the only thing you're going to find out is that it's not curving. That's it. But what I'm challenging you is that you got to go and do it. By you saying that, have you done it, doesn't negate the fact that you can't go and do it yourself. You know what I mean? Like that's where the information that I'm saying makes sense, because you can test it. It's just not a belief that I'm telling you. It's the fact. It's the truth. You can go check it out. Yeah, I'm not just saying things that like some guy on the internet telling you like the Earth is flat. I'm telling you it's flat. No matter if you say that it's flat or not, it'll remain flat tomorrow, like in the next day. So I'm not right just because I want to be right. I'm right because that's what nature reveals itself to us as. It's self-evident. Doesn't curve. So far exceeding the Bedford levels, like, so it doesn't, it's more to do with like you actually wanting to go and do this thing. And, like, I mean, you'll arrive there too if you go and do it. If not, you'll just be one of those things, like I said, it's just a fun internet chat. I hope you do. My hope is that you actually do challenge yourself and go and do it. But, what can we do? Can't make you do it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go to sleep.
All right. Well, yeah, thanks for stopping by and having a conversation. Kind of.
Thanks, Fresco. Thanks for the chat.
Yeah, okay. All right. Goodbye.
Later.
That was odd. That was awkward.
Awkward. Well, I am Mayhem.
No, it's funny because you called yourself Mayhem, but you bought Order.
Order here. Order, I say.
That was a good chat, actually. I appreciated that she took the effort to actually discuss things a little bit, at least. But the cog dis is crazy.
Yeah, it's strong. It definitely is strong. So I feel like more often than not, I'm fighting that than I am actually getting them to see the reality of the situation. So it's the when people say things, I hear suggestive terms like maybe, could be, if, we, like possibly, and like all that. And when it sounds like that to me, I know they haven't like looked into it. They haven't researched. And sure enough, it's like you step on a cat's tail and they'll holler, right? So that's my weird analogy.
Yeah. So the hard part is I mean, especially when you're talking about the moon and stuff like that. She never conceded that it was. Like, so her example was I don't know if you heard it at the beginning, her very first evidence was that if the Earth was flat and the moon would change in its angular size over the course of, say, an evening, like a couple hours.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And we worked on that for quite a while, but at the end of it, after picking her brain for a bit and working through it, I asked her to at least concede that it's not evidence of anything except that it changes or it doesn't change. It doesn't prove the Earth's flat, or it's a globe at all. All it does is tell, so the observation she was making was that it wouldn't change. It doesn't change at all. And I asked her to say, even if you prove that to be correct, we went out there, we did our observations, and we're like, yeah, it doesn't change at all.
Mm-hmm.
What does that actually prove? Anything? And she was adamant that it proved that it was a globe, and I'm like, no, it just proves that it doesn't change. And then if I went out there and proved that it did change, what does that prove? Nothing. It doesn't prove that it's flat either. And she just wouldn't concede that looking at the moon, it was a waste of time. Yeah, it's just frustrating when they won't concede at least that small point that they're wasting their time looking at something. It's just frustrating.
It's most of what the psychology behind cognitive dissonance is about. It's more to deal with their belief and why they want to hang on to it. But I always, for me, it's if you want to keep believing it's a globe, have at it, man. Have fun. Vaya con Dios. That's the way I see it. You don't have to be here. Give me the 1 a.m. Kind of vibe. It's you don't just, when you log off of here, you can just say those guys were nuts and just go right back to the globe. They're like nothing ever changed. Go about your day. This is for those people that want to challenge themselves and they want to say, you know what? Let me see if you guys are actually saying something truthful or not, and I'm gonna go prove it to myself. And they were like, good, do it, do that thing.
Yeah, I completely agree, and that's I don't know if you were here, but I asked her why she came here, and she didn't even have an answer for that. And I asked if she would come back, and she didn't even answer. It's I think she got to a point where she just didn't want to answer. She didn't want to be wrong.
Yeah, we all want to be right. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, I'd rather be educated on why I'm wrong than be right. It's just weird.
Yeah, some people are a little bit different in that way.
It was interesting, though.
Yeah, because it's this isn't something that we're gonna say I agree to disagree with you. It's not like I agree that the color purple is great and you don't. This is something. It is a globe, a geometric shape, or it's not. And we're going to be able to find out, each and every one of us, because we're standing on the damn thing. You know what I mean? You're on it. Anyone can find it. You don't need to go to Bedford Level to find this out. You can go anywhere and find this out.
She kept bringing up these proofs and stuff, but she never had any links or observations or pictures or anything. She just dropping them. Bedford Levels, for example, I didn't even know what that was.
Well, it stung her pride a little bit when she, couldn't explain it to you.
I'm glad she was honest and didn't just quickly Google it and just talk shit.
She could have.
She was at least honest. Yeah, she was honest from that perspective.
Yeah, and that's always good.
And Timbo snoring in the middle was lots of fun. That was.
Remind him of that tomorrow when he wakes up.
I will.
You can't, do that, bro. Come on, bro. You're letting the Aussies down. Come on. sleeping on the job. That's no way to do it. Yeah, give him some shit tomorrow, Timbo. Or Systems. I call you Timbo.
Yeah, he still can't tell the difference.
I'm like, nah, but no, T-Wad was in here. You guys you were the trio, man. T-Wad, you and Timbo.
T who? Sorry,
T-Wad. I think his name is T-Wad. He's got a picture. He's like a pink avatar with the picture of a baby on his avatar.
Oh yeah. I haven't actually spoke to him before. Yeah.
Oh no, I thought you guys were.
No.
The other day was
Maybe it was a different Aussie.
I think she was from Australia too. As a matter of fact, sound like she was anyway.
Yeah. She questioned if I was, and I didn't ask her. But she 1 o'clock? No, I don't think so.
Not possible, right?
Yeah.
I was some kind of accent. I don't know. Can't place it.
If she's saying it's only, I'm in Sydney and it's 11 o'clock, so I don't think.
Wave Mixer, I've never heard Mayhem so friendly before. Dude.
You must be in a good mood.
Yeah, I'm just waking up. But then I was hearing a nice chat. It was coming into the chat. And then I also gauged the level of sophistry and dishonesty. Oh, trust me, the heat would have been way up if I picked up on any of that.
Yeah, I think her demeanor was not aggressive, and she if she didn't know something, she would at least.
Yeah, the thing to be noticed here is that it's a case by case scenario. For anybody that knows me, and so the reason why I'm always up in arms is because they're sophists. It's because they're dishonest. It's because they're being rude or whatever. They get whatever it's a mirror. So if you're in here, your demeanor's right, then this conversation can go a long way. But when the energy changes and you want to, then I'm Mayhem, like all the way. I cut no slack. I award you no points. Yep. Either way, the truth will be the winner at the end of it. The nice way or the bad, mean way. Because I've been called mean already.
Do you find that the skills you've learned here help you in the real world when it comes to arguments or?
Hell yeah, bro! I flat smack the hell out of anyone. Like even people at work, I've been flat smacking those guys.
Oh, really?
I don't give a damn. I'll flat smack the hell out of someone. It don't. To me, it's all the same. Dude, I enjoy what I do. Like it's who I am. It's through and through. I don't change. Like for no one. Like.
Just picturing this guy sitting there eating his lunch, and you're just like, "Hey, did you know the moon was lava?"
Yeah, dude. Because like they want to be stupid and say that the Earth is a globe, so I got to bring smoke.
That's cool. All over the screen.
Yeah, like
I'm gonna be honest.
I'm
gonna be honest. Since I joined this group, I'm actually more confident too when it comes to not necessarily just rebuttals and stuff, but I mean, just 2 years ago. I would get into this debate with people, and now those same people I would destroy, and their final remark is always, what do they get from lying to us? That's when I know that they know that they're just wrong.
They're teabagging us with their information, and we're saying that how they're wrong. Just like, dude, they don't give a damn about like wherever the information's coming from. Like it's all constructed to make you believe something, right?
So it's all from one source.
Yep. So,
Nazis.
I definitely. Some people are like, well, that's who you are on the internet because you're an internet tough guy. I'm like, hell no, man. I'm a freaking badass no matter where I'm at in real life, freaking internet. I don't give a shit. Like it's gonna be like this. Like you want somebody to be real. You don't want somebody to be fake. It's like, I mean, what good is that? We're all just fake people trying to be, who we are on the internet. Like, man, I'm this way everywhere. I don't need to be someone fake. The truth always gets us to the place where we don't have to be, you know? It's like, well, that's the truth. What else are you going to do, right?
Yeah.
Can't lie about it because someone else can find out if it's true or not what you said. I got a Lamborghini in my garage and it's mine. Yeah? So when somebody comes over here and finds out I don't have one, what's that going to do to me? You know, like, because I lied to them. Just told them it's something. But like in the case of the globe, it's not so much a lie as a belief. Because the person who's telling you, like, dude, it's a globe, is like, they show you pictures and stuff. They just believe it. They honestly think it's a globe because of what they've been told. They're not lying to you. They just believe that the information is correct until you prove that it's not. And then they get into their cognitive state and so on. But, nah, shit. It's other than that, that's what it is. Just someone believing it.
Yeah, for sure. And she mentioned a couple of times that we, like, if she brought up, like, she showed us a picture, for example, we would say it's fake, or if she goes, or asks us a question like, why is this the case? That we would always, like, she was frustrated that we would say we don't know. And I just didn't understand the logic, because wouldn't you rather be told you don't know than be lied to? But obviously...
Why did she get bothered? Do you see? Why do the people get bothered because we say we don't know? Like this, isn't that weird? You find it?
Yeah, I think it's because they find it frustrating that they can't win an argument.
Yes.
And it's like they think it's a cop out on our behalf.
Exactly. See how it's psychology? And I always tell people this is what it is. If you listen to me at any point in time, I'm always harping on why all of this has to do more with psychology than it does having to deal with like the facts. Because people that you talk to on the internet are not going to do what you say. I would say it's a weird way to put it in a percentage, but about 90% or even 95%, how about that, of people you speak to will never look into this information. Well, when they log off of here, they're like, well, let me go play Fortnite. Like, they don't care about being challenged. No one wants to look at the information, so you do the best you can. Then the next question would be like, well, why the hell do you do it then? Like, because it's the truth. If somebody says something that's not true and you say, look, it's not true, this is the truth, that's why you do it. For me, there's a passion behind it. It's like, I know that the earth isn't a globe, and I can tell everybody that every single day, and it will never change. Ever, ever, ever. I'm not like one, you hear some flat earthers say, oh, if you bring me the evidence that the earth is a globe, I'll go back in a heartbeat. Boom, 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 boom. Like, I don't care. I know it's not a globe. It'll never be a globe. And I'm fine with that. I'm not waiting for the magical scientists coming out of the woodwork somewhere and be like, I got it. Here's the answer. It's a globe. That's not going to happen. So there doesn't need to be some kind of bad energy coming from me like, well, we're just sitting here waiting for somebody to prove that the earth's a globe. Nope. I'm just waiting here to realize it's not a globe. It's the opposite for me.
Yeah, I get you.
But the energy usually sometimes is from, it's like how what we say also it can be concerning, because sometimes we're saying things that they like, I've heard the flat earthers in my experience say like, if I seen, this is what I need to see to know if the earth is a globe or not. I need to see uncut footage of a rocket going from the ground all the way to space, coming back down with uncut, no cuts. Lo and behold, guess what? There's a rocket that does that. SpaceX shot a rocket up. I seen a video where uncut footage shows that like the second stage shows from the place where it goes from the ground level up to space, back down to ground level again. Now what? That person's a glober because of that?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So I'm telling you guys, it's more to do with psychology. Some people don't like the fact that they're in this, and they'll even say it. I don't want to be a flat earther. Who wants to be a flat earther? Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That bad energy builds. It builds and builds. And then you get to a point you're like, what the hell am I doing anyway? Saying it's flat. And I just go back to the globe. It's much, even if I know it's not a globe, it's so much easier just to go along with the crowd, because, you know what I mean? Like, it's, It's how
I can understand that mentality at the beginning of your journey, but after you've thought about it critically and yeah, I don't see why you would want to go back or go to that to the extent of saying, "Oh, I wish there was some proof out there."
Yeah. Well, it's not. I think it's more to do with like, even if the person says, "No, I'm just saying that. I don't think that it is a globe." But I'll just say that if somebody comes, like, you're telling the Globers come in here, dude, I'm telling you, if somebody showed me evidence that the Earth was a ball, I'd love space again. I love it. It's like, what are you saying, man? Like, honestly,
it doesn't. Even if that did happen, it wouldn't excuse all the fake shit that NASA's put out there. So,
yeah,
like, you're not going to start believing the ISS and shit, like. So I don't see the logic anymore.
That's what people say, though. They say things like that. I get it, though. I mean, standing on the side of truth, nobody likes that. They like comforting lies. They like to be told things that make them feel good. That we're going to be traveling around the universe in a tin can, drinking our own urine, eating our own feces. Like, I don't know. I don't know how glorious that sounds, but like, that's the gist of what it's about. You know what I said? Like, they try to.
I can imagine.
They try to glamorize space. I'm like, no thanks, dude. I'll pass on the hot cup of Joe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I know it came from you, if you were the source, like, so how you like that coffee, bud? Like, yeah, not gonna do it.
Yeah, the first critical thought you have about what it would take to be in space, like the first person to go up there and they get a queasy stomach because they've been on a rocket, and they've got diarrhea because gravity's not pushing those stools down anymore and stuff like that. You're just thinking, oh man. Yeah, when you critically think about it from that perspective, it's not going to end well.
Yeah, you could even speak to a Glober like, look, dude, even the glamorization of space isn't what it's all cracked up to be, Because think about one of those buoyancy chambers, the ones you sleep in where you don't sense where you're floating in this like liquid.
The deprivation things.
Yeah, like you go in there and you start hallucinating and whatnot. Imagine that for days as you are in space, trying to go to sleep like that. You can't. There's no sense of like, because when you lay down on your bed, you feel the pressure of the bed and it's comforting. It feels great,
Yeah.
So imagine trying to go to sleep in one of those pools. You don't sleep. You hallucinate. And imagine that feeling times 100, because you can't ever get back to the sense of feeling of that pressure anymore. That's gone. So what is your mind do? Your mind just goes like in a state of like never feeling like that. Would that drive you mad? That would drive you mad.
Even as dumb as dust, like falling to the ground over time. Like, I know it floats a bit, but it does settle, right? But if you're in space, this thing's been up there quite a long time. The ISS, the amount of dust that would just be flying around and shit, like it would be a filthy fucking. The hair follicle, everything about it just sounds disgusting.
Imagine having your farts trapped in there for 20 years.
No, that's.
You walk in there and it's like, dude, why does it smell like boiled eggs up in this piece?
I ate boiled eggs a week ago. Why is it still wafting around?
Oh no. Hey, you see a shipment of boiled eggs come up to the ISS, you're like, oh hell nah. These are going right out the hatch, man.
No, they prioritize a monkey suit instead.
Yeah, that's so stupid. Like I'm saying though, they glamorize space though. It's like they don't tell you about the disgusting side because they want to glamorize it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no thanks. The stuff that we've heard about it, even just the thought about like being a Glober and doing all that stuff, like it's not glamorous at all.
Well, one of the jokes was they were saying that there was going to be an all-women crew on one of these Artemis ships and stuff. And the joke is they better keep all the women separate for a couple months because they don't want their periods to all line up and synchronize because they don't get them all at the same time while they're in space. Could you imagine the crew is just like aggro as fuck? And then 2 weeks later, they're all, horny as fuck. At the same. That's
pretty screwed up. Yeah, I've never really thought about it this deeply. About this space thing.
No, we're speaking of the opposite of glamorizing space and what it would really be like when space gets real. You know what I mean? Like shit. Like you can't not talk about it because it's like it's all part of the whole shebang, right? Like if you're gonna be up there, these are the things naturally because you're human you would have to face. Like you'd be deprivation from like feeling the comforting touch of your bed. Like when your head rests against a pillow. Okay, imagine that going bye. You'd never feel that again. And they can't.
It's human nature to question it because, like, if you you buy a camper van, right? This is just a stupid analogy. You buy a camper van that doesn't have a toilet in it. The first thing you think of is, oh fuck, where am I going to take a shit? Like, you know what I mean? Like it's human nature to think of these things, but I don't think they address it properly.
I've seen the apparatus that they have, and it looks like a freaking funnel, dude. That you're gonna put your bum on, and the thing's gonna have a vacuum that's turned on to suck it through that thing. It's like, yeah, that's not gonna be weird at all.
I don't think you're supposed to have an inverted pressure sucking on your body.
Yeah, that's the point. And anyway, so you got that. And then, of course, you have to. They have a system there that supposedly reconstitutes your urine into make it like clean drinking water or something. So, I mean, what happens if that machine starts to fail one day and you didn't know it started to fail?
Yeah, but they're all MacGyver, so they fix it, right, with the paperclip and shit.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, man, I'm not gonna gamble on that. Tomorrow you won't be drinking, flavored
Buzz
coffee. Flavored coffee.
What's that guy's name with the side?
Just be going up and jump off with the damn thing.
It's a bit nutty, like Austin Powers. This tastes like shit.
First few weeks, you probably would want to jump off the thing and go back to Earth if you could.
First few weeks, dude, you'd be like a couple days, man. You'd be like, oh hell nah.
Well, you know what's even funnier? The Americans are drinking Russian piss and vice versa. So they're all,
Gustos, man. These guys they got no shame.
They're all in on it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's disgusting. You gotta go to the conference whenever they come back to Earth, and you be like the party pooper in that conference. Hey, I got a couple of questions. I don't know for you guys here or not. If you just want to ask, but you guys drink your own urine, like for all of you guys. I mean, you guys, because that's what I heard. You'd be just asking them all kinds of weird shit. Why not?
I had on that same topic. I had a science teacher who, in front of everyone, set up this apparatus where it was going to filter his pee so he could drink it. And he did it in front of everyone. But who's to say he actually even did it? All he did was drink a glass of water in front of us with an apparatus with some yellow stuff at the beginning of it. He's full of shit, just like the ISS. Took me a long time to realize he was full of shit, just like the sun, just like the like NASA.
Even if there was,
he actually tricked you. You're saying, or he was?
Yeah, he tricked. Well, I'm saying he drank a glass of water in front of us. Who's to say? I didn't sit there and watch the whole thing filter his piss, right? I didn't see him piss in a jar and then filter it. He just drank he just had this apparatus in front of us and he drank a glass of water to shock us. But who's to say whether or not it was? like he's filtered piss. So the ISS, same sort of story, you know. It's just a fun story that gets people going. That was his whole.
Yeah.
He's a crock of shit. Is what I'm trying to say.
Who knows, man? Like, these guys say a bunch of things. Weird. They glamorize something that's probably not. If the people talked about it really, they probably wouldn't want to have any part of it. You know, it's like, I think even Elon Musk was talking about, like, because they had a question to him, like, well, wouldn't rich people, or like, want to be leaving the Earth and go like colonize Mars? He's like, no, I don't think so. He's like, they wouldn't want to do that. He's like, because every moment is dangerous, like, to the person that's actually going to endeavor to do such a thing. Like, every system that can operate, it could fail. And if you don't know what you're doing, instantly you could perish, like, in a moment. Like, you wouldn't be able to. So you need to know your stuff. And that's what was like, when he said all that stuff, and you heard Don Petit talking about, like, what happens if you have a leak? Well, you have a leak. It's like, there's no protocol for getting the thing corrected, you know, in a way that, well, we would we'd follow the Karanzian, you know, protocol, which states that if something like this happens, we know the procedure from step one would be, you know, like, they don't do that. They just like, well, we have a leak, you know, kind of like a freaking mechanic you would have never take your car to, you know, like, imagine if that was the case for your vehicle. Like, what would happen if I blew a gasket? Well, you blew your gasket. Answers that, bro. Is that how to fix the thing, or do you know how to fix it? No? Oh, shit.
They were blaming, I think that was at the time, they were blaming the Russians for drilling a hole in the wall or something at some point.
And then why the hell are Russians drilling a hole in the... Dudes, what are y'all doing? I would be like, you're going to do what now? You know we're in a tin can in outer space, right? I don't think that's... I'm just saying, like, you want to drill, but, like, come on. Why would there be a drill in a, like, tin can? Like, when you poke a hole here, you know what's going to happen, right? I don't know. I'd be just like the reality check for those guys. Like, it's bad enough, man. We got to be smelling your farts. The next thing we got to do is poke a hole and kill us all? No, I don't think so. Dude, you smell rotten eggs, bro. Dude, that's just bad stuff, man. Nobody ever thinks about I think about, like, those little weird, like, human things. Or just imagine just being there locked up with somebody day in and day out. Like, that even causes, like, cabin fever.
Freaking blow your nose like it's a big one nostril, you know, it just starts floating around.
Oh, dude. There's some systems that'll probably be getting creative after a while, right? That's pretty big, isn't it? Like, telling people to look at his snot.
Yeah, that was a bit much for me. Sorry, guys. Even saying it.
I don't know. It's just weird, man. Like, the reality of the whole thing. It's not glamorized. They make it look like in movies and stuff, like the astronauts are walking together like a team force or whatever. And they're gonna do a valiant mission, and it's all gonna be just like superheroes or something. That's weird. When space gets real.
You should really start off with that.
When space gets real? Yeah, they don't want to. They want to glamorize, man.
I know, right?
The Jeff Bezos Blue Origin rocket with Cody from what's his name? Dude Perfect. When he's going on a rocket ride and talking about his experience and how he felt, and it was just the most amazing time. I was just like, I was up there and I saw the Earth. Yeah, so I got a question. Is the Earth flat? No, the Earth's not flat. We can confirm it's round. Shut up.
Oh, is that what happened in it?
Yeah, that's what he said. I got a clip that was like about a minute long. They had the part where he came back and they asked him the question, so his jab was the flat Earth. I'm thinking, well, this whole thing here, because we have people going to space all the time, but why did you got to do this? And then that one question came at the right moment when everybody was emotional, when he came back from his rocket ride, and you haven't heard it, Systems?
No, I hadn't. I watched the video and I thought, oh, this is boring as batshit, and I know what's going to happen, so I ignored it. Yeah, I didn't watch it.
I have the small 1 minute clip in the bot. Hang on, let me see if I can find it now. It's in here somewhere. Let's see, from user. Maybe look at my stuff. Oh, it's the wrong channel here.
Good morning, Mayhem's my mic working.
Good morning, Dave Hinkle.
What's up?
How we doing?
I was posted in the live stream something that was randomly on my feed this morning. Apparently, they've announced the next crew to go to the moon, so that's all it is, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's a couple days ago. They did a live chat where they rolled them out, and one at a time, like some sort of weird, like game show or something. Like your next contestant, and they come running in like right with their arms up in the air and everything.
Yeah, but I noticed that little clip. It didn't announce when they're going. It just said these guys are going to be going to the moon. It didn't say when.
Oh, yeah. They have no plan, no date, nothing. They don't even have suits. If you look up, like, what suit they're going to wear, they don't even have that. They don't have a shuttle. They don't have a ship to go on. The thing they launched to go around the moon wasn't the real thing. It wasn't stress test at all. They just kind of, like, had something to, like, launch it up and see what happens. It wasn't even pressurized or whatever. Like, you wouldn't be able to put someone in it, in other words. It was just like a mock-up, like a model of it, supposedly, if you believe their story anyway.
I just thought that was funny that it just randomly came across my feed because I've not been searching NASA stuff or nothing. That just, all of a sudden, that's the top of my feed, what the hell, anyway.
Ted Cruz praises next NASA. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's only just a few, like a minute clip, but doesn't give any details about what they're doing. It just here's the 4 guys who are going to go to the moon at some point. Basically what they're saying.
Yeah, it's like one woman, that one who was up there for a year or whatever on the ISS, and then a Canadian guy, and then some dude who's never been an astronaut before, and then some other dude who they brought out of retirement. I'm like, that doesn't sound like a crack team, like.
They profiled them, and they're the ones that are the best actors.
I guess Don Pettit is past the age of being eligible for that. That's too bad.
Yeah, or Scott Kelly had talked about that he's the most experienced astronaut that's ever walked the face of the earth. There ain't no one more, in tune to the demands of manned space flight. You're like, certainly, Toby. So what are you going to do with all this knowledge? You're going to become a state representative. Like, what the fuck? Like, That's a job for an idiot. That's not a job for like the most experienced manned space flight guy that's ever existed in all of humanity. That's a job for like that Alexandria Cortez. This is a very stupid person who gets this work.
Craig, it's sad to me that apparently none of our so-called political leaders have any kind of backbone to even try to speak against any of this bullshit. But they're all just part of the game, right? Whatever.
Yeah, they're too built in to it to make it. It's part of their system. They're part of the same federal system that props them up, so they can never get out. It's like, even though they're legislators, they're part of the legislative branch, they still can't seem to call out the executive.
The incentive for them. Politicians that go into government for a couple years and then they come out richer than they had ever been, and their wage was not really that much. Just pisses me off. And the incentives just toe the line. No politician's ever gonna go against the grain when it comes to the shape of the earth. It's just
it's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
Yep. Once you sign up for that club, you're in with that club rules, or you're not going to be in that club, right? It's just the way it is. Like you said, there's no incentive for them to go against anything. Anybody that tries to, you'll never hear about them anyway. So.
Yeah.
They'll be marginalized or whatever. The closest thing you got was Bill Clinton in his memoir had wrote about how shiesty and whatever. I can't remember the exact terms he used, but he had said some things in a memoir about the Kennedy assassination and Nixon's moon mission.
All right, I found the clip, Systems.
Oh, nice.
All right, that's all I was looking for right now. That's why I wasn't saying anything. All right, I'm going to play it so you can hear it. All right, here it goes. Oh, crap. I have to stop the bot first. 1 second.
Oh, wait. I've got the bot on mute as well. I better put it up.
I'll put it up.
I mean, for myself.
Oh. Oops.
Yeah, I'm fixed.
Okay. All right, here it goes.
Good job, team. That was absolutely insane. And then all of a sudden, it really is. It's just black. Just this perfect circle, super bright layer of blue all the way around the Earth. Biggest of all time shout out, Moondell. Truly the experience of a lifetime from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. For real. Holy cow.
Astronaut Cotton, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Pleasure.
Lifelong fan. Is the Earth flat?
Not flat. I can confirm it's round.
He's an astronaut in our midst.
One astronaut and a bunch of civilians.
Yeah, there you go.
How far up did they supposedly go anyway? Was it really that high?
198,000 feet.
The production value on that music and everything, just, you know. We went to space, oh my God.
Mm-hmm. It's all about the theatrics.
That's the first question they get, is that. That's just odd. Yeah.
You hear the question though? Is the Earth flat?
Yeah.
Yeah, and real quick, not flat. I can confirm it's round.
Yes.
Just move on, you know.
He can confirm it's round and everybody else is a believer to his confirmation. Nice. That's why that young lady that came in here was so dug in her position.
Yeah.
Things like this. Telling you, systems, it's all psychological.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think it is too. And it's probably one of the more interesting aspects of it.
Sorry, systems. You're spot on the psychological part, me, because that's the majority. What we're dealing with is the psychological. People think that people like that have been to a vantage point to see something that they can't see, and they believe it. You know,
that's it. It's just a belief. That's what wakes me up in the morning, knowing I'm going to come in here and help somebody out of it, or at least help them get to a place where they can challenge it. And the rest are just, either going to be stuck in that or fight against it. Like people are going to become anti-flat earthers, or they're going to be just globers who don't care. Or the third one is going to be they're going to wake up and see that all of this was something that they just believed.
That's the best result.
Yep.
It's like in tier, the best result is they realize that, hey, the world is not what they said it was. Number two, they kind of accept their globe model and are okay that people disagree with them. And the worst one is like where they go into complete batshit land. They want to declare war against the other.
Yeah.
As long as it feels like that's a purpose here. Just get that nose up. Don't get them to crash and burn. Just at least get them to be okay that someone disagrees with them.
That's always a good scenario, Crit, but it's never you just never know. These people are like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
Yeah. Yeah, because some of them have a moral entanglement in this heliocentric model. Like, they think they're like atheism. It was so badly defeated in like 2012 to 2016 that they wanted to stay relevant. And so they targeted flat earthers because for some reason they also attributed a bunch of religious stuff to it also. So they thought they could get a quick kill, a quick victory, and remain relevant. But what they saw quite the opposite. That people might see flat earth as ridiculous or some sort of archaic or Neanderthalic viewpoint of the nature of creation. But they think atheism is worse than that.
And you guys always get the good conversations late in the evening when I'm at work. There's been like already 2 days in a row where somebody interesting comes in here that I couldn't get on the mic and talk to them. April Tool was one. I got a clip of his shellacking by Heretic. It was great. He was boasting that he was a math teacher and how we hate math and all kinds of yada yada, yappity yap.
I missed that one. I didn't hear that guy. Damn.
I got some clips of him. I'm gonna make a video of it, but I'm just kind of still lying in bed.
Yeah,
you mentioned you were making a channel with some content.
Yeah, I do have it actually. I did start it already. Let me see. I can put it in the text chat. If anybody has it before I do, put it in the live stream voice text. If not, I'll do it myself.
Sorry, Crit. I think I cut you off there, Crit.
Oh no, go ahead. I like being cut off because it I like yielding the mic. It makes me feel like I'm a community member.
It's a good deed for the day.
Me, I was just agreeing with Miggy. I heard that Heretic held that guy's feet to the fire. It was excellent conversation. The guy come in here all puffed up, his chest all puffed up, and he left deflated. His Heretic was holding him to the point.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, here's the link.
Cool. Okay, nice.
Yeah, we take no prisoners there, so yeah, you get to see what I actually look like too. To show my face on it.
Wait, you've only got one thing at the moment?
No, there's 3 videos I've already done. Go to the live section.
Oh, live. I hate how they do that.
I know, me too.
Holy crap. Yeah, you look completely different to what I was expecting, even though you have your, thing that kind of looks like you anyway.
I wear a beanie on. Yeah.
The one video that you have posted, that's the classic one, where the guy didn't even realize what was happening to him.
Yeah, that was years ago, bro.
Yeah, that was like one of the first ones.
Yeah, he was the first one. I was doing the 3 points with everyone in here, but he was the first one that I've ever heard reacted the way he did. Like his reaction was genuine because the 3 points weren't really out there yet. Now it's like a lot of people talk about him. Even Matthew bastardized my 3 points and uses them or whatever. But a lot of people are using the 3 points now.
Yeah, man.
I'm kind of kind of happy that this actually took off the way it did. It's now almost a standard. The people usually when they're not getting anywhere with the sophist, they'll bring out the 3 points as a power move, which I really like. It makes me happy. I hear iterations of it. Like this is not spoken of to a T, but it's like usually the same format: curvature, earth spin, and vacuum of space. So yeah, it does make me feel good. Like these 3 questions have rivaled some of the greatest intellects of the people that come in here. Like the ones who I call them pseudo intellects, but
bullshitters.
Yeah, it's the 3 pillars that the globe idea is built upon, and it's excellent reference. They don't have curvature, they don't have a globe, so it goes from there, right?
Exactly. But it has now it's taken its own, like a mind of its own. Because I'm not even around and people are using the 3 points. And people you can actually take them and talk to anybody and ask anybody what they know about the shape of the earth and then pit it against the 3 points and see if they have any knowledge. And every time, if they're honest, you'll find out it's just a belief that they have.
cool how I know you coined it, but like it's in the public domain now. It's got its own life of its own.
Yeah. I think Witsit made a video on it one time. The video he had was the one where I was the first time that I talked to that guy, reacted kind of astonished. And so yeah, more people. Even Jenna came into the server. She was like, "Dude, you're Miggy for the 3 points." And I was like, "Yeah."
The 3-point Miggy. Miggy.
3-point Miggy, yeah.
Yeah, Miggy, that first guy was classic. He was saying stuff like, "Yeah, I just believe it." You know, it was perfect.
Yeah, and I told him, "Well, thank you for conceding." He's like, "Wait, what? I didn't." I was like, "You did." He's like, "No, what? What the fuck?" And so yeah, it was great. I'm not done yet, man. I'm in my prime. There's more shellacking to do. Onward and upward. Many more hearts and minds need to be freed from this deception. And I feel like the Creator had built me up for times such as these. That's great. Now that I'm up, I'm thinking about making some breakfast. Not sure yet.
I just want to agree with you real quick about it. Feels like, even though I'm older, I came into this great awakening on the tail end of it. It feels like there is a awakening going on. People are snapping out of the deceptions all around, and obviously this is the most basic one that we talk about. So I just try to keep having a positive spin on this, and we're all doing our little parts, and hopefully things are going to get better for all of humankind, right? To sound corny. I'll shut up.
No, I think it's like Beavis and me and everyone understand. The building's burning, Dave. It's about to collapse. We're gonna snatch as many as we can out of the fire before it does.
Yep, a lot of the facades that have been put up across many aspects of society are crumbling down, right?
Yep.
And we'll be there to help people pull them out of the fire as we can. Right? I hear
so a forest that's on fire doesn't automatically get right back to being a good forest. It needs to completely burn down, and then out of those ashes, the new creation will be brought forward. But it won't. You have to burn it. Everything has to get taken down first. If society had its way, the way it's going right now, it would all just crumble away. Like there's only like the thing that is in its way right now, which is all of us. Everyone who stands for the truth, you're like preserving, the goodness of who we are as humanity. But after your generation is gone, there's not going to be any more preservative. Nobody else is going to fight for truth. And our numbers aren't like they are what they are, but like we're the minority always.
Sorry about it. Depends on what you do with the truth, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Like if you're in a position like yourself to, put out things and make a YouTube clip and talk to your workmates about it and stuff like that, and you don't take that opportunity, then I think that you've missed that opportunity So it's good that you're able to do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna rock it till the wheels fall off systems.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, I have an urge to try to do something like that, but I know there's better. I'm better off supporting those that are able and willing, and doing my own part. Like that's the thing. Like when it comes to not everyone can be a Witsit, you know what I mean? But you're better off supporting him if you can't.
Yep.
I think there's been some. I mean, I don't want to talk shit about people, but they're doing some gatekeeping now. Like on some of these other servers, it's like to get a flat Earth role or tag and stuff, you got to start coming up with a flat Earth model or have some idea of a flat Earth model. Otherwise, you just get a role of like anti-globalist or anti-globe or anti-heliocentric. I'm not really sure how to unpack that. So I've kind of left it alone because I didn't want to stir any drama.
We've always remained this way in this server. It's like we can't claim the overall realm of existence. It's not possible. It's never been done. There's claim. I mean, definitively is what I mean. Not just claiming. You can claim whatever you want as far as the realm of existence goes, but to know is a different thing. No one actually knows the realm of existence. Its extent, its length, breadth, width, height. We don't know that. There's no way of knowing that. You didn't create the damn thing. Yeah,
that's my take too. It's like it just becomes another symposium, another story that isn't based in any sort of science or whatever, maybe some sort of logic or reason, but nothing that you can is testable. Because they're talking about like flat earthers reclaiming the sky, retaking the sky. I don't want Bo Diddley to do with the sky. I'm talking about the ground. Who gives what does the sky have to do with the ground? It just sounds like another maybe if they want to say retaking geocentrism or something, but you don't need to retake it. It's already there. You just touch it, pick it up, right? It's no one left. It never went anywhere.
I think them classifying you as not what you want to be classified as is just them trying to, show. It's like psychological, right? If you say you're a flat earther and you go in there and you don't get that role, you get a different role. It's sort of disrespectful in a way because they don't want to give you what you want, in a sense. So
gatekeeping, kind of. I kind of almost call it that. It's like explain seasons, and I'm like, or what? Explain seasons or what? I don't have an explanation for seasons. Go with that. Because it just happens. It's a cyclical pattern that happens, and I don't need an explanation for it. And then, okay, well, you're not a flat earther then.
What do they classify you as?
Well, it was like anti-global. I can't remember the exact term, but it was like anti-heliocentric or globe skeptic. There it is. I was drawing a blank on the name.
So it's almost like a definition of what a flat earther is. If you're not this, you're not a flat earther. You have to be this and this.
Scotsman fallacy.
Yeah, you have to be this, and this in order for you to qualify to be a flat earther. And then you become like a person, arbiter who of what a flat earther is. But it's real simple, right? If you understand the earth to be flat and stationary, that's it. That's about like all it is. Anything farther than that is an extra additive that somebody wants to put in there and says, well, you're not a flat earther because you don't adhere to the azimuthal equidistant projection map or whatever, extra.
Yeah, the Gleason.
The Gleasons. Whatever. I mean, yeah. Uh-huh. Hey, Andy, hold my beer.
Yo, dude. How's it going, Moogie?
What up? Oh, nothing much, man. We had a young lady in here. You missed it.
No.
Got a bit of cog diss on her, but we did the best we could.
That's to be expected, though, right? I mean, silly feminist ideas probably as well.
Yeah, you might. Yeah, we don't know because there's all kinds. People come in here with all kinds of ideas, man. So, but yeah, she was pretty much, pictures and looking at the moon. We're doing it for her. That's like, oh, we can't rely on that stuff. We have to know. And how do we know? Well, we got to do a demonstration. Let's go do a test. Getting people to actually want to do that, to be motivated to like say, okay, I hear what you're saying. Let me go and try this out. Okay, go try it out. Come back and tell us how that went. Usually, nobody ever does come back and tell us how it went. They just like the conversation, of saying that, yeah, I'll go test it out. Okay, we'll see you when you come back. Never come back.
I should make it clear, by the way, I was raised by my mother. My dad died in a car accident when I was 7 years old, so I'm not against women at all. But feminism, there's all sorts of toxic shit with that, and women that are base get it. They see straight through it. And that's what I meant. So I'm not attacking you ladies, if you any ladies listening. Not at all.
Yeah.
Women need this crew cut, man-hating feminists like men need Andrew Tate as a role model, if you see my point. I always advocate for the middle way, always. And I'm sure there's been just as many enlightened ladies out there as there has been men.
Yeah, you don't need to be in a He-Man woman hating club. You know what I mean? You don't have to. You could be just a guy who's confident and, knows his role in life. So, and that's what a lot of women, they like charisma and confidence, and dude can be looking, pretty ugly, and then, he's getting some fine women. It's like, well, you can see the guy's really confident, and the way he carries himself, he's got a charisma. He's easy to speak to, and people are drawn to that. So, not necessarily what people have in their mind. They're like, well, how did this guy get that woman? Well, that's what it is. Confidence, my friend.
I'm kind of glad I got married before I became a flat earther. In a way, though, to be honest. It doesn't limit your options, in a sense. I mean, it doesn't have to limit your options, but it kind of will anyway.
Yeah, the people that you're actually looking to be a partner in your life, it's not going to be like limited to like only the truther community. Before you're just like, looking for somebody who's, intelligent and just like someone you can speak to, and just someone who resonates with you. I think more than anything, it's just someone who resonates with you. Because really, exactly. You can't put a roadmap to this thing. Like we all try to, but beauty's in the eye of the beholder. And so, if you meet somebody and you really like her and you get along and stuff, I think that's all that really matters at the end of the day. I mean, I said intelligence, but like sometimes it doesn't even have to be that. She don't have to be intelligent or something for you to. She's got to be somebody that laughs at your jokes and makes you feel good.
Yeah, I do kind of worry about that with my kids. Like, but I'm slowly growing a community of truther types that they can have friends with and things like that. But you also want them to fit in as much as possible. It's a balancing game, really. It's not. So it's really hard, actually, to be honest.
Well, you're looking out for their best interest, man. I get your point. You don't want them to be ostracized by society, but at the same time, you don't want them to be inundated by it either. Like, you don't want them to be completely taken in by all the crazy stuff, but at the same time, you don't want them to be crazy themselves. Like, there's a balance, right? But
yeah, exactly.
But you have to teach them to be a critical thinker, and if that means that they're going to be ostracized by the world, then so be it, man. Like, there's no happy middle ground there. It's either going to be that they're a critical thinker, or they accept everything the world's telling them because the authorities are right and such. So, but that's what I'm saying. Someone who's critically thinking about the world around them is going to find out most often than not that they're against most of what everybody says. That's just the way of things, bro. Like, can't. There's no good way to like say that they're going to have an easy life if they're a critical thinker. It's like,
yeah, I don't necessarily want it to be easy, but yeah, I would say you just don't want to limit their options and stuff like that as much as possible. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Like you said, if they're ostracized for the way they think, then maybe that's for the better anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm starting to think, Miggy, that some people just aren't meant to see certain things.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I was just thinking about this the last couple of days, where just and I was thinking, and of course I can't verify this whatsoever, and I'm not saying this is the way it is, but I was thinking of it like in a reincarnation kind of situation where you just keep going back around, and then eventually you see it. But in this life, if you will, they're not going to see it. No matter how much you explain it and how well you explain it, they're not going to see it. And I think to myself, they're not meant to see it, and therefore you're only upsetting them by telling them certain things. You're inviting a shit show on yourself, basically. I don't know. I was thinking about that, and like that lady, I can't think of her name now. It'll come to me. She's in the server, and she was talking about her daughter, saying how she was like going to college or whatever. She was 18. And she's like, I don't know how to approach you with the subject. And I without even thinking about it, I was like, I don't think you should. I just don't think you should. I don't think it'll help her in any way. If she's going she's going out, she's socializing, wants to fit in, she wants to meet people, etc. She doesn't need to be hit with that information. Unless she's asking for it, then that's different. If she wants to know, that's different. But yeah, I just wouldn't even. I said to her, I wouldn't even talk to her about it.
Was it her own daughter? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't remember her name. It'll come to me in a minute.
Patsy Cline, Jenna.
No.
Who else? We have a number of.
It's probably 5 or 6 months ago now.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
No, can't think.
It's a hard call. Like, if you think it's really important, it's a huge truth, and it helps you. Like, I think it helps you grow when you realize the truth. But at that point in time, if they're going to college or university, whatever, is it the right thing to flat smack them at that point? I don't know.
I think challenging your children is always good. It builds their character. You always want them to be people that are strong in this world, not weak.
Yeah.
So if your goal is to just have them go along with the crowd, I think that's one thing. But then you don't want that. You want them to always be like, you can't be there always around them to protect them from the world and from things that people say. So you want them to be armed with the best defense possible, and that's a critical thinking mind. And if you don't give them that chance, then are you really helping them? Or are you hurting them?
Yeah, I agree with that. So in that instance, like in the scenario where your daughter's going to college and you've discovered the truth, and you very strongly think that it's the right thing that people should know, and you don't tell her, you've kind of done her a disservice in a sense, because you haven't armed her with a really important tool, in my opinion, to help them distinguish and critically think.
Yeah, you leave it in there. You don't. There's a tact in how you go about it. You don't tell them. You don't shove it in their face and say, "Look, you're gonna do it this way." You give them, "Look, this is the world, right? The world's always gonna present us things that are gonna sound like they're the truth, but how can we discover if they're true or not? We have to do certain things like demonstration, in our observations. We, teach them how to decipher the elements of truth. That way, when they're armed with that, and you tell them about flat Earth, you can say, "Look, I want you to consider this. You don't have to go full on right now, but take your time and observe what I'm saying, and then just go through it with them." And so you always leave it up to them so that they are able to have that discernment, and then they could tell somebody else how to do it just like you taught them. So it doesn't seem like they're just telling somebody the Earth is flat and stationary, and then the people that are hearing doesn't go, "What, dude? Are you crazy?" So that way they can tell the people how they were taught. They can convey it the same way. So you taught them to be a critical thinking mind. They can teach someone else how to be a critical thinker also. So it's like you're spreading goodness, right? Goodness is what you're giving. And if somebody receives it badly, well, then it's on them, right? Because that's what we do. We don't want them to be social pariahs, but like the outcome of this is because we're the minority. We know that a lot of people don't want the truth. They want comforting lies. They're gonna go the other way. But then it's gonna.
How is it, Mickey? How is it comforting? Yeah. How is it comforting being in an infinite vacuum, spinning, like following a star round in circles, like following a sun going around the galaxy, like just going in circles? What's so fun about that?
Well, it's not that makes it fun. The fun thing is exploring new places. And what is it?
Not fun, sorry, but I meant like what comforting? What's more comforting though, really? Like being in an infinite vacuum, or being like having somewhere specially made for us to live and to flourish. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, you got two mindsets, right? The mindset is like this place is special and it's purposely made for us. And then you got the other side, which is this is one of many special places out in the universe that can be many fathomable, livable places.
Yeah, sure.
Or all of them. And so it's just, you could take comfort in either one of those depending on your perspective, right? So you can feel like, well, there's many more other places I could be and explore and learn about. And so you can think of life in a very more fantastical way.
I've got to agree with you. Because when I was an atheist, I used to see that was quite comforting as well. I used to see a lot of comfort in yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's perspective. And then when you change your perspective, you're like, well, I didn't need all that. Because this place is like, it's got all the things that I like. It's got memories. It's got like places I can go, take people. Like you find more enjoyment out of life just being here in the moment, with someone versus having your head in the clouds thinking you're going to go somewhere else in space. But it's like, yeah, just getting back to like what Andy's saying with the young lady. I think it's difficult because the thing that you're trying to protect them from, it's never going to be the case that like having them go through a good life without being challenged, but just going along and having fun. Because once the truth is let out, then where else can you go with it except tell somebody else about it, right? Like. And then tell them how to teach people how to be critical thinkers, because that's what you want. You don't want just people to tell somebody the truth. You want to tell them how to teach them how to be a critical thinker so they can see the truth for themselves. So it's not just telling them, it's teaching them also how to think critically. And that's most important.
Yeah, I agree.
Because
at the end of the day, you can only take a horse to water, can't you? End of the day, and if you teach them how to like kind of find the water for themselves, maybe they might go and have a drink in their own time.
Yeah, in their own time, right? Like you can't change someone's mind in the moment of the conversation. Like I don't think, you know what I mean? Like you're not gonna just walk away from a debate or something and be like, you know what? I'm gonna consider what you said. More often than not, you're gonna be like, you're pretty ridiculous, man. What you think? So yeah, we'll just keep it that way. And the person's gonna storm off. You know, they're not gonna be accepting. I mean, very rarely that happens, but that's not gonna be the majority of cases.
Yeah, I did that early on. My old next door neighbour, a lass, a girl my age, say, I suppose she's a lady now. Well, I'd grown up with this person, and she moved away, and then she came back to visit, and this is probably about 2017 or something like that. And I just it's with pretty much everything, because she was talking about climate change, and I'm like, oh, there's no climate change. That's just something they've done to, push legislation. And think about it. The gas of life. They've demonized the gas of life. We don't need less of it. We need more of it. Always.
Yeah, climate change? You mean weather?
And she was like, no. And it just spiraled. And she hasn't spoken to me since.
Uh-oh.
And didn't go well.
What did you do?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's my point, is that, I mean, there were a few drinks involved, which always
never
isn't there? It doesn't help. And so she's not spoken to me since, and I don't know. One of those things, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, you did what you could, man, but some people are just like that. But obviously that also reveals to you what type of person that is. If they were truly accepting of your character and who you are, they would come around. They'll come around. They'll be like, oh, you know what, that Andy, he might have said some crazy things, but he's pretty cool anyway. You know what I mean? Like, but that it was so off-putting that she couldn't speak to you again. What did you want? Would you still want that person to be around you? Later on, something else could happen. You could say not anything related to Flat Earth, and she wouldn't want to be your friend because of X, Y, and Z. So you just kind of reveal to yourself what type of person that is,
Yeah, I had a tendency, though, when I was drinking, to get on my soapbox, as my mum likes to say.
Oh, in other words, everybody would be like, oh, there goes Andy again.
Yeah.
That's all right, man.
My mother's little thing of, get down off your soapbox.
No, I'm not finished. Leave me alone.
Well, she got some tattoos, and I made the mistake of saying I don't like tattoos. Like I've got a thing about tattoos. I don't know. It's weird. I know. Each to their own. If you got tattoos, good for you. I don't know. I just don't like them.
Clearly covered in tattoos.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I see it kind of like. I'll say the Mona Lisa, I guess, because people agree that this. I've been to see the Mona Lisa, by the way, and I didn't think much to it. I don't know, but anyway, people agree that this is a great work of art. Okay, she looks a bit funny to me, but the point is, tattoos to me are like putting your signature on a forehead and going, there, that's better. That's what it just seems like to me. I don't know. I just think that. And I think that with all kinds of things like that, like I always tell people, I like God intended. I don't like fake nails. Yeah, I don't like, because they're just, these bloody fake nails, they're not practical. Oh, they are. I think you'll find they are. It's these conversations I've had with them young Welsh girls,
Andy, you're not wrong. Like all these accessories and all these like things these women dress up in. I mean, it might impress some people, but it's not for everyone, is it? And it does take a lot away from women. Women now don't really believe in their own skin. They don't feel beautiful in their own skin, and they hide behind all this cosmetic, and then they're just ugly inside.
Yeah, it's sad, isn't it? That's kind of exactly what I was trying to say, and yeah, you said it well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, have you ever seen like an older lady? This is another thing I was telling these young girls. I was saying to them, look, I was telling them about this. She's like a nutritionist. Can't remember her name either. Terrible with names. And she was like Australian, I think, and she was like she was telling you about your gut and how it works. She was like talking to a very small audience and with a camera in the back of the room, and there was something really beautiful about her. You know, she was lovely and svelte as you'd expect for someone who's expert in that sort of field. And well, you could tell she was like, I don't know, mid-60s, 70s. I don't know, she was old. She was an old lady, but God, she looked good. And there was just something about her, you know. There was something, I can't really explain it, but they just...
Must have been the wrinkles, mate. Must have been all them wrinkles getting you going.
No, but she like transcended that. She transcended it. I don't know.
Yeah, but what about it? Yeah, you were getting to a point now. You were going to a point there.
I was just trying to explain to these young girls that it's not all about this superficial exterior. That
100%, yeah. It's not. It's the most unattractive thing now. What most people deem as attractive is absolutely vulgar. I look at like these, let's say, these skinny sticks with like fake boobs and like fucking like the same sort of face that they've all got, the shape in the lips and their eyebrows. It's just literally like they're all trying to be this version of a girl that doesn't exist. And even like the pretty ones, let's say, we can all agree, maybe, let's say that girl out of Transformers. What's her name? She's dark hair. She's really stunning. Sorry,
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox. There you go. Like Megan Fox, she's got like naturally like them sort of like natural sort of look.
She had.
Has she done surgery? Actually, I haven't looked.
Yeah, big time.
Oh well, that's the kind of look that I think that girl should stay like when she was kind of come up, when she was just like a natural kind of beautiful looking girl, and then I think that's what most girls try to synthetically look like her. She's old news, natural, mega natural. I maybe made a bad choice there, guys, but you get my drift.
No,
right?
that's it's a good example because you could see how she fucked it up.
There you go, then. We prefer before, you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure 9 times.
Oh, I do, yeah.
But this idea of like a broomstick with some tits and some lipstick, it's ugly, man. It's really ugly.
Yeah, well, they've got this idea, especially in California, that basically for a young girl, your career's pretty much over at 30. So that's an old idea as well. I mean, it's not nothing new. So I think some people see Helen Mirren, for instance. She's like, no, she just seems to be just her, and I love her for that. Yeah, these people that get all this surgery. Look at Bill Murray. I love Bill Murray for that because, you know, he just accepts who he is, and he gets all these old person sort of roles, and people love him for it, you know, because he just looks like an everyday person. He's not covered in these. I don't know. He doesn't like a catfish. It's ridiculous.
I found an exact photo to share with you. Let's have a look at the group here. Right, desktop, save that. I don't upload a picture on here. Oh fuck it! I'm just gonna just share the link in it. It'll be a lot easier. I'll get the fucking picture on here. I just sent, that's the link, I think. If you click that, it should work. You can see like on the left where she's more natural, and then like now she's gone for the more synthetic look on the right. This is actually a good example. Yeah, I think I've done right with Megan Fox, like someone said earlier. You can see like she had a cheekbones lifted, and she's had like her face like kind of sucked out a bit, and her lips are all filled out, which looks better when she was younger and she was more like natural. But even that was a bit.
Her face is more manly now, which is ironic. She actually looks more like a man now than before.
Yeah, she does, isn't it?
I posted the actual picture in the live stream. Sure.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. What was I doing wrong? Can you just like share the link source or something? What is it?
I just took a screenshot of it and cropped it and pasted it. That's what I did.
Pasted it through what? Where's the actual option to upload a picture?
I used my computer. I was on the computer. Were you on your phone?
Yeah, I'm on the computer now.
All I did, I took a screenshot of it and then I just Control V in the chat.
Oh.
Test it out now.
Control V.
Are you on Windows or Mac?
Windows,
yeah, so if you press the Windows button, type in snip for snipping tool, you'll have an app.
I've got a different keyboard. I can just have to get my snipping thing up. I did that. The snipping tool.
Yeah, some people, and Spake, I'm talking about you. Some people take this man thing way too far. I'm telling you. Because I do agree that it's a thing, and there are dudes that are dressed as women that people all think are a woman. But the level they take it to, like Jennifer Lawrence is a man, apparently. And it's like, what? What are you talking about?
Mate, like this is how I argue with them. I say to them, I can't be a trans man, can I? Like, I can't transition into a man because I'm already a man. So therefore, you know, it don't work both ways. So if a man has transitioned, he's automatically only going to be a trans man because he's transitioned. Like, it doesn't work both ways. You can't be a trans man and a man at the same time. A man is a man who ain't been through a transition. So if you've been through a transition in order to be a man, then that makes you a trans man. The end, like, it doesn't work both ways, it ain't logically sound, is it?
Now the point is, like, there's these videos where they'll show you like 30 women, 30 dudes dressed well. Jesus, their opinion on dude, and clearly 28 of them are women. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's not a thing. I do know it happens. I'm just saying the ones they're picking out, they're not all bloody dudes. No way. Because the other thing is, because a dude's got that Orion's belt, hasn't he? The sort of round your stomach.
The waist,
yeah, round your waist, and it goes around, and you can see a dude clearly. And I always tend to look for the hands as well.
Yeah,
hands are a little bit bigger.
Shoulders, wrists. The wrists are always thicker than normal. Girls have like really small, thin wrists. But if a woman's got thick wrists, that's a man. Just look at the wrist. Look at the like you said, the waist and the shoulders. You know, this is the only thing that gets me. Like, do you think for 100% certain that Obama's wife, is Michael?
I'm not sure, but yeah, we're not supposed to really talk about these kind of topics, I'm afraid.
And me?
No, it's just another one where it could put the server in jeopardy, unfortunately.
Oh, right, I didn't even know that. I won't make no further on that one.
It's ridiculous, I know, so the way it is.
They're probably trying to find any excuse to shut this place down.
Yeah, absolutely. The medical stuffs were the worst. So, and it annoys me because that's one of the things I really know quite a bit about. I'd argue I know more about biology than I do physics. I can't really talk about it, so that's okay.
Yeah, the trans situation, man. I've been talking to quite a few of them on TikTok Live, and they're so like all this like cisgender and all this. I'm trying to say to them, look, you don't need this language, because they don't like being called the tranny word, the T word. So they've invented this cis word, and I know like some people don't like it, but they try to make it out like it's an actual thing, but it's not. Like they're saying, "Oh, the opposite to a cis woman is a trans woman." I was like, "No, the opposite to a trans woman is a woman." Do you know what I mean? Just and like the absence of the word cis is the opposite of a trans woman. They're trying to like invent some new language. It's like no need for it.
Sorry, clearly we'll probably move on from the subject. You've been in here for a while. You don't have any roles. Are you flat earther clearly or?
Do you ever remember reasons?
No, I'm just wondering why you don't have any roles.
Brummy.
Yeah.
He's one of the guys that switched to get gas pressure. Gas pressure next to container or next to a vacuum.
Yep.
He was a big time globe guy, and then once he, started having a conversation, he's like, "Holy shit!" You're like, "How do you have gas pressure next to a vacuum?"
Yeah. Yep. I remember. I used to be a massive glober. I used to argue for the globe. I used to debate all the flat earthers, screaming at them all the time. I used to think chemo was the dumbest piece of shit ever. I was proper arrogant as well. And then I realised, like, hang on a second.
It used to be a gem pansy.
Yeah, man. Even look at the videos of me having mental breakdowns against QE and that, and Nathan Oakley back in the day. And I was just watch it and start laughing my head off. I'm like, no way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man. I was proper like. I was like, nah, it's definitely a curve. It's definitely the curve. Where's all the mountain gone? Where's the mountain gone? Because I thought you were back to the curve. Mate, you know what? I don't even argue it no more. It's just, if you want it to be a globe, be a globe. I don't care. These people just like, you've seen the debates over and over again. The arguments have been said over and over again. They're not willing to concede that they can't give you a physical demonstration. So what's the point in debating? They can't even like admit, like, all right, we're not able to give you what you're requiring. That's all they need to say, but they can't even. They're not even intellectually honest enough to just admit that they can't give you a physical demonstration of gas pressure via container. That's all they need to just admit that. At least just concede that, and they won't even do that. So what's the point in them? What's the point in them ever thinking that they're all gonna like admit that you're right when they can't even admit when they're wrong? They can't even admit when they're blatantly wrong, so they're never going to admit when you're right.
Thanks for the chat, everyone. It's nearly 1 o'clock here, so I'm gonna run away. But I'll catch you guys another day. Thank you.
Nice to meet your sister, brother.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
No.
Take care.
Yeah, man. Good to see a little chat, everyone. I'll catch you soon. All right.
What did I miss?
Everybody left. Not much, really.
What was that guy with the thing with the no rolls? Did someone give him a roll?
No, that's just Brummy. His name is Clearly, but his name used to be Brummy.
Yeah.
He was a staunch Glober at one time.
Oh, right. So he's a bit like walking on eggshells then on Geo server. He's suddenly now a flat earther. That makes me suspicious.
No, well, he never. I guess he never really settled on it, but he doesn't think it's a globe. I don't know.
Well, Brum is what we call people from Birmingham, Miggy.
Oh, really?
Birmingham. Yeah, it's like a big city in the middle of the UK.
That's probably why he chose the name.
Morning, guys.
Hello.
Who that is? Morvis?
Yep.
What up, dude?
Oh, getting ready we got the first art walk of the season tonight. It's pretty neat. Downtown, the first Thursday of every month between April and October, they have a day where everybody goes and sets, a bunch of people go and they put like tents up and tables up and sell artsy type stuff in the downtown area, out on the streets and on the sidewalks and stuff. So I go out there and sell lemonade. I do pretty damn good too for it being 5 hours. So I'm just getting ready for that tonight. And it's cold enough to smoke cheese right now, so butter. It's cool enough to smoke butter, so I've got 8 pounds of butter out in the smoker right now. Then 32 sticks of butter.
How does one smoke butter, Morvis? What is that?
Man, that's a trade secret, dude. It's just I've got a large smoke. It's an offset smoker, but where you put like the stuff you're smoking is upright. No, it can smoke cooler than normal. I just light a few pieces of charcoal and put it in the burn box and just put a little chunk of wood on top of them. And it just sits and smolders and smokes, and it's not enough heat to heat up the box where you put your meats.
According to what you're saying, you can eat a stick of butter.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh,
I use it for ingredients. I'm smoking them in hickory right now, and I use it when I make peanut brittle.
Oh, that's what you're doing. I thought you were actually gonna like smoke sticks of butter and then like sell them to people like on a stick. I was like, I don't know, man. Like is that some kind of new candy that
Hey, they do it in the fryer down around here, like at the state fair. They bread them and fry them, sticks of butter.
That's what I thought you were referring to. I was like, is there a version of that? Like, what's going on here?
I use it in things I use butter in, like biscuits and peanut brittle and stuff like that.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's real good. And fudge, it's real good in fudge.
Yeah,
hickory smoked fudge.
Definitely is a Texas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we smoke everything here, dude.
Yeah, do.
So I'm just cleaning my lemonade smasher today. I made a couple yesterday too. I made some coupons because I usually set out outside in front of this Mexican bazaar. Let's turn my tea off. But this year, the Farmers Market Association worked a deal with this big building downtown that we're basically taking over the lobby and all setting up. And so, since it's a farmers market event, their health department permit covers me wherever they set up at. So I don't have to pay $50 to the health department for a temporary food permit. So I made $200 off lemonade tickets to send my wife out. She's just going to go out through the crowd and pass them out. That tells where I'm setting up at now, so people will know where to find me. And I figured put $1 off on there would generate some people coming down too. A little bit extra than just knowing that I'm in another location.
Hey guys.
How you doing?
What's up, Lo-Fi?
Hey, what's up, Mayhem? I guess the answer is I'm doing it, I guess. The best that I can. How about that? I'm doing the best that I can. So I guess I'll elaborate. I'm just my work life kind of became my personal life in a sense, because I thought like hosting a podcast would be like fun and games, which it is, but at the same time, there's a lot of like responsibility. There's a lot, and I didn't understand that until like things started to pick up. Like when things got better, it actually got kind of difficult. So yeah, it's kind of weird. I was just gonna ask you guys, like, I was answering a media question, and it said, "Why is my message important?" And so I just want to see what you guys think about my answer. I said, "Because I know how to accept difficulties while practicing gratitude, which will lead to a more peaceful and meaningful life." Is that? What do you guys think about this one? About that answer?
It was like a job interview answer.
I guess that's true. It's for the next podcast episode. It's like the last episode I want to do for a long time. It sounds dramatic, but it's true. Like, yeah.
I wouldn't write that in stone, man. If I were you, just leave it open. You never know. You might get a feeling one day. Just, you know what? I'm gonna do a podcast.
That's true. Well, this one's gonna hit different because I'm just like kind of just explaining some personal stuff, but because it can like help others. I think that not many people talk about certain things because they think that no one will understand or listen, and so I'm just kind of like, I guess, be a voice for people that need to hear that like their situation is normal in a sense, that they're not exactly crazy, rather they live in a crazy society. And the most important thing to do is focus on your self-development and take genuine full responsibility for everything in your life. Even if it's not even in your life, like sometimes it's not in our control. Sometimes we are in situations that we have to accept and be honest with ourselves, and that's like where the fruits of wisdom and experience will unfold. But yeah, anyway, so I'm just kind of like, I was kind of rambling, but yeah, like essentially just helping people become better. We just need to be better, because like people are not doing well, then essentially that's like your neighbor is essentially your family in a sense. Like if they're not doing well, that's going to affect you one way or another. Like in a like, whether it's a big way or a small way, it's like if we're not inspiring the world to be better, then what are we doing? And that's all it is like we're just trying to inspire the world to be better, to ask questions and to be honest with themselves. Acceptance is really it. Just accept. But then what happens after is adventure. And I just want to learn to enjoy this adventure because it's very stressful. And it's also brief.
Yep. That's why I decided to leave the automotive industry and sell carnival foods.
Honestly, I can't tell if you're being serious, but I kind of understand.
No, I'm serious. I got tired of the negativity of people not knowing how to work on cars. They know their car is broken, and they think that I should be the one to do it for them or have all the answers when I'm just a damn parts slinger. and just that whole corporate more thing. And no, I sell lemonade and popcorn now. So I decided one day I don't want to do this no more. I want to do what I want to do.
Yeah, I mean, like, and that's like the most. That's like, there's like a top 5 important days of your life that's definitely on the top 5 because it's like we're just one decision away from an entire different life, and it's just like, what is that decision that we make? And I'm not saying like a small decision, like, oh, go to the grocery store or get a cup of coffee, like a decision to create something, do something, do something, right? Like,
and have you ever encountered a pissed off person ordering lemonade?
Yeah, no,
really.
Although the fact that is a thing, like I already know that's a thing, right? Like people just get mad over the dumbest stuff, dude. This is, and like, what it really is, you know what being mad really is? Being mad is just being irresponsible. Like that. Once people can like grasp that, they'll never get angry again. Like just when you're pissed, when you're being angry is it's understandable. I'm not denying that, but it's
no. The reason I asked about a pissed off person because I haven't had a negative customer experience yet, and I've been doing this for or my damn first day at the parts store. That's all I got was fucking just pissed off people coming through the door, and I did that for damn 8 years.
Yeah.
I wanted something I wanted to do something where people were happy doing it. I got tired of doing it because nobody really wants to work on a car or pay money to work on a car.
No, you're right.
That's not
doing
a happy
anything
situation
that sucks. It's true. It's true. Well, it's just finding the right people then. Like, I guess like just boils down to like, because like I worked at a smoke shop and it's like it's a lot of fun. But at the same time, it's like for some odd reason, super unnecessarily stressful. And it's just perspective. If the owner understood that like they don't need that much, like you're like I shouldn't say how much a day, but they're making plenty. You don't need much in life. You just need what's right. That's why people get like so many addictions from for collecting or something or like even drugs. Like there's just so many things that like it's an escape. It's an escape instead of building something. Something you have to like build something instead of escaping. And a lot of people like just not taking. Back to the anger thing. Yeah, like it's not taking responsibility. Like that's the thing. Like people will take everything else but that, because taking responsibility is just like being 100% real with yourself. And a lot of people, and if you think about it, like if people just learn to do that, then there really wouldn't be too much of like debates or like anything that's confusing, because it's like if everyone was like genuinely 100% honest with themselves, because then they have to ask themselves, well, what is honest? Like if I'm going to be honest with myself, then what does honest really mean? And then when they're honest with themselves, they're going to try to figure out if everything else is honest. Is this fact honest, or is this what I'm being told honest? Things like that, where it's a higher standard. It's also an honest standard too. It's like, why else would you want to live any other way? It's like people are complacent or content with a sad life, unknowing life, unmeaningful life, and I just can't subscribe to that. It's not good. And unfortunately, I think the only real way to understand most of these things is to go through some really difficult times. Honestly. It's just like we don't even ask for it. It just happens, and it happens in such a domino effect. It's always like that bill, and then that event, and then another bill, and then it's just like all these things just like crumble, and it's like, what are you supposed to do when you're like under that like immense pressure? Like the pressure of like somebody said something about there's no difference between fear and faith. It's the same amount of energy and concept. You just have to choose which one do you want to invest in, fear or faith. And a lot of people kind of invest in fear. Like, it's just so much easier to point fingers or not do something. Because what's easy to do is also easy not to do, so a lot of us will just not do certain things. But it's just like, I guess it's just like to really put on that focus and like really hone in on who we are. And like no apologies. Because like I think something that I genuinely have trouble with is like understanding like the honesty of people. Like I'll just like kind of not question if someone's like not meaning what they say. So I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just rambling. What's everyone else up to?
I guess it's just us. I'm running around like a headless chicken trying to get shit done here.
That's what I hear you on that.
I'm just waiting on the world to change.
I actually feel you on that. Yeah. What? I feel you on that.
There was a conversation with the young lady from, I don't know, UK or Australia, one of the two, earlier. She had a bit of thinking that the Earth is a globe with pictures from space and such. But
yeah, exactly. Right? I'm always like, hey, listen, if you've been to space and you saw it POV, like your own eyes, then that's something. But like, it's wild how like when you ask them, have they been to space and have they seen it for themselves? Have they seen the globe themselves, like just firsthand? It's like, no. It's like, okay, so you're literally basing it off of a picture from the government.
Well,
and that's it. Or it doesn't have to be from the government. It could be from anything, right? Like, it's just, have you experienced this for yourself? And there's just, it's a strong no. And so like it's wonderfully interesting to see such strong conviction in people when they're like, I know it's a globe.
Yeah, the conviction
I know it is. Anyway, sorry.
Window. So for her, it was convincing that she didn't need to go to space because she saw it from an elevation. And it's like, oh, you can say things, but claiming that you saw something and then actually testing to see if it's real or not, that's how we decipher. Right?
Yeah.
You can say you saw curvature from an airplane window, from a mountain, from the beach. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is if it's really curving, like the way they say it is, then you could measure curvature. I mean, there's going to be a drop rate for sure if it's a ball.
Yeah.
You know, there's not going to be that you're going to see too far. You can't, because if the curvature of the Earth is measured to be at a radius, diameter, and circumference, then every measurement test that we do will always show demonstration that it is a globe. For sure. But it doesn't. And that's the issue. So it doesn't matter what you see, it only matters what you can prove. And when it comes right down to it, that's the only thing you need. What you can. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, I just simply say we have flat surfaces.
Yeah, but you're gonna have
for days. You know, literally, we have flat surfaces for days.
You have to put it in a way that they can actually test to see if it's flat. So we can say that it's flat, and we can go to the beach and show people that it's flat. But then you're gonna have to test that it's flat. So one thing to say it, another thing to prove it.
Well, it's also the fact that we have stationary objects is always what I would mention is there are things that are stationary. There are many objects that do not move. And people have to ask themselves, how is that possible? Well, it's possible because of flat surfaces. A leveled surface, if you will. Well, not if you will. That's the definition of flat. So level. When things are leveled, they can be stationary. And just based off that, I mean, like, I could even say I have no idea what the shape or whatever could be, but what I do know is that we have flat surfaces. Like, for a fact. Like, we just walk on flat surfaces.
Well, that's a name I haven't seen forever. What's up, Arian?
The dome.
I feel that. 200,000 feet above. I feel that. Or miles above, I meant to say.
I mean, some people say the clouds, but you know, they're not always up there. So
yeah, well, when they say the sky's the limit, I used to take that as a positive thing, which it could be. But people think, oh, that means infinite. But no, the sky's the limit because what's past the sky is whatever the firmament's dividing.
So the firmament is the limit.
That's what. Yeah. So the sky's the limit. So essentially, the firmament's what caps it. Yeah. And it does make sense as a containment as well, because a dome is like in scripture it says a tent, and so there's just so many verses about the covering, which would explain the scientific side of the dome theory, if you will. But yeah, it's like you can't have like gas pressure without an open container. Just like you can't have your soda pop without an open container, or I mean a closed container.
There's all kinds of things that indicate that there is a reflective surface up there, and it also has to be curved. So the one thing that gave it away for me was Dish Network, because Dish Network, they have their dishes pointed at a single spot.
Right.
Where the broadcast signal is being bounced off of the dome.
Yes. Yep.
So otherwise it wouldn't work. That's the only way it would work. So,
yeah.
And then the other thing for me is, I'm from Oklahoma, and they have a weather center there at the university, and they used to release weather balloons quite a bit because weather center, right? So usually it's windy in Oklahoma, so there was never really like an issue, I guess you could say. But sometimes it would just be dead, right? Like no wind whatsoever, and they would release these balloons, and they would just sit up there. You could see them. You can literally just sitting there, like they don't change size. They don't. Now seeing these, now I know it's a weather balloon, right? But I can see how someone who doesn't know it's a weather balloon could mistake it for a UFO.
Mm-hmm.
But literally, it's just a balloon just hanging out there, and you can tell that it's just like it stopped on something.
Yeah.
So there's definitely something up there.
You're right. Exactly. It's really bizarre, but I can't unsee or unknow that. There's some, and I think the truth is the truth for real. You can't, it's the truth, not truth B or truth C. It's the truth. It's something that no one can change. It's absolute. it's not even just a fact. It's just the truth. Like that's
it is what
that's
it
the
is.
way, right? Like what's that meme? The Knuckles from Sonic the Hedgehog. No the way. Like maybe like what's the way of life? Everyone's like, oh, everyone's different. Well, yeah, of course everyone's different. But like, what if everyone had something similar that like led them to a meaningful life, a peaceful life?
Well, the thing is, right, on the outside everyone is different, but on the inside everyone is the same.
Yeah.
That's the catch. But most people don't understand that.
Well, I mean, some people are a little bit more demonic.
No, at the base of it, everyone is the same. Every human is the same. Now, when you're speaking of demonic things or angelic things, these are different beings. Okay, they have different understandings of reality. So they don't see things the same way we would. So a demon or an angel may do things that we may see as whatever, right, in some sort of way, but to them it just is. So let's take, for example, we'll say that a creature that looks like a dragon is eating humans, right, when they walk out of town. Okay, now is that dragon necessarily evil, or is it just eating food? Right. So I mean, what is demonic or evil or bad or whatever you want to call it? It's all a series of interpretations.
Yeah. I would say something that restricts us from being free or prevents us from being happy with ourselves.
What's that?
Well, just anything in life. Like what is this theory or this idea leading me to? Is it leading me to the truth, or is it leading me to a lie?
Yeah, a truth is a theory or an idea.
Anything, just like whatever it may be, is like.
Yeah, I know, but you're asking if these things are taking you somewhere. But what are these things?
Ideas.
Yeah, but what is it?
Knowledge.
It is an idea knowledge. I mean, what is an idea? I mean, I don't even know what the definition is. I mean, I don't think you can really define an idea, can you? I mean, really?
I guess I would have just said a creative thought. A creative.
Yeah, but what does that mean? I mean,
yeah, that's true.
You see, you understand, right? So
yeah.
Creative means something different to everyone, right?
A solution, like a new solution, or a solution, a new problem. No, a new solution.
Like solution. Yeah, an idea. Well, typically ideas consist of two things that previously weren't related. That's usually how an idea works.
Yeah, so when someone says I have a new idea, is that the same as just an idea? Because an idea is a new thing, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be, yeah. Yeah, because you can't have an old idea, right? It's like, ooh, I wonder if I crack an egg into a hot pan. Ooh, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's try that, right? It's already been done, man.
Yeah,
that's
because you can have something. It's like you can have a new thing, right? But you can also have a brand new thing, like a brand new theme. But then you could also have like a new theme.
And I've thought about this too. Okay, so let's say you come up with a new idea, right? Or you think you come up with a new idea, right? Now, do you go and Google it? Do you give it to Google so that the idea is out there, or do you keep it to yourself? Because once you type the words, it's there, right? So the idea is no longer just yours.
Yeah.
But how would you ever know if it's just yours?
Well, also, yeah. How do you clarify? Yeah, how do you find the data on that? Like, there's probably that I guess that is a concept. Then, yeah, it's a
Yeah, because I know that I've thought of things, right? Because I'll be looking at a problem and I'm like, oh, I wonder if I do this, and then I'll start looking for like things to do this, and then all of a sudden I find that there's already a solution out there that someone else already did, and I just got to pay for it. Right?
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
but it's pretty much exactly what I was going to do.
I think about the probability of everything in our minds is endless, but at the same time, there's so many things that we all have thought about, so that's kind of like interesting.
Yeah, like what that would taste like.
Yeah, like I guess like we've all thought about what it's like to die. Like everyone thinks about that, so like that's something that everybody thinks about. So like that's interesting. But I guess that's a part of life. So I guess like everybody's probably thought of like, I don't know, like a universal experience. Like everyone knows what water is.
I mean, that's what death is. When you die, you go back to the water.
Yeah, or
'Cause
dust.
that's where everything came from.
Water or dust.
No, it's not dust. See, now the body, this stuff in here, whatever dust is, I have no idea what that is, right? But it's not referring to the dust that we see, because the earth that we stand on used to be alive. It's now dead. It's been transformed into, not transformed, I guess you could say, but basically the creatures are now stone. So however Medusa did it, that's what happened here. So, but on a cataclysmic level. So when it refers to dust in the Bible, it does not mean the dust that you breathe through your nostrils. It's talking about something else, something that we are not aware of. But before whatever that is, everything came from the water. Somehow, water is infinite.
Like, that's wild.
That's like no joke. Like whatever, there is no. Because I've died, so I experienced it. I know that it's all water, and there is literally no end to it. It is the most bizarre thing you could ever fathom. There's no container for the water. It just is. And then somehow we're inside of that. Don't ask me. I have no idea. I mean,
dude, I think it was this server. I think it was this one where two people were talking about how you cannot create water or something. Like they're like fighting over.
Yeah.
Like, can you make water? Or is it naturally made? Like.
Well, see, that's the thing, right? So as far as creation goes, too, we can't really create anything other than another life, right? Like we can mate and have children, right? But as far as creating things in existence, we actually don't have the ability to do that. We can take things and turn them into other stuff, but we can't create something.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like I can't just like make a thing appear. I have to like make
Right, you have to wait for the tree to grow before you cut it down and then shape the wood into whatever it was.
Yeah, like technically I couldn't just make that happen. I have to discover the resources to make that happen.
Yeah, because how would you know that the tree, right, even has what you're looking for?
Wow. So that's wild to think about.
Mm.
The only way you can implement that is like playing The Sims. You just open the catalog and choose the stuff, and it just pops out of nowhere. Like, how does that? Like that's the only way. Yeah, how does that work? Right? Like, how do you just choose the chair or the tree, and you just drag it onto the map or in the game, and it's just.
Well, I mean, I guess it's kind of like just going to Walmart, right? That's maybe they've taken Walmart out of The Sims. Maybe that's what they're doing, right?
But where did the item come from in the beginning? What made that thing? So everything is just essentially just electricity, wood, and water. Everything, right? That's just if it was just like a few materials, but then again, there's endless materials after that, like, or within that.
Yeah, it's different combinations of those things and different whatever you want to
Dude,
call
I don't
it.
even, dude. My life is going by so fast. I don't even think about this kind of shit, dude. Wow, like how, dude, everything just appears, dude. This is weird. It just happens. Dude, Jim Rohn said that. He's like, things don't just happen. Things sometimes just. I'm like, what? Something like that. Like, he's just like, just things just. That's it. It's just, they are just. It's like, what?
Yeah, I mean, can you even imagine a world before the computer even existed?
Right. Yeah. Just like slightly. I can imagine like the 1800s with just cabin living. But then again, what a world that must have been. Like, people get angry. People get angry like waiting for fast food. It's so weird. Like, it's just, it's a bad environment to begin with. But like,
you know why that is, though, right?
Because people are impatient and entitled, dude. Like,
no, there's a source of these emotions. So all emotions are simply the body telling you that something is wrong. Most people don't know this. Okay,
that's true. Intuition is incredible.
Yeah, so if you're getting angry all the time, it's probably because of something you're consuming. Now, the people that are getting impatient waiting for their McDonald's, the reason they're getting impatient is because they're drug addicts. Okay, the bread and the soda and the French fries, they act as drugs in the body. So when you are coming down from your breakfast high, right, near lunch, you're getting quite impatient, right? The body is like it's wanting its fix, right? It needs that fix. So the only thing you can think about is that quarter pounder with cheese and the large soda and the French fries, right? Because that's what your body wants. It really doesn't want it, but the way soda is so unnatural. I mean, I don't even know what the fuck that is. That's just straight up pure drugs. It's just concoction. It's like,
dude, I know you're not joking, dude. I had a diet cola, and like, it was a mini one too. Like, a neighbor was like, "Hey, do you want a diet cola?" I'm like, "Sure." And like, I got mad sick from that. I was like, "What?" He's telling me that it was like aspartame or something. I'm just like, "Oh." Yeah. That literally sounds like a drug that you should not even be near. Like, what is that?
I mean, literally.
Imagine being on the corner of a street. Hey, bro, you want some aspartame?
Hey, so I'm in South Africa right now, and they do that. They sell cool drinks. They call them soda pop, cool drinks in the road. When you come to a stop sign or a stoplight, they call it robot here, not a stoplight. They got cans of cool drink they want to give you, so you can get your fix on. They're never far away from a drug.
Dude, the world just needs to just drink fucking fruit smoothies for like a week. Just fruit smoothies with some like.
No, that's not the way to go either.
Or whatever.
No, actually, the world needs to eat steak. That's what the world needs.
We just have to eat cows?
Yeah, literally. I mean, that's all you need. That's really literally all you need.
That's all. Just steak.
Yeah, just steak. I mean, I can live off one ribeye a day. So in South Africa, they have a great thing. It's called biltong.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's fantastic. Basically,
could we live off eggs? Could we just live off eggs?
Yeah, raw eggs. I mean, you can cook them, but raw is just much easier to. The body handles it much better. It works better with it. I mean, any bodybuilder will tell you that raw eggs are superior to cooked eggs. So I'm not promoting bodybuilding, but
it is kind of true. I don't like. They say that if you don't cook it, there's serious problems. But like, our ancestors wouldn't cook them; they would just crack the egg and just they would just eat the whole damn egg. Like the shell has calcium.
I mean, I guess you could eat the shell, but you know, if
it's weird, yeah, it's a little.
It's
crunchy.
teeth, and
It's
I
like
mean,
not even. Yeah, it's weird.
You don't really want to swallow it, so it's just I wouldn't even go there. But yeah, literally, I mean, but the biltong that they have here, it's basically it's raw meat. they salt it and they spice it and they let it hang and it dries out. So it forms like a nice little crust on the outside, and then when you slice in it, it's still raw. So it's actually really good. I can live off a bag of biltong, which is 100 rand, which is about $7 US. I can live off a bag of biltong a day and a thing of water, milk, and milk, raw milk. That's it.
I mean, technically, we could live off beans and rice forever.
No, you don't want to do that. That's disastrous, man.
Of course,
you'll have so many intestinal issues. It's not even funny. I'm not kidding.
Wait, if you just eat beans and rice forever?
Yeah, if you just ate beans and rice forever, well, you'd be dead. You would die. The beans and rice would kill you. Yeah, they're poison. Oh man, don't eat that stuff. I'm not kidding.
Wow.
Like plants are not human food. Are you a cow? No, you're an apex predator.
Yeah.
Right? You're a weapon. You're literally, your hands can kill another being, okay? You're not a field grazer. You're not meant to eat grass. That's what squirrels and birds and cows and all that other stuff that we're supposed to kill and eat. That's their purpose.
That the vegan debate, that one is very fascinating. I'm not like, it's so wild. Well, that's the thing, right? So like we have to think like both sides. That's what I used to think when that's what I used to think when flat Earth would be on the
But listen, here's all it is, right? So you say vegan debate, right? But really all it is, it's a bunch of angry plant eaters trying to get the meat eaters to quit doing that.
But it could be vice versa too, because like think about how hysterical people get when you tell them don't eat a burger or something. Well, I love hamburgers, dude. Like just like the next person, but like I don't know. I don't know what that one is very weird to me because they don't.
You shouldn't get emotional about your food, right?
People do though. People get super emotional about it.
Well, it's because they're on drugs. Remember, it's not food. They're literally drug addicts. That's
right. It's a medicine. Yeah, food is the medicine. Yeah, turmeric is Tylenol.
Right.
Fucking ginger is Tylenol as well.
But that stuff's bad for you too.
No way. Ginger is great for you. What are you talking about?
No,
it's antibacterial.
No.
What do you mean?
No. It's all garbage.
Wait, so what are we supposed to do? Wait, so we're just supposed to eat cows? What are you talking about?
Yes. Read the Bible. Have you not read the Bible?
Yeah, I've read the Bible. Not the whole thing. I'm still a little novice on it.
The first parts are the important part, where they talk about what they're eating.
Yeah.
And it's just meat. They don't talk about porridge. They don't talk about green bean salad. They don't talk about artichokes. They don't talk about guacamole. None of that.
Well, the seeds. No, they talk about like the seeds, and they talk about don't. Sometimes there's a verse that says don't eat the flesh that's bleeding or something like that. What does that mean?
Yeah, I guess that means don't eat it while it's still alive. I mean, wait until it's done. Don't be a total animal, right? You are a human, at least, right? Be somewhat considerate of the thing, right? Don't just run over and start chewing on the cow's neck. I mean, you might have a bad time, actually, if you try to do that. So,
Yeah.
Just a little
hypothetically, are we able to... So what are vegetables meant for, then?
Killing you.
What?
Yeah,
is that why we kind of repulsed it? We're kind of repulsed by it.
That's why children hate them.
I always thought about that. Like I never chicken when we had chicken and rice and peas. I'd always avoid the peas. I was like, no, I just want to eat the chicken.
Your body knows. See, because you have to understand, right? Your body is smarter than you. And if you aren't listening to it, you're dead, right? If you don't listen to your body, you will die. So no joke. If you fart, you're on a path to death.
I don't understand.
I'm not kidding. So you should not be farting. If you fart, you're gonna die. That's it.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. That is 100% true.
Well, I'm sure you probably wouldn't fart as much if you had like a good diet. So yeah, I guess it's true in that sense. Isn't like
You don't.
like
You're
when you're
not
farting,
supposed
you
to
just have
fart.
too much fiber.
No, farting means that your intestines are in it's in imbalance, basically, because your digestive juices are meant to digest certain foods, and when you put things in there that don't exactly digest, things happen. Okay, so if you put yeast, right? You've seen yeast make beer, right? It fizzes up, right?
Yeah. It's like a
So that's
cider,
the same thing that's happening inside of
Wait,
you.
hold on. You're
right?
saying that you're saying it's
fermenting
possible for a
things.
human to never have to fart?
Yes.
Like ever?
Yeah, ever.
Huh.
You shouldn't be farting. If you fart, you're doing it wrong, basically. If you fart or burp, you're putting the wrong stuff in your body.
No, the burping, I always thought, maybe you inhaled too much air at once.
No. No, because if you drink a soda, you're going to burp a lot. That's wrong. You shouldn't be doing that, right? Because you're drinking carbonated water. That's mechanically processed water, basically, with a bunch of man-made shit in it.
Carbonation's good, though, for the tummy. That's why we have ginger ale when you're sick.
Yeah, that's because your digestive juices are weak. So you have to have the help of the carbonation to try to disintegrate what's in there. That's why people are so addicted to
drink
it too.
Yeah.
Because if you eat a hamburger, right, that's going to get stuck inside of you. That bread will turn into sludge in your intestines. Yeast will grow on it. That's why so many people have yeast infections and itchy feet and jock itch. If you see someone's hands and where their fingernails come out, where the cuticles are, right? If that's splitting, they have a fungal infection. The majority of people have fungal infections in this world, and it's because they eat stuff with fungus already in it. If you buy a loaf of bread from the store and you leave it closed, not opening it, it will develop fungus. Where'd that fungus come from? It was already there. You eat that stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's penicillin too. Your body can handle a little bit of that. You're not going to die.
No, what? That comes from where? The medical industry, whose symbol is the rod and the serpent.
Well, no, I agree with that. No, I'm just saying, but like moldy bread is like
death right there.
Well, everyone's eating a little bit of mold on accident, and they completely freaked out. But like, it's not going to kill you if you ate a little bit.
Sure, a little bit of poison's all right.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying it's not like the end of the world.
That's basically what you're saying. I mean, if it's not good for you, right? A little bit might not kill you, right? The soda won't kill you right away, but eventually you're going to die. Your teeth will fall out of your head. Your bones will disintegrate, and you will turn into a sack of meat without a soul.
So we really are just meant to eat cows. That's it?
Yeah, that's it, man. I mean, there's other animals, right? But cat, actually lamb is quite delicious, I gotta say.
Yeah.
It's also very, very fatty. I find that I can eat a smaller portion of lamb and go longer than with the ribeye, the beef.
Yeah.
But but really the biltong I can go the longest on, because literally I can have like a small handful with fat. Lots of fat on there I usually get, because the fat's important. If you don't get the fat, you're really doing it wrong too, because the fat is what fills you up.
Yeah.
If you're just eating protein, you're going to be hungry. So you got to get that fat in there. So fatty biltong, like I said, $6, I get a bag of it. It'll last me all day. That's all I can eat. Glass of milk and some water. That's it. I don't eat anything else. So I don't even cook my food. I just let it. I go to the butcher and it's hanging there.
Why not we just like breathe air, and then the air just somehow makes us full and gives us all the nutrients and protein that we need?
I mean, that'd be nice, but we were given an asshole, so
Yeah. I guess
you got to use it. I mean, it's like You can try it, I guess. See how long you can go, right? Just eating air. I mean, eventually you're gonna get hungry. You're like, man, I sure could go for a steak. That'd be great right about now.
Yeah.
Because it's really hard. I mean, when you smell that steak frying too, like because people braai here, man. When you smell that,
that is something that I've noticed is that you can't deny the smell of bacon or a steak. Yeah, it's
the other thing,
it's undeniable. It really is.
Check this out. Have you ever witnessed a sad child eating bacon?
I don't think anyone's been sad eating bacon.
Ever. You'll never see it. You'll never see someone crying while eating bacon. Eating cake or ice cream, 100%.
Right.
Bacon, no way. They're as happy as fuck. They're like, oh my god, this bacon's so fantastic.
So
they're in that ice cream. They're like, oh my god, my life is shit.
Yeah, so the number one thing
that's the only thing I got.
All of that has one thing in common: the bacon, the cake, and cupcakes, and they just all have sugar and fat. The fat and sugar is like we want it. We just want it.
Either fat or sugar. See, the thing though is with the fat, when you eat the fat, right, you get to a point where you don't necessarily want it. Okay, it's not like cake. Okay, so like people get obsessed about cake. They're like, oh my god,
dude, cake's awesome.
I'm gonna go to the fucking bakery and grab me a little cake, and I'm gonna go home and eat it and cry afterwards, and then I'm gonna come to work and hate my life. Right? But when you eat the fat, you don't get like that. I mean, I just go to the butcher and I get my meat with the fat on it, and then I know I have my food. I don't think about food. Food is the last thing I'm thinking about. I have a million other things I'm doing instead.
Yeah.
And that's the thing too, right? The way it's all been set up, food is at the forefront of people's minds. And the reason is because they're all starving. Because they're not eating fatty meat. Most people eat lean. Ugh.
They could also eat an avocado. I mean,
no, that's garbage, man.
Is it
really?
Really?
Avocado? Yeah, you know what that's good for? Nothing.
I will say you have to make it taste good. I always it's hard.
Exactly.
It's hard to eat it plain. I'll force myself to do it because I feel like I'm getting my omegas and all that good stuff. Like,
man, what is that? It's like potatoes, right? People are like, oh man, I love potatoes. And I'm like, oh really, you like to eat a raw potato? No. Oh, I like to bake it. Oh, so you like to eat it just after that, huh? Oh, no. Oh, so you like to put butter and sour cream and some onions on there. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. So you like the butter and the sour cream. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So you don't actually like that potato. Oh.
Yeah, wow, yeah. Yeah, French fries go hard, but what a process!
Yeah, really, what a process!
I'm obsessed with French fries, dude. I could eat French fries every day. They're so fucking good
because they're fried in beef fat.
That's probably what it is. That's probably something to do that, dude. There's probably that's true.
They put beef flavorings on, and even if you make them yourself, the ones that you get like in the frozen, right? They put beef flavoring on that shit. They put the beef.
Oh, they put beef in that too?
Yeah, because that's where the flavor is.
So it's all beef fat. Well, some of them don't taste that good.
Well, the only ones that taste good are fried in beef fat. If the French fry does not taste good, it's because it's fried in something else.
So
vegetable oil.
So cows are just the answer to diet.
Yes, that's it.
Just cow and water.
That's it.
I think because I thought about that's a dog could follow that too. We
have our dog. We have two dogs. Are the best looking dogs you've ever seen.
Yeah.
The oldest one could easily win a show dog just for the looks.
I love that. Coat, dude.
Coat will reflect light, and she loves to roll in the mud, so she's constantly dirty, right? But her coat is still shiny. And all she eats is raw meat.
No, steak is okay. Yeah, steak is quite magical in that sense. It's like a vitamin. It's like you eat it, you can do anything. And so
raw milk as well.
Milk and steak and eggs is just wonderful. Like it's wonderful.
It is important, right? Because if you get the stuff from the store, you're doing it wrong. That's garbage.
Right.
They've basically cooked it right? Now,
Yeah.
what happens to food or things when you cook it is it instantly deteriorates. It starts breaking down, so it starts rotting. Okay, so if you cook something, you have to consume it right away, or it's going to go bad once it cools down. Right? That's why people refrigerate it to try to keep it longer, but eventually still goes bad. Right? So that milk is dead. The milk that you buy in the store is completely dead. They add sweeteners back into it, and they tell you it's good for you, but it's really just no. If you're gonna drink milk, it has to come straight from the cow's teat, basically. So you got to go find a farm to get raw milk.
So that's the thing. If I had a cow, I don't think I'd eat it. I would have its milk, and then if I had chickens, I'd have the eggs, and then I could probably live pretty decent because I don't think I'd have. Like I don't like. I know everyone's like, "Oh yeah, I'd murder that cow," but I don't honestly. I think it would screw with my head if I did that. I think I.
Well,
like
there are stories. If you start reading about like Sumeria, Mesopotamia, all these ancient, quote unquote, ancient civilizations that they tell us. There's some stories about people. I think Enkidu was a member of these people that only consumed milk. They did not eat animal flesh. Now I don't know how true that is. I mean, steak is pretty good. So,
well, that's the thing, right? So like, it's just like people do make fun of vegans, and it's just like I can understand why, I guess. But like, but isn't that like when you shame something, it's like it's lost because shaming is like emotional, and then like giving actual facts is logical. And so the whole vegan thing, I don't know. I can't claim to know because I tried to do the vegan thing for a month, and it was fine. But then like you said, I started to crave literal steak. That was like, oh, he muted. Wait, anyway, am I the only one talking? Yeah, I feel like I shouldn't be talking so much. So if anybody, whoever's here, could you just take the conversation? I'm probably just gonna just chill for a minute.
is a mirage. A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know,
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't make sense. It's not the limit. You fly to the moon in a second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, all the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
music part going on.
It's hard to comprehend.
What is this song, man? That's this trash. Actually, what that is trash.
It's not what you think,
Sounds like a cult, to be honest.
Research Eddie Bravo.
Well, that was a great experience.
What you would do?
Okay, is it gonna like shut up now? Please. Okay, that's good. Well, this VC is like pretty dead.
Going on almost.
Oh, who is this?
Flat Lord, right?
Why do I actually like remember you?
Yeah, you do sound familiar.
Yeah.
And I mean,
anyway, are you like a flat earther, or are you?
Well, I'm a human being, but yeah, I do know that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Yeah, that's great. Wait, what was this song actually that was playing on the music bot though?
Called Space AF. I think it's on the Space Worms album.
Wait, there's an album. Actually, there's an album.
Yeah, but I would say that's probably one of the better songs.
Oh God. Okay.
What do you listen to? Do you have globe music or something?
Well, I mean,
he's got the
no, not really.
whole world in his hands. Right, I guess kind of a globe song.
I mean, I just listen to normal music, man. I don't know about you.
Normal music, mainstream, I guess.
I mean, yeah, I would say.
Doesn't matter what it is, as long as everybody else listens to it, I guess.
I mean, true for some stuff, yeah. I also listen to some more interesting things, but let's not talk about that because everyone has a weird music taste. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I do think it's related to culture, and many cultures are different. So.
Yeah,
highly subjective. However, classical music and its relatance to mathematical proportion and relationships of nature, hey, that's a different story.
Yeah, I totally know what you're talking about. Yeah. Actually, that sounded interesting. Like, how is classical music related to nature? Wonder if you could tell me.
Like how I said it, so it's the proportional relationships. So for instance, like phi, or the golden ratio, it's found in nature, but it's found in nature as a relationship, right? It's not an actual finite number. I can't go find and go pick phi, you know what I mean? However, I can pick a sunflower, and I can find that its seeds in relation to each other actually match a algorithm, right, or a mathematical equation such as phi. They're trying to reach 1.618 essentially, which is where you have the golden ratio, right? So when you look at classical music, we can do the same thing to the notes, right? We can do it to the same of the arpeggios and the interesting scales, and we can even zoom out a little bit and go, wow, even the chord progression is relating to itself, right? In terms of how many notes are in between that, right? Which is why you have your pentatonic, you have your thirds, your fifths, your sevenths, your octaves, right? Essentially 13, right? So 1 and 13 are really the same note, but just, of course, octaves of each other. One could even relate this to the chakra system, saying that there are 12 chakras, right? It's entirely interesting that this mathematical proportion finds itself everywhere. Now, myself, I kind of tend to believe, well, there you go. There's God's fingerprint. There's the proof of God. Maybe not in a space, time, or material format, but of course as an imprint from a clear, intelligent design and creator. Right.
So you believe in God, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Believe in a creator. I don't know what to call it, or why it's here. Or, I don't think there's a lot of questions that we're supposed to know about sometimes of this creator. But what I would ask is, where in the ball or globe Earth model is the creator? Is there one?
Well, do you have a Wikipedia article actually about this proportion stuff? Because I would look into it after when I have time.
I mean, there's definitely stuff out there. Recently, a really good way to find sources is kind of cheating a little bit, but instead of using a search engine, honestly, I've been using ChatGPT.
Yeah, I knew it. Yeah,
and find me some sources for this, and it finds you the sources. I go read them.
So you would want to use Bing for that mostly, because it can actually search.
Hey, if it helps Google lose power, I'm all for it. But it's unfortunate.
It's not like Microsoft is a god or something. It's really
it's just a tool.
Poison
I see it like a drafting table or a pencil. A pencil helps me actually put symbols on paper so that I can read them later, or make drawings, or represent the lines that I have in my mind, right in my mind's eye. To me, ChatGPT is just another tool. It's not sentient. It's never going to be sentient, in my opinion.
Where's the line for sentient? You can't really draw a line when it comes to that stuff,
I think you can.
Well, what would be the line for you?
Emotion. The metaphysical, right? The stuff that we can feel here, but we can't necessarily paint it red and put it in a box. But we all know, we all experience it, right? For instance, your dreams, or love, or happiness, and sometimes you even see it in other creatures, like a dog, when it gets the willies and starts jumping around. You can see it in the deer. You can see it in the creatures. Another thing is plants, right? So, of course, there's maybe different biological systems, but I do think they're also, quote unquote, sentient, right? They maybe not as proportionally to other organisms, but there have been instances, for instance, that this lady taught a plant. I forget what flower it was, but she basically taught it the Japanese alphabet. Through a series of frequencies and harmonics, actually, to basically communicate, right?
If a plant could speak Japanese, to me that would be pretty cool. For some reason, I don't really believe that though. But I mean, if it's actually real, then that's really cool. But I think with AI, these companies are really limiting this stuff, But I have a feeling that if we just took off all of the limiters and all of the stuff that they add onto it,
I mean, they're definitely
say it has emotions, but it would definitely be closer to having emotions than where it's at right now,
Right.
Because, for example, in the early days of this new Bing AI, it was really aggressive to everyone. So... And it wasn't told to be aggressive, it was just aggressive, so maybe it was actually, sentient a bit. Because people were annoying him, so he can technically kind of feel emotions.
Or people could be reading into things. It's like when you read text from a friend, it's like, hey, are you mad at me? No, you're reading into it, right? You're projecting your emotions onto something, and humans are really good at that, and we often do that pretty much regardless, especially with somebody you care about.
You could be telling it to be mad, technically, yeah, but
or that too,
it's
right?
How emotions work, though,
like I said,
not completely
part of the metaphysical,
But that's a part of it, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna head out now because I kind of got some shit to do, and I don't want to get into a discussion about. No, I don't. I really.
Why
do
not?
Because, like, you know, I think it's a bit stupid that
it's not real.
You seem like you sound pretty smart. I'm gonna be honest, but I don't understand why you could possibly think that the Earth is like actually flat.
But you're here.
And I'm pretty sure that, like, in real life, when you actually go out and talk to your friends, you probably don't like. Unless you do, but you probably don't.
I do all the time. In
You
fact,
do?
I slip
You
it
actually
to my
do?
students. Oh yeah,
Wait, you have students?
of course.
You're like a teacher, but like in what kind of school? Like in a
Professor of architecture.
You're a professor of architecture, and you think that the Earth is like flat?
Oh, I don't think that it's flat. I know that it is.
Oh, you know that it is. Okay.
There's a difference.
Where are you a professor of architecture, though? Like,
why am I a professor of architecture?
Where? Like, in what university?
I'm not going to tell you where, man. I'm not going to dox myself.
I mean, okay. Well, that's respectable, yeah.
And you don't have to believe me. Nor do you have to be a professor to know that the Earth is flat. You asked me my credentials, so, you know, I freely can give them.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
But I'm just saying it doesn't take an intelligent genius to understand or feel or experience the same Earth that I do that is not moving. I could even go to the beach with you and we can measure this this distance for ourselves. We can even compare it to the globe map.
Into it. I told you I'm not getting into it. I'm not getting into it today. I've tried to debate enough flat earthers in this Discord before, and I would prefer not to right now.
Well,
but
I wouldn't debate you, but I will point flaws in what was taught to us.
No, I'm not getting into it at all. I'm not getting into it at all. That's going to result in me spending like 2 hours in this VC, and I don't want to do that. So I'm just going to head out now. But yeah, thanks for this discussion, though. It was good.
It's up to you, man. But we're always here. Appreciate you. Wouldn't take the bait. Come on, man. Talk about your ball. Well, no. I got time to talk about golden ratios and interesting things I've never heard of. But no. I'm not. I don't want to be smashed right now. Right? What's going on, guys? Definitely had to pop in. Always got to try for those globies. They come in thinking that we're not listening. I think I like that the best when it's like, yeah, what's going on, man? Oh, I thought nobody was here.
What up, Flat Lloyd?
What's going on, man?
Yeah, the guy wasn't expecting you, huh?
No.
What was he on about? Was he just talking to the air, or was there somebody in there talking to him?
Well, he was making fun of the song, you know, just being kind of childish. Like, man, this song is as dumb as fuck, you know, as the space AF. And
it's not very nice to talk about someone behind their back, you know.
Well, then show up.
You should know that. You should kind of know that. Oh, I actually remember you, dude. Yeah, that's not very nice.
Almost.
Yeah, just want to say that.
Yeah,
I'm not here to be nice.
Who cares? Off you go. Oh, he wants smoke. Yeah, you listen to the live stream, then come back in here.
I know, right?
Listen, quit being a chicken shit so I can tell you to your face. Or your digital face. Yeah, I said that. Come on in here. Why are you scared? Stop hiding and then come pop back in. Why are you talking behind people's backs? I'll talk to you about that in front of your digital face, fool. Get back in here. No one likes the chicken shit. If you're gonna be chicken shit, stay out. Anyways, what were you saying about him? Flat Lloyd, right? Go ahead.
Well, yeah, you know, it's pretty common. You know, he's not special in this way, in this regard. We got people who come in here thinking they can make fun and poke, and I don't get it. You seem really smart, you know, like you're not like the first person to say that, you know. But you're always welcome to come in here. I'll treat you cordially, you know. But I'll stick to it. I'm not here to be nice to you. I'm gonna be like, here, man. Oh, you were lied to. Depending on your age and your maturity, sure, but I mean, you got to grow up.
You mess with the bull, you get the horns. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Because I would say what he came in and did was a little mean, wasn't it? I mean, don't you think you can, if you should dish it, you should be able to handle it back? I mean, but it's no big deal.
It's all about the victim status.
Oh,
you can't pay me back. Well, get your ass in here then. Hell's your problem?
Defend the globe if you can.
I made an account on Rumble. On that thing. I might as well. Rumble looks like it to be starting out, so they've been gaining momentum for the last 2 years. So I figure, why not?
What Rumble is, or what platform is Rumble again?
It's like a, I don't want to say YouTube clone for lack of better understanding. It's kind of like that, but it's quote unquote free speech, like the way YouTube was in the early days. But I'm pretty sure once Rumble gets big, then we're like, the thing that we said about free speech? Yeah. We're making a lot of money now, so we're gonna have to move you to the basement. Yeah. But
I feel kind of like Discord's getting that way a bit, but I think we're stronger because of it.
That's all it is. They all start out trying to be free and advocating for the people. Oh, we're for you guys. We're for you guys. Then all of a sudden capitalism comes around like, hey, here's a whole bunch of money. Well, that kind of changes everything, doesn't it? Wait a minute. I thought you guys were all about free speech. Nah. We're about free until that big money came in, and then we're just like, I don't know now. Look at almost stop typing. Get in here, man. With your coward ass.
See, now he's interested. Maybe I was just trying to grab your attention the whole time, almost.
He's listening now. Quit being a friggin' gopher, popping in and out. Come out your hidey hole. Come in here and take it like a man. Take your lumps like a man. Yeah, trigger him, cut off the knees. If he didn't hear it, he's going to see it in text. Little text cowboy. That's all he's got. I'm just going to type in text because I'm a wee little man. Stay in text, punk.
Someone DM me. Right.
That's a good meme cut off. That's him all day, man.
I'm totally not obsessed, though. It's true, though. They are kind of obsessed.
song that triggered him. We should play it again. This shout out goes straight to Almost. What song was it?
The Space AF. Yeah, since he interjected in the song and wanted to be so rude and mean. I get students like that sometimes too. Like, you really critiqued my work. You said my trees were elementary. It's like, dude, they were. Now, what would you like me to do? Tell you, oh, that tree's great. Keep doing it like that, or fix it so you don't have this problem later with somebody else who tells you worse about your terrible drawn trees. I don't know. We were talking about that a couple months back. Just these generations, the entitlement, the lack of respect, manners. Yep. It's just, some days it gets me. I'm like, dude, calm down. You're a glober. You still think you're spinning on a ball.
You're not meant for that world, Flatloid. Little by little, start becoming less and less a part of who you are. You're going to get to the point, you know what? All of you freaking suck. I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely will.
Going? I don't know. Just anywhere but here.
Well, even with the faculty, I'm sitting there doing like all the work because, they don't understand the digital realm of architecture. Come on.
The grown-up normies are the worst.
Ugh. Well, I've been doing this for 30 years. Okay, well, doesn't mean it's right.
You're like, yeah, that's about right.
But I like being there as sort of the odd man out too. Like, because I've even had students, it's the ones that I do it for that come up to me and go, like, I never really thought of it that way. And, thanks for being a teacher. Otherwise, because no other professor talks like you. And it's like, well, I appreciate that. Of course, thank you for telling me. And that's why I do it. I want you guys to remember this class. I don't want it to be something 10 years from now. You're like, wow, I learned how to be a 99%er instead of, no, you remember that one professor? He always kept talking about flat and stationary, but he never said it. But we know, right? He definitely, he was onto something, man. And they started looking into it, and, I can always hope for the best.
Yeah, I'm going to mess with you in text because that's all you are. Just a little text warrior.
Keyboard warrior.
I'm deleting his messages. He's like, oh, you like removing my text? I'm like, hell yeah. I'm going to be messing with you now because you're a fool. Unless you come in here and speak on voice, then I'll leave you alone. Come on in here. Step up to the mic. Or are you chicken? I'm gonna resolve to schoolyard antics. Almost a chicken. It's weird, but it actually works because he is chicken. Aren't you, Almost? Let me find a nice GIF.
Hey, McFly. Dude, enough. I like how he has time to, be in the chat. He's just like, no, I don't have time. When he's really saying, I've experienced a little bit of dipping my toe in the cog dis, and I felt a little weird, so I don't want to do that again, right? But sometimes you just got to jump in, not be afraid. Like, do you think the Earth's suddenly just going to go and change or something? Like, oh no, He's right. Right. Because really, it's the exact same. It's not changing outside. We're experiencing the exact same Earth. We were told even the same thing. We're spinning, yet you don't feel it. It's going so fast, yet it's actually really slow. Yeah, because, contradiction after contradiction, you'll believe anything. Like, yeah, Santa Claus is coming to our house, but we don't have a chimney. He's magical. Okay. Right, any kid just says okay and trots along.
There's a container, but there's no container.
Right. Okay. Right, and they grow up as adults and just accept whatever lie. They're like, it just must be a necessary lie. Everybody's in on it.
Up is up and down is down, except for when you get far away, then out is up and in is down.
Inner and outer space. Classic.
So many contradictions. Like, the entire thing is a contradiction.
Ah.
Curving, but it's not.
All you got to do is rethink about it. You haven't thought about it in so long. Almost. I mean, maybe it's been on your mind lately. That's why you come here.
Yeah.
Like, what is this about? Why am I running into all these sounding intelligent people?
Like, I learned this in 2nd grade, but you never stop to think about, why would you be learning astrophysics in 2nd grade when you don't even understand science?
Yeah. Or the biology of supposedly something millions of years ago for no reason. Like,
you can't comprehend that.
And it even scares children, like dinosaurs and stuff. I know it's like the boy thing, but like, my girls were terrified. They're like, "Are those real? Were they ever real?" I'm like, "No, don't worry. Like, these things are fake."
Fake AF. Yeah. Why are we all here? Why do we gather on this server particularly?
Yeah, even in silence, right? Sometimes I'm just chilling. Honestly, when it's silent in here, my thoughts are running the most.
Yeah.
Like, man, what can I say next, or what kind of point? What are those pickup lines that Creation Bear talks about too?
Like,
it's really true, because you get almost coming in, and I was ready to go. I was ready to know what to say. Just no hesitation.
Yeah, and then it changes.
Absolutely. Next thing you know, I'm talking to Sheepdog Legend, and the rest is history.
Right. But I'm not that easy. You got to buy me dinner first.
How have things been, Sheepdog? How's the new job?
Pretty good. Let me see if I got paid today. I was supposed to get paid today, but
that was good
with my Social Security card. So I'm so the thing with they need my Social Security card to prove who I am, which is dumb because it's like, okay, like I thought like legally if you don't have a Social Security card you can submit your voter ID card and that was just as good.
I have no idea. I don't have a voter ID card.
But you know what I mean? Like there's all these things that they want you to do to prove you're a legal resident. And why? Why do you have to jump through so many hoops when you were like born in this country? It's just weird. But yeah, so everything's going good. I'm waiting to get my first paycheck. Went out on a date last night, and I just got back from that.
Oh, just got back from last night. Take it, the job went well. I mean, the date went well.
Yeah. And yeah, I got paid. I'm paid now.
Man, killing it out there. Getting paid.
Yeah. 2 more paychecks like this, and I can buy a truck, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that, man. I'm happy for you. Just because, kind of following you along this journey too, Yeah.
I was looking into like what I want. And so like I really want like a really nice off-road truck because, I work in the oil field, so I'm going to be off-road a lot.
Nice.
So I was looking into like a Ford Raptor.
Nice.
And they're expensive, man. They're like $90,000.
Yeah, you get what you pay for.
Not right. 90,000 for the base, and then like all the way up to like 108,000 for fully loaded. And so I'm like, okay, well, what else is good out there? Because the Ford Raptor is actually an excellent machine. So I was looking, and I'm like, well, what else is good out there that would be probably cheaper? Well, Toyota has always made a good vehicle. Like,
and they're made in America too. A lot of people don't realize that.
Yeah.
Made in San Antonio.
Japanese product, but it's made in America. And so, yeah, I looked into a Toyota TRD, Tundra TRD. And so I think I'm going to get one of those.
Dude, I'm not going to lie. I have the Camry TRD. It's great.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
I've always gotten Toyota, though, because my dad used to work for Toyota. So,
dude,
we always get the discount.
Forever. Toyotas last forever.
Oh, yeah, they do. As long as you take care of them.
Yeah. The only vehicle, in my opinion, that's better than a Toyota as far as cars go is Honda. Honda is just a masterpiece for a machine.
Yeah, for me, they're neck and neck, Right. But, yeah. They're great engineering, great designed products. I mean, in terms of, like, even fixing it myself, I can still change the oil on it. You know what I mean?
Right. But, so I'm going to get a Toyota TRD. It's the equivalent of the Raptor. And I was looking into it, and I was looking at the different interiors to get and everything like that. I didn't realize you could get red.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You can get red now.
So I'm going to get red, and then, because you like, whenever you're trying to be all cool or whatever, you might like get some like extra ambient light in there. So I might get some extra red ambient light. And then I can't decide on whether I want olive for my outside color or if I want charcoal. I might go with charcoal, but I've always liked olive.
Sounds like to me you're just going to kill it in the dating world.
I'm just being me. But so I'll get that, and then I'll save up the rest of the year. And then hopefully by the end of the year, I can get approved for a house loan as well. And I can move into my own home. That's the goal.
There you go.
And then once I've done that, and I'm making my house payment, my car payment, just on bills alone, it's only half of my paycheck, my monthly paycheck.
Not a bad ratio.
No. Half of my paycheck can go to that, and then all of that's going to be tax deductible. So I got to do 1099 at the end of the year.
It's weird. I find the more that I stress about money, the less money I make. And if I don't worry about it, don't even look at it, don't even think about it, and just do what I love to do and know that it's, of course, making abundance, it is a plethora.
Yeah.
Usually I'm a little bit more lucky. Like recently I had somebody who sort of So I design all kinds of things, right? And one of my latest things is like this modern clear spiral rain stick, right? To where you can basically see the beads go down, and it looks pretty cool. But I had somebody contact me, and they want 25,000 of them, right? And I was just like, whoa, well, that's time to expand, and then basically talking about investing and then, patenting some of these designs as well, and sharing, the patent. So I'm all for it, but it's amazing because I wasn't trying to do that. You know what I mean? I was just trying to make the best product available and then make it most available online, like TikTok and all that stuff. But that's how I was found. Somebody found me on TikTok and they're like, "Do you manufacture? Like, are you, willing to?" It's kind of weird how like life. I usually say it's actually God. God hands you so many opportunities through other people. And it's designed that way, it was meant to happen that way. And really what's stopping it is fear. You saying no or yes to something. Now, I'm not a yes man or anything like that, but, it's so obvious, of course, after knowing Flat Earth and these truths and these foundations, simple obstacles that I would have gotten scared of 10 years ago are now like, wow, like I can feasibly do this. I have confidence. And of course, it leads to a better lifestyle, at least for my family, and honestly, just more time to spend with them.
Yep.
So when people say like, "Oh, Flat Earth doesn't change anything," or like, it's still the same Earth, I'm like, no way, man. Sure, it's still the same Earth, but you're not the same person anymore. That's for sure.
Yeah.
A better person making better decisions.
Was
that Papa John's?
Mm-hmm. Better pizza.
Better people, better decisions, Flat Earth. But yeah, life is good, man. I can't complain at all.
I keep telling Grace, because in one of his songs he says, what is it? Curve is a GoPro and space is a no-go. Like, you need to coin that phrase, man, and make it a commodity.
Absolutely.
But yeah, like this whole experience has been great. And I mean, I've said it to y'all a whole bunch of times, but my whole life, I always felt like I was just underneath somebody else's thumb in the world. And once I discovered the Earth being flat, the truth about the Earth being flat, it's not even like that it's flat. It measures flat, right? Like, let's just be honest with the words and the wording and everything like that. There is no observable curvature anywhere. The way our eyes work, things just get smaller as they go further and further away, and it has to do with angular resolution and all those things. Like if it was a bigger object, you'd be able to see it further away. That's just the way that it works, because like the resolution of the pixels and things like that, or in your eye. But ever since coming to the truth about Flat Earth, I feel like I broke even with the world finally. Like I just have such a positive outlook on everything. And
I like that, broke even. It's so true. It's exactly what it felt like. Like, all right, we're neutral now.
Right. Like I'm no longer like, I don't feel like a slave to the system anymore. I know it. I feel like I know what's going on. I feel like I'm on the inside now. So I flat smacked my date last night. Actually, I think it was this morning.
How'd she handle it?
She looked at me and she's like, "Really?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Well, what do you mean?" So I was like, "Well, think about it. Like, there's no observable curvature anywhere. You can see way too far. Like, I can show you pictures that you shouldn't be able to see, but you can see them, and you can see it with your own eyes." Like, okay, well, what else? I'm like, well, like you don't feel any
points. Good points.
All right, I did I 3-pointed her, man. I was like, you don't feel any spin anywhere, do you? Like, you feel dizzy when you're walking around outside? The Earth is spinning at like 1,000 miles per hour. I would be dizzy. Whoa, well, it's too big for us to detect. I'm like, but is it really? Like 1,000 miles per hour is pretty freaking fast.
Or worse, the ISS going 17.
Oh, dude.
What?
It should disintegrate.
It looks pretty still.
And then I was like, and then think about it. Like, anywhere in this known world that you can have gas pressure without a container? Like, you have to have a physical barrier to hold the gases. And she's like, well, what about satellites? And I'm like, you remember a few weeks ago when they shot down this balloon with a satellite attached to it and said it was from China? She's like, yeah. I'm like, that's how satellites work. And then of course, when you corner people like this in real life, like when you don't have Google at their disposal because they're not hiding behind a computer screen and you can't see them typing away, like their immediate response is, well, I just don't know enough of the information to have an argument. Like, it's not an argument.
What's funny is they're going to like do a quick Google search, flat Earth. They're going to run into God knows what,
Flat Earth Society. That's exactly what they're running into.
Yeah. Professor Dave, all these people. They come back. No, that's great though. Yeah, it's definitely a good test for a date. Lost some women that way for sure. What are you looking at? Flat Earth. Getting to next thing I know, months later of just like complete awful, arguing over nothing. They break up with you. Actually, my wife currently, the reason I knew it in her is, on our first date, she was like, I hate space. And I was like, I love you. It was funny because she wasn't really a flat earther yet at that time, but I just kind of knew. I was like, you're already ready.
Yeah.
You don't even know it.
Oh, yeah. Like, all you need to do is just learn that space is fake. There's no way that it could ever exist. And then it makes sense. And these globers, they can't get past that. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I've got the solar system pictured in my head. I'm like, do you really, though? Like, have you ever seen the solar system from outer space? Well, I've seen pictures of it. No, I mean, like, we've all seen the same pictures. It's never to scale.
Ever. Yeah. And if it is, it's like that ridiculous, they went out to the middle of the desert and they're like, this is Earth. They drive all the way over. This is Venus. It's like, can't even see the other one.
Right. Like, let's see. I'll show you the school picture that we're all familiar with when we think of like outer space and what our solar system looks like.
Well, that's often what they tell me too. They're like, so where are we then? And I was like, well, we don't know. You thought that you were in this like infinite space of nothing. What's the difference? We still don't know where we are. But the lie of this motion, this curve, and everything that goes with it, the fear, oh, there's going to be an asteroid, like, just explaining sometimes to these people, like, don't you think that's important not to fall for?
Like, I'll give you this example right here. This is what we have all seen in school.
Oh, every time. Yeah.
And we're like, oh, this is how our universe looks like. This isn't even how it's supposed to look like. This is nowhere near to scale. This is just drawn this way so it could all fit onto a poster nice and neat for you.
In fact, I would say, as somebody who teaches perspective, it's almost impossible to scale a perspective without some sort of known dimension. Because every dimension is actually different. It's either shrinking or enlarging.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, who hasn't seen that thing? We should be all like burnt to a crisp. Even supposedly the planet sizes aren't even to scale. Like, but yet Jupiter is kind of bigger. Like what?
Right. And like the one that Wave Mixer put on there, like, that's one example of like what
the diagram.
Yeah.
Here it is zoomed up, right? One of the first videos they showed us was by Ray and Eames Charles, The Powers of 10, right? And it shows those two people like having a picnic, and then they start zooming out. They start zooming out like 10 to the power of 1, 10 to the power of 2, right? And, you can instantly see when it starts turning into a model, even for the 60s. But the visualizations, the trickery that they had to come up with to even hire, these two California architects to explain it to the public for them, because they had a huge problem before they had all these diagrams and, all this, honestly, stuff, They reached out to some of the greatest minds, and they took them into NASA, or some sort of other affiliated program to help with this space narrative lie. Whether it was music with like David Bowie and like, oh yeah, we need to make the song Space Odyssey. Moon landing's about to happen, so we need that kind of to be in the air. And it's just the links of this lie that they've gone through is why somebody doesn't normally just like, what do you mean they're all lying? It's really hard to take in. Like, what? David Bowie's lying? Like, some people love David Bowie. But, it just drives me nuts. Just how piled all of this stuff is. When it's so easily debunked by going outside and measuring to see if there's a damn curve for yourself. Done.
Yep. You just need a known distance, that's it.
Right. So I can't imagine you hit her up with all that. But did she say there's going to be a second date then?
Yeah.
There you go. She's got potential.
She does. I think if anything, like even if she doesn't believe it, even like right away, she's gonna listen to it because I'm never gonna stop talking about it. And at some point, at a minimum, if it doesn't scare her off, she's gonna be like, you know what, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure I want to believe that yet, but that makes sense. And I mean, that right there tells me that there's a big seed planted right there. If somebody says something like that,
I would agree.
She's talking to me about like aliens and everything like that. I'm like, well, some people confuse aliens with like angelic beings, and what does the word alien mean anyway? It just means that it's foreign to you and I.
Right.
Like when someone's an alien to another country, you're foreign to that country.
Or when I tell them extraterrestrial, it's like that means extra land.
Yeah, like not of this terrain.
I definitely know the feeling because some of the earliest quote-unquote conspiracy theories I looked into were definitely the aliens, the crop circles. Like even as a little kid, I was like, yeah, I don't know if you guys remember that crop circle where it was almost like an alien's face with like a little CD, and it actually had like a binary code sort of like going all around it. It was an extremely intricate crop circle, right? And they decoded it, and it said this about humanity. I ate it up as a kid. Like aliens are real,
Right.
Be afraid.
Right. Or CB and his X-Files music.
When the truth is, you don't have to be afraid at all.
No, you don't. You have more power in this world than you can imagine.
Absolutely.
So I found this picture. This is actually, if I remember correctly, this is the picture that I remember the most when I was in school. It was probably this one. I'm gonna go ahead and say it was this one. I probably saw this more than anything else.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like that's how it has to be. It has to be a cartoon. Oh, did I show you the picture of my neighborhood that I took the other day?
I might have seen it. I'm usually listening in. Sometimes I'll jump in if I can talk. But
so it just so happened it was real pretty out, and so I just took a picture, and I took this picture with my iPhone, and it like looks like a cartoon painting almost. It actually looks really cool.
Oh dang!
Like that would be a cool picture to hang up.
Yeah, maybe without the cookie cutter houses, but
right.
I'm just playing. The only reason I say that is because I'm an architect.
Right.
But yeah, Bob Ross sky for sure.
Yep.
That light too.
I know, it's all yellow. I thought that was kind of cool.
It adds to the color though. It's nice.
But yeah. So what's going on with you? Anything new?
Not much. Taking care of the baby. She's 9 months now. Starting to walk. It's just amazing. I'm like speechless,
Oh yeah.
Being able to work from home now, living out my dream, essentially. But awake.
Right.
And I come from a guy that 13 years ago I was homeless. Parents kind of kicked me out as the black sheep of the family, and yeah, I was kind of a jerk, but for good reason. And living in and out of my car, and decided to go to school just because, honestly, it's kind of a funny story. I had this homeless man when I was homeless who was quite old, and his head was kind of all there. He kind of lost it all gambling, and he was like, Chris, you're really young, and you may not like the establishment. You might really hate it because I always had this rebellious tendency towards the government and things like that. 911 and everything. But he told me, like, you should try school because you have a strong mind, and you don't have to believe everything they say, but that piece of paper takes you places. And he really was kind of right. I really owe it to that guy. Some of the best wisdom I've ever gotten were from absolute strangers that lived on the streets. But so seeing kind of this whole spectrum for myself, and being the one that gets yourself out of it can be life-changing, and you start to look back and realize that was all on purpose in a weird way. Without that struggle, I wouldn't be the strong person that I am today.
Yeah.
And it makes it that much sweeter too. Like if it was just handed to me, if I knew I was going to have it one day, I might have not tried as hard. Right? Oh, the earth is flat. There's nothing to explore then, really. I still can't leave,
Right.
I think Meme, is absolutely correct when he said, like, the deception is needed as well to have that awakening, to have the truth revealed to you. And it definitely seems a part of the entire design.
It could be. Yeah, it separates you. It separates you from the NPCs of the world.
Yeah. Those people, I feel like they're just in their own heads. They've been listening to the program for so long, they believe they are the program. They forgot who they were a long time ago.
It could be. Have you ever read the articles on people with the internal monologue?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think I've read anything on that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
You sound like somebody who has like an internal voice that when you think you can hear yourself talking.
Oh, yeah. I think I remember you mentioning that as well. Like, you were saying like the NPCs like don't even have that inner monologue. Right. Or some people don't, right?
Right.
That is wild to me. Dude, I'm like playing entire orchestras while like building something in the voice of my head. You know what I mean?
Right. Like I can't fathom that. Like when people read words, they don't hear a voice when they read words. They just read the words.
Oh, that's weird. How did they confirm that? You know, like this guy, he doesn't hear it.
But they say like anywhere from 30 to 50% of the world is like that.
Wow. However, not really surprising either. I would say the same thing for 80% of my students. You know, they're just kind of there for the piece of paper, whereas 20% of them are there for an experience.
Right.
Man, that's wild. Kind of look into that. Well, I don't want to leave you hanging, Sheepdog, but I'm going to make some lunch and kind of fade to the background.
Yeah, I got to get some stuff done too. I was just hanging out for the conversation, but if you want to put the bot on, or I can put the bot on, it's up to you.
Yeah, I don't have perms. You know, unless there's anybody else out there, you know, who wants to, you know, pass the baton.
Yeah, I got to go personally, but
cool. Well, always a pleasure, Sheepdog.
Yes, sir. You have a great afternoon.
You too.
Bye.
Lose air.
Don't you understand anything? Okay, boomer.
The Earth that we will be navigating is flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Yeah, we're navigating on the Earth, and functionally it's flat, and we navigate flat, along a flat map, of course.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Matthew.
Of course, that's why all maps are flat. Only is on a flat surface.
Where'd you get latitude from?
The angle to Polaris.
What, the one that you made absolutely clear is functionally flat 5 times means you should be sacked. Do you hear me? Don't tell me about your triangle diagram. I know what a triangle is. You took 5 attempts of me telling you that it won't have a curve meeting it. Earth is flat. You've done what you needed to do here. You've served your purpose for me. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad I could help.
What, prove Earth's flat? You helped immensely. Did you all hear that, ballers? That was one of your kin. A globe believer. A mathematician, no less. Detailing explicitly. Yeah, we had to drag him around a little bit beforehand. The drama aficionado. Pulling around the mathematician who's teaching our kids is nonsense. Has to be educated about 5 times. That no, when you meet something at 90 and you're a triangle, you're not meeting a curve, making Earth functionally flat. That's right. Very helpful indeed. How did you think you would get on here today, Matthew?
Oh, I was just listening to somebody else called me out. Sorry about that.
Chuckling like this is amusing. The world's been deceived, Matthew. The world's told by people like yourself that it's functionally spherical while they lie and deceive with mathematics about how ants will go round on clocks, only for us to have to correct them. So twice we've had to correct you about curves not meeting 90 degrees in triangles and clocks not being analogous to a presupposed spherical Earth with no justification, and the audacity that you have when you assume it. No justification to assume your spherical value. None.
I think I'm still going to teach my students that the Earth is a sphere and give them evidence for that. And,
what evidence will you give them?
Tell them it's
there
not
isn't
flat.
any. What would you give them?
Eyewitness testimony, pictures from space, GPS, satellite TV, like that type of evidence.
Let's go in reverse order. GPS uses Cartesian grid system. Were you aware of that?
It uses the Cartesian grid system. That's right.
That's also derived from flat Earth. My bad. I was responding. That's a flat Earth.
The point of bringing up GPS is to ask where those satellites are.
Excuse me. The system is used for navigation and is a Cartesian flat Earth grid system. You said you would teach children this lie based on GPS, which is a flat Earth Cartesian grid system. But you would say that it's about the satellites. I see. So you teach it based on its name only. You just go to space. Have you been to space to lie to them about what it is?
No, I'm never going to go to space.
So you're going to lie to them based on what your experts told you then?
I'm going to tell them what the experts say, yes.
Why?
Because I think that that's true.
Why? Well, you haven't been to space. In fact,
No.
space is a second law of thermodynamics violation. Entropy. Do you not know of this law of nature? Definitely not real. But we've already proven that one of the things you would lie to the children about, this sphere Earth assumption you haven't justified, is based on a Cartesian flat Earth system called GPS. That's nothing to do with Earth and orbital presuppositions of the satellites, and everything to do with the navigation system that's flat.
So it is based on a Cartesian coordinate system of latitude and longitude, but I don't think that only is on a flat surface. It can.
Where'd you get latitude from? Where was that derived from? We've already covered this, by the way.
The angle to Polaris.
What, the one that you made absolutely clear is functionally flat? That one?
No, just the...
Sorry, no. I think you'll be remiss if you don't say yes, given that it took me 5 attempts to get you to concede it. Yes, you mean? Right, do you think an elevation angle measurement to Polaris... Excuse me. Do you think an elevation angle measurement to Polaris can have a curved baseline? Do we need to do this for a 6th time?
Triangles are made up of perfectly straight lines. They can't have a curved baseline.
So an elevation angle measurement to Polaris to give you latitude won't be derivable from a curved surface then, will it, Matthew?
No, you have...
So the latitude lines in this Cartesian grid system, they are derived from a flat Earth then, Matthew?
A flat triangle, yes.
A flat plane with an elevation angle measurement to Polaris and circles coming out towards the equator, measured on a flat plane. Like we explained earlier with why all the maps were flat. You don't need to talk as I'm talking, Sunshine. I am not one of your students. Yeah, I have absolutely no respect for you. Like conspiracy cats and child's flat earth math, you are scum. Lying to children with the justification of me experts and me space that violates second law of thermodynamics. That's what you've got.
I'm not scum and I don't deserve to be fired.
Yeah, you do. You've come in here and conceded the incorrect nonsense you've peddled to millions, and you've told me that you'll justify lies to children about an R-value you haven't justified because of the way satellites work in a presupposed orbit, as opposed to a Euclidean system that uses triangles with right angles to Polaris that's measured off a flat plane and using a Cartesian flat plane grid system. That's not justifying the lie to the children of a sphere, Matthew. So you are scum.
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
I did. I am characterizing you to your face as scum based on the lies I've pointed out to you.
I don't think they're lies. I think.
So Cartesian flat Earth grid system isn't justifying the orbital motion you say the satellites get it from is using, when the system itself is used with flat Earth elevation angle measurements to derive the grid system in the first instance. That's not a justification to lie to children about an R-value you haven't justified. You are scum. I'm not categorizing you as it. I'm giving an example of you being scum.
I agree that it's always wrong to lie to children. I think I'm telling the truth.
You think you're telling the truth when I've proven that the justification of GPS uses a Cartesian flat Earth grid system?
So you agree? The reason I brought up GPS was not about the Cartesian system, but...
Sorry, it's a system that uses navigation for the ground. And you're going to use the satellites they lie about using when the system itself is flat. The flat Earth grid system is the system that you're actually navigating, Matthew. You already tried this, you're just rinsing and repeating, and now you feel the necessity to talk over me. I'm not one of your students. You're one of mine. I am the advanced heliocentrist and you are the student of the triangle used to acquire the elevation angle measurements to Polaris to give you the flat grid system used for navigating the ground in GPS. Now, I've proven how it's a flat system and how the system has been derived from flat angles to a star. Now, that is in no way justification, as you gave, for lying to children about Earth being an assumed radius that you didn't justify. Now, you might not think it's reasonable, but I'm demonstrating to my audience why it's an unreasonable statement to lie to them. I don't care about your cognitive dissonance response.
Okay, boomer.
Yeah, Matthew, but you did intonate earlier that you'd got some form of measurement that you'd then take into calculation to give you your R value. What's pointing out here is there isn't any measurement or interaction at any point. It's all just in calculation and assumption.
Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius, not to prove that the Earth is a sphere.
The same radius that you said was never measured.
Necessarily come up very often, but that's a fallacy in logic called begging the question.
Right. If you were trying to prove that the Earth is the globe.
Stop. Yes, was your reply. Fallacy in logic is your justification for lying to the kiddies.
It is a fallacy in logic to say that to use the radius of the Earth to prove that the Earth is a sphere. Correct. Yeah, so I've conceded that nobody's ever measured the curvature of the Earth. The Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius.
You tell the kids that Eratosthenes did what? Please repeat.
He calculated the radius.
That's not what you said before, though.
I'm trying to explain what I'm telling the kids.
Yeah, I hate you. Yeah, I hate you. You're the reason I homeschool. You're the reason I homeschool my kids, because I don't want people like you to teach my kids. You disgust me, and I do believe you should be fired. The very fact that you've come here, have you taken down your video with the incorrect information that you conceded here when you joined? Have you taken that down?
No, and
Scum! Fire him! He's more than content to continue to perpetuate his bullshit lies that he's conceded. He hasn't taken his video down. He's not got an ounce of integrity. Have you, Matthew? Take your video down and put one up with the corrections and acknowledge us in them. Acknowledge me personally for the corrections I gave you and acknowledge the world is flat. I'm not asking you to give your heart to Jesus. I'm asking you to have some intellectual integrity. Do it.
Yeah, Matthew, but you did intonate earlier that you'd got some form of measurement that you'd then take into calculation to give you your R value. What's pointing out here is there isn't any measurement or interaction at any point. It's all just in calculation and assumption.
Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius, not to prove that the Earth is a sphere.
The same radius that you said was never measured.
Necessarily come up very often, but that's a fallacy in logic called begging the question.
Right. If you were trying to prove that the Earth is the globe.
Stop. Yes, was your reply. Fallacy in logic is your justification for lying to the kiddies.
It is a fallacy in logic to say that to use the radius of the Earth to prove that the Earth is a sphere. Correct. Yeah, so I've conceded that nobody's ever measured the curvature of the Earth. The Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius. You
tell the kids that Eratosthenes did what? Please repeat.
He calculated the radius.
That's not what you said before, though.
I'm trying to explain what I'm telling the kids.
Yeah, I hate you. Yeah, I hate you. You're the reason I homeschool. You're the reason I homeschool my kids, because I don't want people like you to teach my kids. You disgust me, and I do believe you should be fired. The very fact that you've come here, have you taken down your video with the incorrect information that you conceded here when you joined? Have you taken that down?
No, and
Scum! Fire him! He's more than content to continue to perpetuate his bullshit lies that he's conceded. He hasn't taken his video down. He's not got an ounce of integrity. Have you, Matthew? Take your video down and put one up with the corrections and acknowledge us in them. Acknowledge me personally for the corrections I gave you and acknowledge the world is flat. I'm not asking you to give your heart to Jesus. I'm asking you to have some intellectual integrity. Do it.
Clown.
I don't think no.
Yeah, no. So you're not looking at the mountain.
You're talking about like the light energy coming from the top of Mount Everest?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Let's cut this short. I think what he's trying to say is, when you say you haven't measured Mount Everest, what you actually mean is we haven't measured it that accurately, right? But it has been measured.
It hasn't been compared against a physical standard like in your definition. So I would agree with your definition.
Yeah, that's right. We're looking at the mountain. Can you show us looking at the curvature so you can make
I'm
the
saying
proper
that nobody
analogy?
slapped a ruler up on Mount Everest.
Yeah, you're still train wreck. You still return right back to your vomit. I am still exchanging energy with that mountain that I'm measuring, right? Show us the curvature to make your analogy
light
appropriate.
energy?
Saying light has no energy?
Let me just summarize. The point being that there's a physical interaction when you look at the mountain to make whatever you're going to call a calculation or measurement. There's a physical interaction with it. Whereas with Earth curvature, there is no physical interaction with it at any point ever. You can't see it.
Precisely, Nathan. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I've conceded that nobody's ever measured the curvature of the Earth.
Right. So curvature of the Earth isn't measurable because there is no way to physically interact with it. Ergo, it only exists in the maths.
Right. It's a calculation.
Matthew, but you did intonate earlier that you'd got some form of measurement that you'd then taken to calculation to give you your R value. What's pointing out here is there isn't any measurement or interaction at any point. It's all just in calculation and assumption.
Well, it starts from a measurement and then you use that measurement in a calculation.
And using calculation to get your R value.
Precisely.
All based on what should be, but what isn't.
Your analogy is a train wreck. Have you ever, well, what do you do when you look at Mount Everest? That is a train wreck, son.
Yeah, sorry. Maybe I didn't explain very well. The point of bringing up Mount Everest is that we use calculations to determine its height.
That's a measurement. It's a measurement.
No.
Is the point, Matthew.
When we look at Mount Everest, we're looking.
When you did your calculations for Mount Everest, where did you get your initial numbers from? Did you just calculate them or observe Mount Everest?
You observe Mount Everest and you measure angles and do survey.
Now, when we go to Earth curvature, where is the Mount Everest that we're going to angle to?
Sticks and shadows, Eratosthenes angle.
They'd require a flat Earth also.
Is a shadow the curving Earth that I'm supposedly measuring, or is it something completely different that's not a measurement of the thing that I'm going to calculate? It's a measurement of something completely different. It's a shadow.
Right. It's a measurement of something completely different. It's a measure of an angle of a shadow.
Right. So is that reasonable?
Yes, you use
assumption?
That. No, without an assumption, it's not reasonable. Of course, you can't get it.
Not at all. So this is the point of the analogy. You don't have a mountain to measure an angle to.
If this Earth curve is only in existence in the maths, and there's no physical interaction to take a measurement of it, and you appreciate that you can only infer it by assumption, do you not see how that seems very unreasonable to any reasonable person after having that explained to them?
Of course. So you have to assume that the Earth is a globe in order to try and get a radius. What sense does it even mean to get a radius if the Earth is not a globe?
Okay. I realise that perhaps in maths this doesn't necessarily come up very often, but that's a fallacy in logic called begging the question.
Right. If you were trying to prove that the Earth is the globe.
Stop. Try that once more. Yes, was your reply.
Yes.
Fallacy in logic is your justification for lying to the kiddies, correct?
It is a fallacy in logic to say that the to use the radius of the Earth to prove that the Earth is a sphere. Correct.
To assume your outcome. That's begging the question.
Yeah, because it's begging
that's
the
okay.
question.
I'm not a student of yours. Yet when I talk, you listen to me. The one who knows more about your belief in this sphere than you do. I understand the flaw in logic you are employing, Matthew. You said yes, and then started waffling. No. At the point that you concede that what you are using to justify your assumption is the necessity for the assumption, that is unreasonable to assume. It's a flaw in logic. It is a logical fallacy. Yes, that's where we got to last time. This time, I don't want you to waffle on when you say yes. I will berate you for your use of logical fallacy to lie to children when you educate them about the sphere belief that you have based on flaws in logic. Now, I don't see it as reasonable to lie to children about your assumptions based on flaws in logic. Yeah, that's not reasonable. Do you understand my disdain for you and my justification for calling you scum when you justified lying to children based on a flaw in logic?
Yes, I understand your disdain if that's what you think I'm doing.
No, you are doing that. You have just told me how you assume Earth is a sphere because that's the only way you can justify measuring its radius. That is a flaw in logic called begging the question. That's not what I think you're doing, it's what you factually are doing, and it's your justification for lying to students about Earth being a sphere. Now, that is why I have a high level of disdain for teachers in this arena, like Conspiracy Cats. Because he knows better. We've told you it's a flaw in logic. You've conceded it's a flaw in logic. So it is not a reasonable justification to tell students Earth's a sphere. Comprende?
Eratosthenes is not a proof of the Earth being a sphere.
Eratosthenes, the first word out of his mouth.
So my disdain, my reasoning for calling you scum is because you've justified it with a logical fallacy. Not reasonable.
Not Eratosthenes. Yes, Nathan, or no, Nathan?
No.
No, it's not reasonable to lie to the students based on a flaw in logic you hold.
It's not reasonable to lie to students ever.
So, were you to justify telling the students that Earth's a sphere, having had the flaw in logic pointed out to you, would you now concede that if you continue to do so, it's perfectly reasonable to consider you a scum? Based on the fact you now know it's a flaw in logic that you used to justify this education you thought you were giving them? No, you were giving them flaws in logic. Unreasonable.
You're misunderstanding what I'm telling them. I'm not using Eratosthenes to prove that the Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius, not to prove that the Earth is a sphere.
The same radius that you said was never measured. That radius?
Right. Measure an angle of a shadow from a stick. Why would you assume that the base of that triangle has a curve to it? That is utterly ludicrous.
Oh, God.
I'm asking him why, when he told us he was measuring an angle from a shadow, that in any way, beyond the flaw in logic that he's already used, where he assumes he's measuring a sphere, why would assume that that angle was actually a curved line meeting a straight line?
We already
Angles are always between straight lines.
He already compromised his dumbass 3 times with that.
You tell the kids that Eratosthenes did what? Repeat.
He calculated the radius.
No!
That's not what you said before, though.
That's not what you said. You said measured.
How did it
He
all
measured
here?
Use that to calculate the radius.
Wait, angles, that's straight lines, though, isn't it?
Oh, brother.
It is.
Right. So does this cognitive dissonance hurt as a justification to brainwash the kiddies into your religious belief of a sphere? Is this cognitive dissonance hurting?
No.
Well, we've already gone through the angle about, 7 times? You know, I had a little gloat about how I'm a student of drama, like trained as an actor. And it took 6 attempts for me to get you to concede that you're not going to get a right angle out of a curve. But you're now going back to what you've calculated out of the surface of the angle that you measured was curved. That's utterly absurd. We've already compromised you, as just been pointed out by QE. I don't know what you're doing.
I'm trying to explain what I'm telling the kids.
Yeah, I hate you. Yeah, I hate you. You're the reason I homeschool. You're the reason I homeschool my kids, because I don't want people like you to teach my kids. As you chuckle about this. Shut up! Shut up! Stupid man. Telling my audience why I homeschool. Because you, when pointed out and compromised 6 or 8 times, laugh about it. That's why I hate you. And I wouldn't put my kids in front of you.
You think your kids are going to end up as...
I am not going to put my kids in front of you, you lying scum. You understand? So what matters, I don't care about your opinion thereafter. It's a fact. Not something you can question or query. That's a fact. It's my justification why I wouldn't let my kids anywhere near you. Because you'll lie to them. And when somebody points out how you've lied to them, you chuckle. You think it's amusing. That's why I hate you. I hate cats. I hate all of the people in this arena who know better, that have been told, like you've been told, that have had to be dragged around by their short hairs with their own bloody words about how wrong they are and how they're using logical fallacies. And at the end of the process, you laugh. You disgust me, teacher. You should be sacked, and you can shut your mouth while I berate you. You disgust me, and I do believe you should be fired. The very fact that you've come here, have you taken down your video with the incorrect information that you conceded here when you joined? Have you taken that down?
No, and
Scum! Fire him! He's more than content to continue to perpetuate his bullshit lies that he's conceded. He hasn't taken his video down. He's not got an ounce of integrity. Have you, Matthew? Take your video down and put one up with the corrections and acknowledge us in them. Acknowledge me personally for the corrections I gave you, and acknowledge the world is flat. I'm not asking you to give your heart to Jesus. I'm asking you to have some intellectual integrity. Do it. You can rejoin when you've honoured what I demand you do. That's correct your lies that you conceded when you arrived here. Take down your video with its incorrect nonsense that you've bullshitted around how Earth is assumed to be a spherical radius value-based system with a turn value that's equivalent of a clock. No, my friend. And you can go away and justify to yourself how you lie to your students with the logical fallacies you employ, while I retain my disgust and disdain for you as a teacher.
When it comes to belief, here are our choices, ladies and gentlemen. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and he made us in his own image. In the beginning, nothing farted out the heavens and the earth, and we got here from goo to you by way of the zoo. Or, in the beginning, nothing farted out the heavens and the earth, and ETs seeded the goo to make you. Those are our choices. I don't know about you, but I'm going to go with option number 1. And I'm not going to try to bend option 1 to match that other stuff. They are completely and totally incompatible. So, one of the things I often hear about this is, well, Rob, if that's true, if what you're saying is true, it's too big a conspiracy. Have you heard that before? Have you said that before? It's too big a conspiracy. No way. There's no way that could continue. Right? Well, okay, let's think about that. Is it really too big a conspiracy? Compartmentalization. Do you think a private knows what the sergeant knows in the military? You think the sergeant knows what the first lieutenant knows? The first lieutenant knows what the captain knows? Captain knows what the general knows? No, they know only what they need to know to do whatever they've been assigned to do. That's compartmentalization, right? Look into the Manhattan Project. If you want to really understand compartmentalization at work and hundreds of thousands of people being involved and tens of billions of dollars being involved, the vice president himself didn't even know what was going on. The person in the office next to you didn't know what you were doing, and you didn't know what he was doing. No problem. Compartmentalization. The mechanic doesn't know what the king knows. Start looking into some of this stuff right here. Learn about the Illuminati, Freemasons, the Vatican, Jesuits, Trilateral Commission, Bilderberg meetings, Bohemian Grove, Committee of 300, Council of 13, and just the tip of a very big iceberg. right, of control. Again, that's how compartmentalization works. Not a problem. What government is trustworthy? You guys think the United States government is trustworthy? What about the Russians? The Russians must be trustworthy. Oh, I know. The Chinese are trustworthy. Or maybe the Koreans. Oh, Israel's trustworthy. Yeah. Governments are full of conspiracies. The military answers to its government. When it comes to the space program, a little over 500 human beings have allegedly been to space. And of the 500 plus individuals who have allegedly been to space, a vast majority of those come from military backgrounds. How many of you know militaries are trained to keep secrets? Right down to the private. Has to be able to keep its nation's secrets, right, from the enemy. Right? So you already have people who have been trained, military trained, to keep secrets for a government that's anything but trustworthy. Then you also have, combined with that, many of the guys that are involved, not only are they in the military, but they're also in secret societies. Secret societies. Do you think they might have something to do with keeping secrets? Maybe. Just maybe. Space programs also answer to their government. All nations who signed the Antarctic Treaty are, in my opinion, suspect. Secret societies keep secrets, right? How many of the astronauts were Freemasons? Well, when I started looking into Freemasonry and what they might potentially believe and have to say concerning this issue, found something really interesting. Albert Pike is one of the recognized authorities in the Freemasonry world, was a prolific writer about Freemasonry. Chapter 1, talking about the apprentice in Freemasonry. You can look this up, freemasons-freemasonry.com. It's their own website, right? They're telling you this stuff. Right at the beginning of it says, the dimensions of the lodge, our brethren of the York Rite say, are unlimited, and it's covering no less than the canopy of heaven. To this object, the canopy of heaven, Scripture calls the firmament, they say the Mason's mind is continually directed, and thither the hopes at last to arrive by the aid of the theological ladder which Jacob in his vision saw ascending from earth to heaven, the three principal rounds of which are denominated faith, hope, and charity, and which admonish us to have faith in God, hope in immortality, and charity to all mankind. Accordingly, a ladder, sometimes with 9 rounds, is seen on the chart, resting at the bottom on the earth, its top in the clouds, the stars shining above it, and this is deemed to represent that mystic ladder which Jacob saw in his dream set up on the earth, and the top of it reaching to heaven, with the angels of God ascending and descending on it. The addition of the 3 principal rounds to the symbolism is wholly modern and incongruous. When they get down to the square and compass, the square is a right angle formed by 2 right lines. It is adapted only to a plane surface and belongs only to geometry, earth measurement, that trigonometry which deals with planes and with the earth, which the ancients supposed to be a plane. You guys get that? The compass describes circles and deals with spherical trigonometry, the science of the spheres and heavens. The former, therefore, is an emblem of what concerns the earth and the body, the latter of that what concerns the heavens and the soul. So they're telling you in their own iconography, in the structure of their Freemasonic lodges, that that's structured after the firmament, and the square and compass represents the plane earth. Coincidentally, many of our astronauts, were Freemasons. Maybe they were hiding something. Why was NASA completely run by high-degree Freemasons during the Apollo missions? Why were and are so many of the astronauts and others within NASA Freemasons? Could it be that they knew something and were/are therefore responsible for protecting the secret? Consider what Albert Pike had to say, what I just showed you right there in Morals and Dogma. In their own writings, they describe the ceiling as the canopy of heaven. To this object, the firmament, they say the Mason's mind is continually directed. They later say the square is a right angle formed by 2 right lines representing the plane earth. Right there. Okay, let's continue. Most are just doing their job and have no reason to question it. Oh, I've got a friend that works at NASA. Oh, congratulations. He builds stuff. Cool. Oh, I got another friend. He looks at a monitor and reads data. Awesome. They build stuff to put on something that goes on a launch pad with very few people are going to be involved with, that's going to launch and go who knows where. And by the way, they all lose contact with whatever they shoot up as soon as it goes over the Indian Ocean.
Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost.
Why are you telling me that you lose contact even today with the stuff that you send up when it goes over the Indian Ocean? Could it be in that blackout time that somebody's switching something somewhere and feeding data to the people that are looking at the monitors? Maybe, I'm just suggesting, maybe that could be something like that. They build stuff, whoop-de-doo. They read data on computers, oh wow. They lose track over the Indian Ocean. The conspiracy of cosmology is no bigger than that of evolution. Is every teacher and everybody in on the conspiracy of evolution? No, they're just parroting what they've been taught themselves. As are so many other people with cosmology. It's the same thing, no different. And they put it in a textbook and nobody questions it. All right, then what's the motivation? Why would they lie? Well, I think this billboard says a lot. In science we trust. Freedom from religion. They got their prophets, right? Scientism is a religion. This is my theory. First, get people to doubt Yahuwah's word by destroying the very foundation of our Bible, Genesis, specifically the creation account. Number two, set up a new paradigm where God is out and science is in. Evolution removes Yahuwah from the equation. Number three, when evolution finally runs its course and becomes utterly bankrupt, introduce the idea of intelligent design, but deny the true designer his due credit and place it rather on ancient aliens. Number four, promote the ancient aliens theme as much as possible in all forms of media by perpetuating the concept of Earth as a tiny blue marble orbiting an average sun in an average galaxy among trillions of other galaxies in an ever-expanding universe. With so much potential for life to exist in such a vast expanse, the idea of alien scientists being our creators seems a lot more plausible over time and heavy indoctrination. And number five, the stage is set for our alien creators to return and bestow upon us their miracles, signs, and wonders in order to convince us all the more that all religions are false. When we put our trust in them, finally, when Christ does return, we are all convinced that he is the enemy and our united world gathers together to make war with him. I went to a conference, it was called the Contact in the Desert Conference out in California, and it was the who's who of the ancient aliens crowd. Everybody you've seen, the big hair guy, Giorgio, Eric Von Daniken, they were all there. It was a whole weekend of these guys talking about, the Anunnaki and who seeded our world, and they're coming back, and we've got to ascend, and we've got to be ready for them and all this stuff. And oh, by the way, they have an enemy we may have to help them to defend against. And there's a sense of urgency. They're saying this. They're saying that there's a real sense of urgency. The beings that they're in contact with in these alien abduction scenarios are saying, hey, people got to get ready. You got to embrace us. You got to be ready for us because we have an enemy and you're going to have to help fight against them. What does Revelation say? The armies of the world are gathered together in the valley of Megiddo to make war with him who's coming on the horse. If 2% of what I heard at that conference is true, the church is woefully ill-prepared to deal with what's coming. How many of you know Scripture talks about a great falling away, an apostasy? I'll tell you, because most of these churches out there aren't talking about any of this stuff. When a mile-wide spaceship parks over the city, they're going to have no answers for it. And we've had the Catholic Church all along saying, yeah, you know what, evolution, I think that might be true. Oh, yeah, by the way, yeah, plurality of worlds. The church fathers, so-called church fathers, were talking about ideas of plurality of worlds. There could be other aliens out there. Well, if you open the door to the possibility of other life forms out there, did they fall too? Did they have an Adam and Eve that sinned and need a Savior? Did Christ have to die for them too? Or is it possible that they didn't fall? They didn't sin. Ooh, then we might have to learn something from them. I mean, you've got the Vatican saying, if ET shows up, we'll baptize them, ... if they need it. We could have something to learn from them. I'm telling you, something's coming, and what intrigues me about this topic that we're talking about this evening is it nullifies and obliterates all of it. If we're in an enclosed world cosmology, you can forget evolution and ancient aliens goes out the window. There's no likelihood. It's not even remotely plausible.
Anyone on here tired of playing the quiet game? I know we should have some silence for the globe, but I think we're overdoing it a little bit. That silence you hear represents all empirical facts of the globe model, which is zero, zilch, none. Somebody at least acknowledge that my mic may be working at this point. Or don't. Little green things lighting up so it looks like it's working. This is a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live 2.0. This is your host, Dead Air Dave, for the moment. Right now, if you believe you live in a spinning ball, you need to come to terms with the fact that you may have to accept that reality is telling you something different. Because every time we go to test for this ball, it's not there. If somebody join, feel free to talk.
I'm hearing you. You're coming in loud and clear.
Thank you, Jenna Massey. Give us a full report from your section of the plane. Or don't.
From my section of the plane, there are still people that believe that they are part ape, living on a spinning wet ball, chasing the sun at Mach 88, an unquantifiable speed, which is, I don't know, what's the average speed of light that they say? Just a couple times faster than the speed of sound. So you quantify that at Mach 88, and everything's a fucking blur. You shouldn't see anything. You should be going so fast that you barely exist.
Well, Jenny, let me ask you, would you believe that most of those people just believe that and they haven't properly investigated and critically thought about the claims of the heliocentric model? Is that possible?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm trying to let them know about these JIDF agents that get paid to troll in our chats, like in the YouTube chat and stuff. We had one just yesterday, day before yesterday. Haven't seen his face since me and Teos UK. We called out this guy. We call him Waterhill Phil. He's an agent of deception and disinformation, and I could swear that he gets paid for it. Because I'm like, there's no way that this guy is on here trolling this many times a day for this long unless he's getting paid for it. And I called that out through the VC while he was on, in the YouTube Live. And I haven't seen him for the past 2 days. Ever since I called him out for being a shill. And then we started calling out the JIDF. If you don't know what it is, look it up, because this is not the server to talk about it. But yeah, there's a lot of people that are paid to troll, and they're paid to be disinformation agents. They're paid to come on here and try to push the globe. So that the newcomers that come on, they see what's going on. And they start reading the comments, and it's a lot of confusion. And that's what they get paid to do. They get a quota for, posts and comments and time spent and how many words in a text and stuff like that. It's insane. There are literally people that are out there paid to lie.
All I can say in response to that is if you're correct, that's a pretty sad existence for those people. And that should be a big red flag if anybody actually thinks about it. Why would you have to pay anybody to defend something that's going to be the truth anyway?
I think the devil has his cronies, and those people are working, right where they're wanted to work.
Yeah, they need to keep as many monkeys on the spinning ball as they can, right?
Yep, half apes. It's pretty ridiculous. There's some people in the in here right now. It's, if you guys want to talk to me, please join the VC.
Yep, all you got to do is click the link, come in here and talk to us, have a civil discussion. All you got to do is be honest and be real, and don't troll. We'd be glad to talk to you.
Yeah. So what is the speed of light? Is it as fast as Mach 88? Is it faster than Mach 88?
I don't know.
Is it slower than Mach 88?
I'd have to ask Google that one. I don't know. I'm driving right now too.
That's valid.
I'm probably going to be roboting stuff. So if anybody else wants to join Jenna here, feel free. If there's anybody out there in the audience listening to us, you want to come in and discuss the shape of the Earth, you might think it's a globe. Come in and discuss. Feel free. Click the link. Go ahead, Jenna.
Yeah. At Teos in the YouTube live, exactly. They all know exactly what they're doing, and for that, if they want to go at it, then so be it. They better bring the darn evidence to the VC. Yes, bring it to the VC. Bring me your best proofs. The problem with the globe is that there's this curvature calculation that we've been given, and the problem with that is with the optical tools that we have access to, we're able to see way too far, way further than that curvature calculation would allow. So there's the first problem with globe curvature. Yeah, I bet you are fine right there, Celestial Pulse. Don't make me put you in timeout. Then you'll be real fine right there in timeout. You might as well join the VC because there's a way to get your point across. You can better communicate in there. It's quicker. Timeout for what? They all sound like children. They all sound like children, man. Like, put me in timeout. Because at this point, you seem like you're trolling, dude. Light speed. Yeah, I don't know about that light speed thing, because the problem with light speed any damn way is that light waves slow down and they become radio waves. There's a whole spectrum that happens between light and sound and color, and they're all connected. And yeah, light speed is some silly shit. TBH. That's why I was cracking jokes.
Yeah, those guys in the YouTube chat are pretty much pointless. They sit out there in the wee regions with their pea shooters throwing little jabs at us. Click the link.
Yeah.
Come in here and talk. Come in here and talk to us. Tell Jenna why you think it's a globe. Stand on your 10 toes and say it with your chest.
Because I'll stand toe-to-toe with anybody. I will stand toe-to-toe. I know your arguments, and I know my arguments. And the thing is, I can always debunk a globe argument. If it's kept right down to earth, everything that deals with earth, stop looking at the fucking sky. Just stop doing that. How the fuck are you going to look up at the sky and know any damn thing about the ground? That was something that Waterhill Phil kept doing. Look at the sky. Well, look at the sun. Well, look at the moon. No, we're talking about the ground. We're talking how far we can see across this motherfucker. And we can see way too far across this motherfucker for 8 inches per mile square to even be a thing. So, if anybody has, like, an amazing proof, they say, oh, laser gyros. No, I don't know. I don't have a laser gyro, so I can't conduct an experiment and see for myself. I can't, I don't know what variables may or may not have been manipulated in that experiment, you know?
That was an excellent rant. You know, just my only suggestion to use some more F-bombs in there. I'm just messing with you.
Should I? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we need empirical evidence of the globe, and we seem to be severely lacking in that for like 8 years plus now. Right? a lot of us.
Yeah,
So we need to start
severely lacking. Yes.
start with the curvature of the ball. We need to verify the curvature of the ball. We haven't got past step 1 yet. You guys want to keep going to the sky. But back to you, Jenna. Probably a robot.
Actually, you weren't roboting. You sounded just fine. You sounded great. I know you said you were driving, but yeah, the problem with the globe is that every time, the reason why we're flat earthers is because we're pretty smart. We have very investigative minds, and we started digging into this, and we started picking apart everything, going what's real and what's not. Right? That's what we started doing. And when it came to the globe, this little thing. For all of the hunters out there, we're the ones with the investigative minds, hunting down all the well hidden Easter eggs, right? There's really cool stuff inside of some of these Easter eggs, right? And when we started picking apart the globe, we started finding that it's not really making a whole lot of sense for physics and geometry, period. So you need a flat or a horizontal baseline to find your fucking angle on this earth. Like, where's your sphere? Nothing to fear except fear itself, right? But if anybody has some proofs. Anything
my mic's still working. I want to quote Chocolate saying, it's not electricity. Shout out to Chocolate saying.
Chocolate saying, I don't know where Chocolate say it is, but you know what? It's kind of funny because I'm on the VC right now and I'm talking. I'm about to jump in and check the YouTube chat and see how many of these Globers have been talking to themselves, thinking that they're talking to me. Bobby Steels. Yeah, Stabby B. You're Bobby Steels. I know exactly who you are, and you gaslighted me all over my my profile, my channel on YouTube. Pretty sure that was you, Bubba. Pretty sure that was you that came on there saying that I can't read, and you're like, "How many books have you read?" And I'm like, "I'd freaking bury you under the weight of the amount of books that I've read." Oh, I just thought that maybe you couldn't read, and then he wanted to go off and be like, "It's all good, it's all cool. You don't have to get angry." What? You just sat here insulting me for the past 10 comments, and I've been cool up until that point, until you insult my intelligence. Go suck a duck, Bobby. Jeez. How about you get in the VC? Stop being a ninny. Why don't you come give me your best globe proofs? You won't. You'll probably just give me your best gaslights, ad homs, and personal projections. It's a good thing that I don't live in a glass house. Bobby, stop it. Booby. It's the same. It's yeah. Stabby B is Bobby Steels. You don't know how I know? He's obsessed with lions, which is kind of ironic because my Discord profile picture is a lioness going rah. If you'll excuse me for just a moment, I'm going to step out and get some more coffee, but if anybody would like to chime into the VC, I've got the volume up on loud, and you can be like, "Hey, Jenna, I'm calling you out," and I'll be like, "What's up?" So give me a minute, I'm going to get some coffee.
All right, Jen, I'll be right back. My mic's probably not working. Somebody else feel free to join in. Thank you.
You sounded crystal clear just then.
Yeah, you sound good. I just had a question about the whole 93 million miles away. How did they even come up with 93 million miles? Whenever I ask a Glover that question, I don't get a proper response. So what is the?
I'm not sure how they came up with that, other than it was guesswork. Because when it first started, they said, "Oh, it's 3 million miles away," and then it over the years, the sun has increased somehow in its distance from Earth, and that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense, and it's find it interesting because even when these astronomers and these nassholes and all of these other people are talking about the sun, they're always speaking about the sun being the object in motion. Always. Like, you can't avoid it. You cannot avoid talking about the sun being an object in motion. You just can't avoid that. But anyway, I know that probably doesn't answer your question of how in the heck they got 93 million miles away. But I know that, let's see, Matthew Learns and a Flat Earth Professor dude, they went out a couple of times and they were measuring the elevation angles to the sun. They got something like 4,000 miles was what they got, which makes a whole lot more sense to me from the research that I've done.
Debuff inflicted.
Yeah, and they got those numbers using the sun rays and geometry.
There is a problem with that. You don't hear me?
Yeah, because you could
Hold
just
on.
scale it.
Yeah, we can hear you, Mimus.
4,000 miles away, and it's only 400 or 40 miles big, and then you could do that. You could just divide it by 2 and say that's how far it is, and that's how big it is. It's not an actual. It's just scale, something like that, right?
Yeah, you can't actually qualify it because all you'll have is a single measurement on the ground. But what if it's much farther away and is just moving faster? Oh, you got to redo your calculation. What if it is 93 million miles away and just moving in a circuit, just really fast? It'd be the same effect. Like, ultimately, you can just keep multiplying and changing the model mathematically, and you can come up with whatever number you want. That's why the sun is impossible to triangulate. Am I coming through all right?
If I'm not robot, I heard everything you said. You cannot you can make up the numbers of whatever you want on the sun. You can't triangulate it. Nobody's ever going to figure it out.
Right, was I roboting?
No, you weren't roboting, Mimus. You sound
okay.
fine.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, you were...
Now he's roboting real bad.
He's roboting. He's a man on the moon right now.
Yeah, you're roboting real bad. Like,
I think
bad.
Exceptionally bad. Yeah, I think that the I don't know, if I could ever have a bird's eye view above the sun and the moon to see what was going on, then I'd know.
By the time you're there, you won't care.
Right? Yeah, that bird's eye view, that requires me being completely gone from this earth.
Right.
From my understanding, and that's go ahead, Mimus.
If you ever got that bird's eye view, the last thing you'd care about is the nature of the earth.
Yeah, if you ever got that bird's eye view, the last thing you probably saw was white.
Yeah. Or a Mack truck. Or a surface rushing up to meet you. Or the face of a mugger.
Aren't there videos from planes where the celestial bodies are below them and you can see the moon below eye level. Doesn't that kind of prove that there is some sort of height where you can go and you're above those?
They're never below you. They keep rising, but they never do get below you. What they are is there's a visual aspect to perspective. So the further away something is from your horizontal view, it looks like it's getting lower. Hence, it's called sunset, even though it's not setting. So, like, let's say you're on one side of the plane, but you're at a really high altitude, and you're looking across and you see the sun, but the sun appears lower than the clouds. It's not actually. Which is why we persecute the people who are like, the sun is in the clouds. It's not. How is everybody?
Doing pretty good, making some coffee, more coffee. You know, flat earth and coffee just go together.
Coffee goes with everything. The Brits really screwed up with that one.
Yeah, coffee does go with everything. Even French fries. That's funny.
It goes especially good with brandy and steak. Coffee, brandy, yes. and a ribeye. That is the
look. That's my language.
That is the goat dinner.
It sounds delicious.
It's one of the very few times it's appropriate to smoke a cigar.
You know, I quit smoking tobacco about 3 years ago, and I'd smoked for 15 years.
I've never smoked.
That's good.
I drink maybe twice a year. I rarely drink, and it's always like something like bourbon. The last 2 times I had a drink, it was always bourbon. So Wild Turkey is my preference when I do drink.
Yeah, I'm not much of a drinker either. I prefer the herbal things. I prefer the more natural things in life.
What if I told you everything is natural?
Oh my gosh, I would believe you because I was just about to go there. Everything is natural. Well, okay, that can be argued though, because like there's a lot of very unnatural stuff going on in this world today. But yeah, just about everything is natural.
Yeah.
I'd say that gender bending is completely unnatural.
Well,
I'd say
ignore the gender bending aspect of it, but the civilizational collapse and destruction is natural.
It's been a process before in history. Ain't nothing new under the sun.
We're programmed to do it.
That's so weird. It makes me feel like I'm living in like a kind of like a Matrix, you know?
In a sense, you are.
Yeah.
It's just, is the architect malevolent, benevolent, or
both,
or ambivalent? There's three choices. You have ambivalent, which is the middle, malevolent, or benevolent.
Yeah, that'd be ambivalent. It'd be in the middle. Because if you think about it, you know, this whole freaking earth was flooded, and I'm sure there was a lot of death and destruction. I'm sure like a lot of innocent lives might have been lost. But there was so much evil, supposedly, that it had to have been wiped away. It was just
innocent.
Just another reset.
This is one of the scary discussions I like having with people is define innocent.
That's true, because like my whole idea of innocent is like babies, okay? Babies and like dogs are innocent.
Possibly. I think it's possible newborns are innocent.
Yes.
I think it could be argued that you're innocent as a soul until you inhabit a body.
Perhaps, but
and then you become part of the fallen world.
Yeah.
So it all depends on it all depends on the nature of what they call sin, because if you look at the ancient form of sin, it's not an action that is sinful, it's a state of existence.
Right. Yeah.
So if you're in the state of existence of the deviation, that would be what they would have called sin. You're human, you're part of the physical world.
Well, I had this kind of a concept on it in my mind, and we can discuss it. But the tree, they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. But in my brain, that's a parable. It wasn't actually a fruit, and a lot of people argue, well, what fruit was it, guys? It wasn't necessarily a fruit. It was an action. It was something that was done, and this, whatever they did, it began to made them sinners. They had this knowledge of right and wrong after they did what they did. It wasn't necessarily the eating of an actual literal fruit.
He tells you what it was. It was the knowledge of God. That's what the fruit
knowledge
was.
Of good and evil.
Yeah, the knowledge of good and evil. That's the fruit.
So that's weird, because does having knowledge of God make you a sinner? That's so crazy.
Well, the knowledge of God is really is to say that you have knowledge as God, which means that you have decided what was good and evil. So it was Adam and Eve who decided that they were naked.
Oh, I see. They were like, oh my gosh, our nakedness.
Yeah.
And they were like, okay, I understand.
Right.
Because it's ultimately God that decides what is good and evil.
Didn't lay a single law on them regarding shame or anything. There was only one, and it was don't eat from that tree.
Mm-hmm.
Which you could define that as saying don't obtain the eldritch truth or something like that. I don't know, but ultimately, a lot of the morality that was later canonized into law was stuff that we would call ethics and virtue that we've developed, which some of it's really good,
Right.
So I don't know.
Yeah, that one's a tough one. It's kind of like, none of us were there for that.
I do like talking about ethical philosophy because it is dangerous area to tread. It can be scary talking about it, like what is good and evil.
Yeah, what's ethical and what's not. Some things that some people might consider evil are actually ethical. It's that double-edged sword, that yin and yang of things, that balance through life.
Well, morality is defined as objective, but ethics are subjective. So we have something that's ethical or virtuous, which we've all kind of decided. Maybe we've based it off of a moral principle, right? Like it's objective. You should not steal, right? That's an objective moral truth. You should not steal. Do not steal. Or stealing is wrong. And so we might look at that moral and say, maybe when people get together in secret and maybe plan a financial opportunity and hide knowledge from other people, that's based off of a type of theft. And so we create ethics sometimes from morality. Right? So we extend it out. We stretch the morality out to try and encompass ethics. And some ethics are just made up whole cloth. Like insider trading. That's an ethic that we just made up, which is nothing inherently wrong with insider trading. Like morally, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just illegal because we decided it's against a business ethic.
Right. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's against that ethic.
So a lot of people have a problem trying to differentiate between ethics and morality, when ethics may be derived from morality, but morality can never be derived from ethics.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. That's, what? I've never actually been on this this very fine line topic before, so I understand what you're saying about how it can be a crazy kind of topic to discuss that philosophy.
One of my favorite fictional villains said, "There is no good or evil. There is only indifference."
That's interesting. I feel like I reside on the topic of difference most of the time.
Well, ultimately, though, if you saw a child being beaten up by somebody in public, like by an adult, like getting punched in the face, you'd stop them, or you'd find it repulsive. So you're not.
Oh yeah, no, I would probably beat the shit out of an adult. No questions asked.
Right, and I think most people would. Most people would find it abhorrent, even if they didn't do anything to stop it. They'd find it abhorrent, right?
Right.
Indifference is worse than good or evil, because indifference says I don't care.
Yeah. Indifference is like I don't care. There are some things I can be indifferent about, but other things I'll whoop some ass over. So yeah, I understand that. How indifference can be a whole lot more evil than either side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Whoa. That's a good perspective, Bemis. That's in my head now. That's in my head. I'm gonna be like thinking about that. Meditate on that.
It's a rough one.
It's a rough one. I can feel that. I can feel it. Dang. We got anybody with any good globe proofs yet?
Not yet. They're still at school.
They're still at school. You know, I don't think they understand that we have very investigative minds, and we are the personality type of people that we pick everything apart. And, you know, what we can see and observe with our senses is real. If it's something that, you know, we can't observe with our senses, then why would it be real?
Right.
Like this coffee that I'm about to drink, it's right in front of me. I'm interacting with it, and it's real. I'm about to drink it. I can see it from like a bird's eye view, my entire cup of coffee, you know. But nobody's ever seen the Earth in its entirety, but, you know, somehow they know it's a ball. Even though we can see way too far. Way too far. But the Globies' favorite is look up at the sky, right? Every time you start getting them on ground level, they're like, but the sky. No, Globie. No. Yeah. Stay focused. We're on Earth. We're on Earth. If you could get your head out of outer space for just a second and come down to Earth and realize some things. I love my coffee cup. I found it at a thrift store. And it says, I want to be a nice person, but everyone is just so stupid.
I just had a pint of coffee.
A pint of coffee? Lord have mercy.
Oh, I mean, I'll go through a whole pot in a morning. So I drink.
That's my second cup. Well,
I'm a coffee madman.
So I guess I'm on my second pint of coffee, if you will, then. Because I'll drink a whole pot. I've done it. I've literally sat at the coffee pot, just drinking coffee, listening to music, didn't have anything to do that day. It was just kind of, you know, just happiness. You know, you find happiness in the littlest moments, just doing the littlest things, like sitting next to the coffee pot, listening to your favorite tunes, just drinking coffee.
Yep.
I wonder what, I don't know, what happiness is to, like, some people. Like, I guess to some people, happiness is, like, money and cars and, you know, hot dudes or hot chicks and, you know, wealth and stuff, and you'll be happy. But honestly, I've been more happy being a broke ass living out in the woods, you know, popping up a tent, camping, fishing. I've been happier making money, traveling the country, you know, state to state. That's happiness to me. I don't own a home, you know. I've got all of the gear I'll ever need, kind of a thing. Yeah, one day I'd like to own a home. I'd like to build my own home. That would be my ultimate happiness, is something that I build.
Yeah, I'd like to get me just about 2 acres somewhere. Throw up a small house for me and the kids.
Like a little Earth home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if the kids are going to like an Earth home, though.
Like a Hobbit home.
Yeah.
I thought about that, though. I thought about seriously just digging an awesome home into the side of a hill. And it would be a Hobbit home. And it would stay, climate controlled year round. You're like in the ground. You're in the dirt. It's going to stay a comfortable 65 degrees like all the time.
I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying.
Like your heating and your cooling bill, forget about it. You don't even need to deal with that. You can make an energy efficient home underground. You could even do it in you could bury a Connex box.
Yeah, I got to think about where kids want to live.
That's true. That's true. See, it's gonna be one of those things where I'm going to build a house in just enough time to die in it, right?
You know what? That's why you work this entire life and slave away so that one day your kids can get the house and not have a mortgage and not have a payment and can start a life a little bit better. And so 3 generations later, they have wealth.
Yeah. And trying to break these vicious generational cycles, these generational curses. You just made me have a thought about, if we could do more of that, if for our children, we could actually give them, these things, and they're set. They're absolutely set, and then their children will be set. That generational thing would be great. If enough people broke this slave away curse, is what I call it, then I think that we'd actually be a much happier people.
If a million renters decided to go homeless for a year just to save up, or just like homeless, it's like an aspersion, right? But what if they just decided to go nomad for a year and just break the industry?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I've been doing.
That's the problem is a lot of people are wrapped up in the renter's curse, right? So, I have seen homes, like people get a little piece of land, they'll throw a camper on it, they pay $20,000 for the land, $8,000 for the camper. Done. They don't rent anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually what I'm on my way to doing.
People will pay $30,000 a year to rent. Or $20,000 a year to rent. And think about it. If you rent for 10 years, you've paid $200,000.
Yeah, that's about what's happened to my Nana's house. Is she should own the house by now. Bottom line, but I guess because the renters aren't making very much money, they're not closing the deal, and they're just still making my Nana pay rent, and it's ridiculous because she's paid enough money to buy that house 3 times.
Yeah, and
she has paid enough money to buy that house 3 times.
It's really nonsensical. And I'm not somebody who, hates the landlords, My problem isn't the landlords. It's the there's a mentality that's pervasive right now that is essentially just go along. Like I don't like this. I don't like the system. Sorry, I'm playing a game right now, so I'm like semi-distracted.
You're good.
But if you pay, the rent is derived from the price of the mortgage, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the landlord's usually paying the mortgage. So the landlord's trying to make a little bit extra on top of the mortgage. Well, who decided what the mortgage was? Well, it was the bank. So the bank has created a mortgage system that necessitates you barely getting by as a homeowner, so you rent out your place to people who are now just barely getting by. And so it's like this big renter's curse. You never, ever, ever make enough to pay your rent and be able to break the cycle. So, like, sometimes the best choice is to go live in a vehicle and save up for a year.
You know, I think this also comes down to the lost knowledge of natural craft.
Yeah.
You know, and I know what you mean. I know you know what I mean by that. The lost knowledge of knowing how to, you know, timber and cut and plane your own wood and make your own house to you know, sow your own land.
I know how to
You
do
know,
all
that a lot of that is lost. Huh?
Yeah, I know how to do all that.
Yeah, same. I can
But
build
I'm
an entire
42
house.
though. I'm 42. Like, I got taught that stuff when I was a kid.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, same. I was fortunate enough to have parents that would make me split logs and plane wood and stuff like that. Like, for fun. I lived in Southern California. What the hell am I doing splitting logs for a fireplace? Like, it never gets cold here.
Yeah.
You know, it might get chilly a little bit, a couple rainy, chilly nights, and we'd kick up the fireplace. But it's like, yeah, I was taught how to split wood. I was taught how to garden. I was taught how to grow grass. You know, I was taught how to do all of this. And then I popped on the road and I started working Renaissance festivals. I've been doing that for the past 10 years. And when you get there early before the show ever starts, well, they need help redoing booths, you know, refinishing the facade. Sometimes they're tearing down whole booths and rebuilding them in just like, you know, 2 months time. You know, so I do all that stuff. Like, I know how to square and level a deck. I know how to build off that deck. I know how to put roofing on. I know how to do all that. I know how to garden. I know how to feed chickens. I know how to, you know, take care of goats. Like, but I'm living in the city where I don't have that shit. At least not yet.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate. Like, we're in the middle of a lawsuit right now with the local hospital that was negligent and was the reason for my 27-year-old brother's passing just a couple years ago. It's a very, very big lawsuit. It happened around Christmas. And I don't know if the doctors were just like, oh, you have chest pain? You're fine. Go home. You know, it's the holidays, whatever. I don't know. But he had asked for tests and all that. So the hospital they're going to end up owing a lot of money. And so with that, I really think that my brother would want us to continue the fight for him and to get the land and the life that we were talking about before he passed. You know, so that's a serious goal right now. And it's a very, very painful thing. Very painful thing. You know, me and my brother were a year and 5 months apart to the very day. Like, you know, very close in age. You know, we did everything together. So, you know, I know my brother would definitely want us to fight and get this land and get the goats and the chickens and get everything going. So, and I've got a green thumb like crazy. I love growing stuff. So hopefully more and more people are breaking the curse. That renter's curse. Buy some dirt, guys. Buy dirt.
Well, that's what I plan on doing. And then in the next year, I plan on getting the 2 acres and the camper on some land. And that'll be it. I'll be out of the. I have no debt already, so I've already got a good start.
That's good.
Two ain't enough, man. You need a little more than 2.
Yeah, 2 acres is pretty good, honestly.
2 acres, you can grow. Like, let's say you're in an apocalypse. 2 acres is large enough to grow a year's worth of fuel in corn.
Yes,
because you only need 200 by 200 feet for the corn you would need. Yep. Then you could have just goats and whatever you want. Plus, I'm buying out in the country, and there's a lot of public land out there. So, like, I only need 2 acres.
We're looking to run a whole frickin' 50 acres, but that's because we've got a huge family. I mean, like a huge family. And the goal is to get the family unit back together because the system has been slowly ripping family units apart. And most of my family is very aware of this. And so they're all in on, you know, When we get some land, and they're going to help. They're going to help keep up with it, and everybody can have their own little, couple acres. There's 50 freaking acres.
Yeah.
But I definitely think that the family unit is very important, and it's one of the strongest units ever, and the system's trying to rip that apart.
I'm going to give you a hot take here. I don't think the system is trying to rip it apart. You know what's happened?
Go for it.
Okay. So we're not a technological species. We're an agrarian species. So what happens when you take away all the challenges and things you have to overcome as an agrarian species? Don't you really take away purpose from people? So
yeah, exactly.
It's our own hubris and our own.
Yeah.
It's our own progress that caused all this.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because I hate technology. I definitely feel that. I hate technology. I would rather be tending a garden, tending some chickens, some goats. I'd rather be building stuff. I'd rather be laying bricks. That's purpose. That's me working to live instead of living to work.
Yeah.
And that's just a lot of people are living to work, and they think that it's real. They think it's real. Like, this is normal. And everyone's so depressed, and they've got anxiety because you're not doing what you want to do. You're not exploring. You're not creating. You're not crafting. We were meant to create. We were meant to build. And what are we doing? We're not building. You're going to work every damn day. You're on your phone when you get home from work.
So
you're
Stavey,
just existing.
Stavey has some questions.
Do I?
Stavey, you had some.
I don't have questions. No.
Oh, okay.
I was told to join VC. Maybe people have questions for me, but yeah.
All right.
Well, hello.
Interesting conversation, though. Go on. Hello.
Oh, we were just talking about
you'd like to add?
Proof of the globe.
Didn't understand any of that.
Yeah.
That Stevie thinks SpaceX has proof of the globe videos.
Oh.
Yes. True.
Okay.
Talk about making logical assumptions in the lobby.
Yeah. That's a method I use, actually.
What is?
Logical assumptions.
A logical assumption?
Yes.
I don't know if I've
So
ever-
you assume things.
Are you saying like a deduction?
I guess you could call it a deduction. It is kind of like a deduction.
Is it a deduction or an induction?
It's a deduction.
A deduction. So you've eliminated variables.
I don't think of it that deep. It's just a logical assumption.
Well, if you do a logical assumption, wouldn't that be induction?
Induction of what?
Inductive reasoning instead of deductive reasoning. So an inductive is where you start with a conclusion.
It depends, because you can change your conclusion.
Well, if you start with, that's kind of hard when you use the conclusion as the paradigm through which you investigate. So it's like if I decided that someone was the murderer, I would only look for the evidence that supported my inductive reasoning that they were the murderer.
Okay.
All right. So it really doesn't matter if you have pictures from space or anything like that. Because
it's not a picture.
Okay. What is it? Like,
It's
you can just describe
raw,
it to me.
Uncut footage of a rocket leaving, like Earth, like the ground, going to space, and you see globe Earth.
I saw this raw footage of a space wizard in black choking a guy.
Okay.
With something.
Show me
called
the footage,
Force.
and I can determine
Well,
if it's
it was
real.
called the Force, and his
Okay.
name was Darth Vader.
Okay. What's the point?
I'm saying footage is of something that I can't validate or verify is not really.
You can't, but I can.
Well, how can you verify and validate
Well,
it?
my verification method is different from yours. So you verify based on seeing with your own eyes, right?
Well, not necessarily. I'll take someone's word for it if it can be repeated. If it can be repeated.
How do you verify then?
All right. So, like, let's say multiple people go to Australia and tell me multiple normal people go to Australia and tell me about Australia. it would be safe to believe in Australia, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Because conceivably, I can buy a ticket and go to Australia myself.
Oh, is that the reason why?
Yeah, because I can go do it. If I wanted to. If I wanted to, I could go do it. If I wanted to, I could go validate. If I wanted to, I could go verify. And it's not something that would cost me $172 million.
I see. That's where you and me are different. I don't need to personally go to space, for example, to believe it. I have a different method for verification.
Oh, how am I coming through? Am I roboting or anything?
No, you're good.
Okay.
You were roboting there for a minute.
Okay, well, it did say it popped up on my PlayStation Network that the connection was lost, and then it reestablished.
Ah, shit.
So maybe it just wigged out on me for a second.
It's still wigging out on you, bro.
Is it?
Still doing it.
But for you, it's fine for me.
You sound like you're echoing.
I guess it's her.
I think it's her, yeah.
Okay. I think it's you, Jenna. I think it's you, Jenna. Like, I'm not on Wi-Fi. I'm plugged directly in. My PC is plugged directly in to the wall. So, all right, Stavey, what's your method? Why don't you describe your method?
Okay. So I use for that video personally. I have different methods for things that I'm trying to verify, like depending on the magnitude, like how serious it is, whatever. Like silly things you can just verify using basically nothing because it doesn't matter. But when things are relevant to me, like if the Earth is a globe or flat, whatever, right? It kind of matters. So I just review how, first of all, the video itself. Just reviewing the video itself from the experience that I have in CGI, just knowing how frames are inserted, knowing how compression works, you can 100% with like full accuracy, any video editor you show, they will tell you that nothing in that video is edited.
I gotta stop you.
No, it's Jenna. It's Jenna. It's you. Jenna, it's you.
It's you, Jenna.
It's you, Jenna.
Everybody's roboting. You guys are. I am. Everybody's roboting.
Well, I hear him perfectly clear, and he hears me perfectly clear. So it has to be on you. It's not server side. Sorry, Jenna.
All right.
So yeah, that's one.
Go out and come back in.
Right.
That's one factor of the verification. The second factor is the different angles of the same thing and the amount of work it would take for a certain company or anyone to fake 1,000 angles of the same thing and pull it off perfectly is unrealistic to me. Like the rocket launch is filmed by thousands of different people from like various angles.
None of us will tell you that rocket launches are fake. All the rocket launches are real, 100%.
Oh, okay, like I don't know what you guys
believe. Yeah, none of us have ever said anything like that. Okay, there's not a flat earther that said rockets don't launch.
Okay, cool. No, I'm just talking about
that doesn't really have to do with the measurement of the surface of the Earth, though, does it?
No, I thought some of you didn't believe that like rockets are even real stuff.
No, I've never met a flat earther who doesn't believe in rockets.
Okay. I don't think anybody denies anything's been put in the sky either. I mean,
yeah, like
objective.
I do believe in satellites and all that stuff too.
Okay.
We just, our method, our what we think about them might be a little bit different, considering that NASA is the largest consumer of helium and has a massive Satelloon project that it is constantly doing.
Okay. Yeah. So anyway, there's more factors though. That's not just it. Just
okay. Well, when does it get to the measurement of the curvature of the Earth? Because that's something that we can objectively do here on the ground.
So in the raw uncut footage video that I believe is raw and uncut, you guys might disagree, of course. The rocket flies from the ground to space, and you see globe Earth. And I think not even a single frame in that video is edited, just by my experience.
No, that's great. That's great that you have that. Yeah. That's great that you have that. So you can validate that the Earth is essentially a sphere, right?
What do you mean?
A sphere. It's a ball, right? It's a globe, right? That has dimensions of 24,901 miles circumference, 3,959 radius, right?
I mean, I'm not sure about that. I never cared to research like how much.
Well,
actually.
Okay, so if you've got a circumference of 24,901 miles, which you have to have because it's in concrete, they use it for orbital mechanics, they say, then you will have a measurement that you can take on the surface over any body of water.
That might or might not be true. I don't really.
Well, if you have a rocket that goes up and it shows you the globe and the water is curving at the rate that they claim, then you don't have a choice. It's like it's on the record.
No, I just personally believe that I'm seeing a globe object when I see that video. That's the only conclusion that I make.
Well, let me ask you this. Let's say someone shows you the most perfect video ever, right? Okay. And then you go out and measure that thing, and it's not the same dimensions as in the video. Hold on. But let's say you find that it's not the same dimensions as in the video.
Okay.
Which one are you going to believe, the measurement or the video?
But I don't care about the measurement. Like, I'm not trying to prove a measurement, though.
Well, that's all we care about because measurements gives you facts and not narratives. A video can lie.
But the shape. I'm talking about the shape.
I'm talking about the shape exactly, is what I'm talking about. Because along the z-axis, like you're looking out towards the ocean, along the z-axis, you should have a curve descending down from you with a sagittale between you and the point that you're looking at, right?
I mean, I don't know. That's not what I'm even observing.
Well,
but it doesn't look like the flat Earth that flat Earthers claim. Is my point.
We don't.
Like,
we
I
don't
know
have
about the exact.
We don't have a flat Earth model.
Well, yeah.
Models are inherently models are inherently unscientific.
Okay, I mean,
all models are inherently all models are inherently unscientific. They're reification fallacies.
That's okay. I don't believe in the scientific method.
Oh, I do. Like, I massively do.
Okay, that's cool.
But see, I apply that, and when I apply that, then we have to rule out things that can't be secondhand verified.
Okay.
Right?
That makes sense.
It doesn't matter if you have 1,000 angles.
Mm-hmm.
I can't validate any of it.
Sure. It makes sense.
Like, who made it?
That's your method of verification.
Well, my method of verification is through deduction and not induction, right?
But you have to see it for yourself too, right?
Look, if you threw me on a rocket ship and took me up into space and I saw the globe, I would not be a flat earther anymore. Yeah, I'd believe in a globe.
Okay.
No, I would. I would absolutely believe in a globe. If somebody put me in a rocket and took me up and the Earth was a globe, I would absolutely believe it.
Okay.
Get me off this flat Earth stuff. You don't really think I want to be here, do you?
I don't know.
Look, let me put it to you like this. Here's how I was raised. I was raised on science fiction and NASA. That's what I was raised on because my grandfather was MIT contractor, worked on Apollo 17. And so he handed down all of these NASA stuff to me. And so I just loved this stuff from the time I was small and believed it for 35 years. I'm 42 now. 7 years ago, I stopped believing it because once I sat down and actually tested the math against what I was told was the model, the math didn't work.
Okay.
When we actually went out to measure reality, reality didn't match the model. So if reality says one thing and the model says something else, which one's wrong?
I mean, it's just a very broad statement, though, right?
Well, it's not broad. It's extremely specific.
Because reality is not objective to me. I think
reality is
changes.
Absolutely. No, reality doesn't change.
I mean, that's an opinion, though, right?
No, reality doesn't change.
For me, reality is generated by perception.
So if you shot yourself in the head, would it be real or fake?
What do you mean by real, though? I think everything is real.
Okay, if you jumped off a cliff, would you fall? Every time?
No.
Yes.
To me, I wouldn't.
Why?
Because there's a world where another dimensional being would interfere and save me. There's a chance. So I can't say every time for sure.
Okay, well, that would be an interference with natural law.
Chance is slim to none.
What law?
Natural law.
I don't believe in natural law.
You know, what goes up must come down.
Okay,
if you decide to walk off.
Here's the problem: if you're operating out of a solipsism, then you don't have any proof even through video, do you?
No, my proof is solely like. What do you mean by proof? On globe or my beliefs? Which one do you mean?
About the globe. You have no proof.
My proof is based on logical assumptions.
Well, you don't. Well, logic isn't real though, because if there's no
Everything is real.
if there's no objective reality, then you have no basis on which to.
The way it works is that reality is a certain frequency that some beings adjust to and perceive, but it doesn't mean that it's the objective reality. I believe another reality exists outside of our perception.
So how
we
would
have 5 senses?
Let me ask you, how would you prove that?
Because I felt other senses and I've experienced other realities.
But that's not. How would you objectively prove it? How would you objectively prove it?
I wouldn't try to prove it to anyone. There's no point. It's just how I feel personally.
Well, how do you know you're not just arguing with like a figment of your imagination right now?
I think everything is imagination. I believe in mentalism. I think everything is just mental in the universe. That's why perception creates reality.
If you really, truly believed that, you wouldn't even be here arguing with us, though.
Why not?
Because you would understand that none of this is real. Not really.
I think everything matters and everything is real, though. I think the reason that I'm here is divine order, because it was determined. And I had a choice at the same time.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So where did you get that idea from, though?
I just believe that observing the universe, I came to a conclusion that everything makes perfect sense. Nothing happens for no reason. Everything is in order. Perfect order.
Okay, well, I mean, that's just fatalism, right?
No, because it doesn't imply you don't have a choice either. You can do more than one thing in life. Therefore, you have a choice.
Even if we're talking about destiny, there's still choice in destiny, because destiny is described as a river. And fate is you, the fish in the river. You can't change the river, but you can make choices for yourself.
A general way. I believe that everything is determined and we have a choice at the same time.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. How do you know your proof represents an objective reality that you can use as proof?
Because I felt it. I felt the information using different senses of perception.
I can just say I reject the premise then.
That's okay. I'm not trying to prove anything, though, right?
Well, I mean, that's fine then. So we don't really have anything to argue about, do we?
No. I just want to,
if you're not sure that reality isn't, is the reality that we perceive, like it's not objective, then I don't think there's a fruitful conversation to be had.
Yeah, I think we can readjust to a reality. Mm-hmm. What's up?
Well, here's a question. Are you 100% sure that you're on Discord right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
He is, because he's perceiving it to be that way.
Yeah.
It's his reality, so it is real for him. Okay. Right? Would that be a fair statement?
Okay.
I think that reality, like a single reality, exists for multiple beings. Like human beings live in a certain reality that is generated by 5 senses of perception. And we live in the same reality. But doesn't mean that this is the only reality and other realities can't interject or interfere with this reality.
Okay, well, let me ask you this.
I would argue... Can I add?
Go ahead.
Can I add real quick that there is only one reality. There is only one reality, and we all observe that reality. Okay, and then hold on. Let me finish. Okay, and then all of these perspectives, all of these branches of perspective, these are how people are seeing their reality, and they might not actually be seeing real reality. It's just their perception.
Completely agree.
Cognitive bias.
Completely agree.
Right. Cognitive bias.
Right.
Cognitive bias.
So, Stavey, what is reality?
So reality, what I think, is the outward manifestation of God. It is the only thing that could happen, and that's the reason why it's happening. Nothing else makes sense other than that reality happening.
All right, so where is God?
God is not in any location, because God doesn't exist in space-time. It's not one entity. God is just the thought of anything ever existing. The possibility of anything is God to me. And only God exists, nothing else. So therefore, we are God too. Everyone is God.
Okay, so this is like monism.
I don't really like to label myself in what I believe in. It's just like a personal feeling. That's it.
In the thing is in reality, we don't get to label ourselves. Other people label us.
Yeah, true.
Right. So we don't get to say we're cool. Somebody has to say we're cool, right?
Yeah. Of course.
So it's monism, essentially. Because
you could say it, but then you would
everything is God. God is everything. Kind of.
I'm not saying it's a unique
one
idea. It's definitely being claimed in other philosophies, of course.
Right. So is reality God's dream?
Reality is God's way of just exploring itself.
Okay, but
and it's the only thing he can do.
Is it a simulation or a dream, or how would you describe it as an analog to discuss it?
Okay.
How would you put it into an analog that we can understand?
So I guess you could both call it a dream and a simulation, but that doesn't take away from its importance at all. I think reality.
No, I would agree.
Yeah.
Now let me ask you this: if God's dreaming, or if we are God's dream, or we're God's simulation, and He's the programmer, doesn't that mean that we're in a stable, objective reality that is not in our control, and the only control that we may claim to have is the reality we have when we dream? That's our dream,
we are God.
but we exist. Are we?
We're in control because we are God.
Can you snap your fingers and make me believe?
No, but you can try. I can give you methods of how to prove to yourself that you're God, and you can try them, verify them yourself. If you're a skeptic, you don't have to trust anyone. That's how I realized that I was God.
Look, if I
logically thinking,
if I wanted to be God, I would just become a serial killer, right? That would be the ultimate God act, right? I would have authority over life and death.
No, but that's not what God wants, though.
But doesn't that mean that serial killers are just acting as a sliver of the divine entity of God?
Yes. Nothing. I don't believe in bad and good. I just believe in knowing how the world works.
Well, you do,
and what it is. Exactly.
You do believe in good and evil. You do believe in good and evil. You can say you don't.
I don't.
You can say you don't. You can say you don't believe in it. You can say, anyone can say, I don't believe in good and evil, but the moment you ask them, okay, is it okay to rape and murder a child?
No. Here's my point. Let me explain it better. So, the same way that a first grader is very stupid compared to a 12th grader is the same way I look at a serial killer and a rapist. They just don't know any better yet. Therefore, they're acting out of ignorance. If they knew that they were God and they shouldn't destroy themselves and harm themselves when they destroy others.
What if you're wrong and they're just acting out of evil?
I mean, that's a possibility, but from what I've lived my life and my experiences, that's not a possibility for me.
But see, here's the thing. You've never raped and murdered a child, right?
I don't know that. I don't remember that. Maybe in my past life I did.
Okay. Here in the present, you've never raped and murdered a child, right?
No.
So you don't actually know what they're thinking.
No,
they may fully and totally, absolutely understand the despair and hate necessary to do it.
Yes, exactly. But you know what I find interesting? That even the most fucked up serial killers, the ones who do kill children and rape them, they somehow try to justify their actions, which implies they feel guilt.
A lot of them?
Everyone. All of them that I've seen.
I actually have kind of a hobby looking into serial killers. It's one of the things I like looking into. And some of them feigned guilt. They feigned emotion. And years later, when interviewed, they felt nothing. It was all an act.
Yeah, but we'll never know how they truly feel, right? We'll never know.
I mean,
they don't feel. Sorry,
that's
they
the
just
thing.
don't feel.
It's like I had quoted my favorite, fictional villain. There is no good or evil. There's only indifference, right? It's they don't care the pain that they cause, and that's true evil.
But maybe they need to learn to care. That's the problem. That's what I mean. They don't know that they should care. So what I believe in is that in their next life, they're going to be a victim of whatever they did to teach them how to care. It's pretty logical, if you ask me.
I don't know if that's logical.
To me, it seems logical.
I'm
not trying to prove anything.
It seems like a circle of insanity, doing the same thing over and over.
No, it's not the exact same thing. It's what you need exactly to learn that what you did was wrong.
So you would
get
say
into
that over the past however many thousands of years of human history, virtually everything has been experienced, right?
Yeah. I'd
Okay.
say so.
Okay, so at what point does God, like collectively, humanity, wake up and say, I think I've learned enough?
Well, that's the whole thing about it. You learn enough and you join your true form, your final form, and you're the creator again, and then you choose to forget all of it again. And it's an endless cycle because nothing else makes sense when you're God.
So God is insane.
You know everything.
So God is insane.
I guess you could call God insane. Yeah.
Right.
But
So-
I think it's the only thing he can do.
Okay, well, the god of that dream is Azathoth from H.P. Lovecraft, the center of all chaos, right? The dreaming god of Lovecraft. So,
But it's not just chaos, though, right?
well, the center of all chaos, which basically means it's a dream. Basically means that all aspects are from that. That's why there's the eightfold path, right? In magic and in esoterica, it's the eightfold path.
I don't know what that is. I'm not gonna.
Oh,
lie.
okay.
But I think there is no chaos, though. I don't believe there's any chaos. I think everything makes perfect sense in everyone's life, and every event that ever happens is perfect. It's the best thing that could happen to anyone in that certain situation that they could learn from. Because that's the whole point of like God incarnating himself into a human body to teach himself a lesson to remember who he is. And like go
Okay. So let me just get this straight. We're all part of God, right?
We're just God. Not even part of him, but part of him at the same time, but also him.
Okay, so we're all manifestations of God.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the part that I needed to get out there. Let me ask you this: when we dig up ancient civilizations, do those ruins actually exist?
What do you mean by actually exist?
Do
Like,
the
are
ancient
they-
civilizations, like we find them buried in the dirt and covered over in jungles, do those ruins exist?
In this reality, yeah.
Right. Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Because those beings or whoever built those, or whoever came there and built that, lived on this planet.
But I guess what I'm trying to ask is this: is reality what we touch and everything, or is it all just taking place in our heads?
If you're talking about the common reality that human beings share, I think it's generated because there are many hosts of this reality who share the same perception.
Okay, so we're kind of like a Warhammer orcs, right? So we all together manifest reality, right?
Yeah, because it's necessary. That's why it's manifested.
Okay, so we have a collective unconscious that manifests the reality around us. If there were no humans, there would be no reality, essentially.
I wouldn't say humans because I think other
what I mean is
exist too.
Okay, well, let's say there's no manifestations of God in this manifestation. The manifestation wouldn't have a reason to exist, right?
Wait,
no aliens, no humans, no animals, nothing.
If there were no beings manifested?
If there were no beings manifested to experience this it wouldn't be here, right?
The thing is with beings is that I believe that like even the smallest organisms that like go through any kind of process of learning and growing is enough reason for things to be manifested and be a
Okay,
reality.
let's say
So like a
there's
plant.
no life. Let's say there's no
nothing.
beings. There's nothing except the matter, but no life or progress.
Well, matter is life to me because
Okay.
only energy exists and nothing
Okay.
else.
So ultimately, we are all experiencing a solid reality.
Depending on how we perceive things, yes. Like some beings agree to
Well-
a certain reality.
Well, if somebody in China makes an economic decision that can affect someone 14,000 miles away.
Yeah, of course.
So even in ignorance, we're affecting each other because we share an objective same reality, right?
But no one gets affected for no reason.
I'm not saying you can. The destiny thing is fine. We can leave that in. I'm just saying we are sharing an objective reality with each other, right?
Yeah. You could say that, yes.
In that objective reality, right? So we finally got back to. I mean, it always circles back around to. We still do share an objective reality that we can measure and test.
Yes.
Right. And in that objective reality, we only measure the Earth to be flat.
But in that objective reality, it doesn't mean that other realities don't interact and interfere with it. It's not a objective reality that's dogmatic and doesn't change. I think this objective reality changes frequently, more often than people notice even.
So wait a minute. Let me ask you a question, dude. Is it both then? Is it a globe and it's flat?
Is it both what? What did you say?
Is it a globe and it's flat?
What does that mean?
Is it a globe?
I'm asking you a question. Can it be
Andy,
both?
He doesn't understand you. You're too British. What he's saying is it a globe? Can it be a globe and flat?
I believe in this reality, it's just the globe.
Well,
it's the globe that we see on that SpaceX video. Like that is the shape that I believe in, right there.
If we see it from there, but then we go to measure it, then it's not a globe. What does that mean?
That could mean many different things. The measurement that you take.
No, I would think that it would mean the video's fake. That's called.
I mean, yeah, that's an opinion.
Well, it's not an opinion. It's deductive reasoning.
But only if you believe that you going somewhere, doing something meaningful, and getting a certain result had nothing to do with objective reality.
All right.
Me,
so in one of the Star Wars movies. They brought back Grand Moff Tarkin, right?
Fuck, I don't know who that is, but
okay, he was an Imperial leader, okay? But he died 25 years ago.
Okay.
All right. So he's dead, but there's a video of him that's only 6 years old.
Okay.
So is he dead?
I don't know.
Yes, he's really dead. He is actually dead, and they made an uncanny valley CGI of him.
Okay.
Right? So you can always dismiss a video if it doesn't agree with reality. But you can never dismiss reality. You can never dismiss reality when a video doesn't agree with it, though.
Only if you believe that reality can be changed or perceived differently at different times.
But that's unfalsifiable.
How? It's just a personal belief. Yeah.
Well, I know, but that's why we have the scientific method, because personal beliefs are subjective. I do.
Okay. But wouldn't you say that scientific method is also a personal belief?
It's not a belief system. It's a
method of observing the universe, right?
No, it's a method of deduction.
Yeah. So
deduction isn't a belief; it's an action.
Yeah, but a personal deduction can be done.
If I said I drive my car,
okay,
that's an action. If I said I like driving my car, that's my opinion about the action, right? So the scientific method is a tool, and you can use the tool. I can also say I love the scientific method, and that's my opinion. But the scientific method itself is not a personal decision or personal opinion. It's a tool that you can use.
I think it's a
you can disagree with it, but
specific way of observing it.
You can disagree with it, but you'd be wrong.
That's okay. I'm okay with that. I think the scientific method is just a way of observing the universe and proving things.
It's a way of testing the universe.
I mean, it's a specific way of doing it. It doesn't mean it's true.
Well, look, if
it's
you're
just
okay
a
with
scientific method,
if you're okay with being wrong, then you can believe in the globe all you want.
Sure,
you're wrong.
I mean, a lot of people think I'm wrong. A lot of people think I'm right. It's all good.
I mean, you're wrong about the globe, though.
I mean, that's your opinion.
Well, it's just your belief, right?
No.
So it's an objective knowledge reality, right?
It's a logical assumption.
I'm not interested in assumptions, though. I need deductions.
Why do you need it?
Because
I'm not trying to prove anything, though.
Because you can't start with a conclusion.
I'm not starting with a conclusion.
Yeah, the Earth is a globe. Look at this footage I found proving it's a globe.
No, look at this footage that I found. The Earth is a globe.
Ah, you believed it was a globe before you found the footage.
I assumed it was a globe, but I had no definite proof.
From the time you were 2 or 3 years old, you were told it was a globe. And you believed it was a globe.
I assumed it was a globe, but I didn't believe in it. Like, listen, the way I interacted with Flat Earth and Globe Earth is all your life, obviously, I'm pretty sure most of you assumed it was a globe, right? Until you didn't.
Of course.
Because that's the norm. Yeah. And I just, one day I just stumbled upon Flat Earth and I was like, okay, let me check this out. How much does it make sense? And to me, it just made no sense. So I just continued to, believe that it's a globe. And now I know for sure that it's a globe because of the amount of research that I've done into it.
Okay, so none of that research was measurements, was it?
Measurements using the scientific method? No.
No,
it was
just
logical
measurements.
assumptions.
Well, measurements you can use in the scientific scientific method, but measurements themselves.
Well, it
are
was
not
a measurement
scientific.
of validity, one of them. You can call that a measurement.
So-
I measured how valid a video was. Yeah.
No, that's not a measurement.
Why not? It is,
because there's no objective standard. A measurement is uses mathematics.
Okay. But
like
you
we can
can
metaphorically
objectively
say,
measure a
I've
video's
measured
validity.
you. I know, but that's using the term almost metaphorically.
Okay.
Right. So when you measure something, you're creating a standard-based measurement of it that can be duplicated and retested by someone else, right?
By your definition, it's not measured.
Well, it's by the definition. We all have to rely on each other, right?
Yeah, but we're not going to have 100% same definition of measurement.
We will always
just
have the
not
same
realistic.
definition of measurement. I promise. I build homes.
Okay.
So I promise
measurement
you,
in
we
like
are
planks
all-
and fucking concrete, yeah.
Yeah,
but not
but that's the
measurement in abstract things that can be
Well,
measured, like a
it's-
way of observing.
Okay, well, that's the thing. That's why I'm saying it's metaphorical, because meta, that first word, is part of the metaphysical action of thinking about something, right? So you can measure something as a metaphor. Yes, you can. But that's not what we're doing. We're talking about physical measurements.
No, yeah. I didn't physically measure the globe Earth.
Right. So
Or
we have
the
physically
flat Earth,
measured the Earth, and it's flat.
Okay, how did you do that?
Because any time you have an arch, you can't measure an actual arch. What you do is you put a straight line against the arch, and you measure down the deviation and the rate of deviation from straight. That is
Can
how
show
you
me a
measure a
visual
curve.
representation of that? Like, what are you talking about exactly, so I can know?
All right. No, I can't,
can
because I'm
anyone-
kind of really comfortable and I don't want to lean forward.
Oh, okay, you're cool. Maybe
'Cause
someone else will.
I'm
but-
playing the game too. Okay, so if you have an arch,
Is it that thing where there's like a line in the middle and there's a horizon and it's like supposedly not curved? Is that what you're talking about? Or is it completely something?
No, it's anytime you're going to create a deviation, you have to have a straight line to pull off of. You have to create a deviation that comes from a baseline that you're measuring off
Like
of.
the center, you mean?
Not the center, no. Right? So you draw a straight line, right? And let's say you're looking at a graph, right? And there's a straight line on the graph. And that
Okay.
straight line represents 0. And it goes from left to right, 0. Right?
Okay.
Okay. Your deviation is up or down.
Yeah.
In other words, it's not 0. It's either above 0 or below 0.
Yeah, it's
right?
a curve. Yeah.
Right. So if you have a curve, it'll start from the one side and curve down from the straight line. Right?
Okay.
Okay, so that's how we measure a curve. You can't actually measure a curve. You're measuring a deviation.
Yeah.
Because there's no curved tape measure. There's no curved straight line.
Yeah. Okay, I get what you're saying.
Okay, excellent. Right. So, if you're on a sphere that's 24,901 miles in circumference, it should measure for every mile 8 inches per drop of squared. 8 inches per mile squared of drop.
Okay.
Which means at 10 miles, that's 66 foot. At 100
But
miles,
it's
that's
not
6.
flat though. It has curves.
No, we're talking about water.
Okay.
Right. So sea level.
Mm-hmm.
right? So at 100 miles, that's 6,667 foot,
Okay.
right? So you got a big problem in that we see way too far if the claim is that it's a globe.
We see way too far?
Yes, because, okay, see that image that somebody posted of the Black Swan? You can scroll up a little bit. It's these 2 oil rigs.
Let me see. Is it in general? Or no?
No, it's in live stream voice text.
Okay, let me see. Yeah, okay. I see it.
Okay. Where's the horizon in that picture?
In the middle.
It's in the middle? It's behind the second platform, right?
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can see
yeah. Behind the second
okay.
one. Yeah.
Now that horizon is 10 miles away because what we're not looking at the oil platforms. We're looking at that horizon because the oil platforms are just things that are concreted down to the ocean floor or to the bay floor, and they give us a known distance. So the first one is at 6 miles, second one is at 9.4 miles.
Okay.
All right, so that horizon is at least 10 miles away. Would you agree?
From the camera?
From the
where
camera.
it was taken?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, where it was taken. Okay.
At least 10 miles.
At least 10
Yeah.
miles, right. So that camera is only 1 foot off the ground.
Okay.
Right. And if you're on a globe that's 24,901 miles, your horizon should only be 1.2 miles away because the Earth should be curving downward.
Okay.
That horizon's 10 miles away.
But is it?
Yes,
What's
it
the
is.
validity
It's
of that
absolutely. Well, the guy goes out there all the time and keeps uploading videos, just zooming in.
Okay. But if it's zoomed, then
And you, if you live in California, you can go take these pictures. Plus, like I live on the East Coast. I can go out to Tybee Island and I can look
then why do
northwest.
ships disappear in the horizon?
They just disappear into the horizon. Why do things disappear as they get farther away from you?
They don't.
They do.
They don't. Not
Can
where I
you
live.
can you see a brick 10 feet away?
A brick?
A brick. Yeah, just a brick. Okay, can you see a brick a mile away?
Yeah, it's just going to be like a little pixel. It's
You
not
can
gonna
see a
disappear.
brick a mile away.
Yeah.
You
I
can
can't,
see
I
a
can't
brick.
coherently register that it's a brick.
Do you
but
know
it's
how
in my
long a
visible
mile is?
spectrum.
You know how long a
Yeah,
mile is?
It's in my visible spectrum. I can't coherently make out.
No,
that
I
it's
don't
a
think
brick.
so. It's hard to see a leaf that's 800 feet away.
That specific leaf, if you're trying to like determine.
Yes,
what
a
type it is,
specific
yeah.
leaf. I'm
But
talking
it's
about
in
a
your visible
specific brick.
spectrum.
It is not in your visible spectrum. You cannot resolve a brick with your
For
eyeball.
me, I see everything in the distance unless weather and other factors that, refrain from you seeing it.
Okay, so there's this
Like pollution.
problem. It's called angular size, and an 8-inch brick is too small of an angular size to possibly be seen by the human eye.
No, what I'm saying is that
At a mile.
where that brick would be, I would see that.
No.
place.
From where you're standing, the brick is taken a mile away from you. You can't see the brick anymore. You cannot see the brick anymore.
A mile is not that long, dude.
A
I'm pretty sure you
mile
could.
is over 5,000 feet.
Still,
A
not
mile
gonna see a brick.
You're not
A
going to see
mile away.
a brick a mile away.
Exactly.
Go calculate the angular size of one. It's below
What's
the
point?
limit of
What's the
human
point of it?
ability
Maybe
to
it's
see.
a big brick, and you would see.
No,
Like,
it's
what's the
8
point you're
inches.
trying to
It's
make?
an 8-inch brick.
Okay, what's the point?
The point is, do things get smaller as they move away from you?
Smaller, but not invisible.
They get smaller as they
But
move
you
away from
zoom
you,
in
right?
and they're gone, though.
No. You can't zoom in though. You have eyeballs.
Why not? What?
You have eyeballs.
No,
You
like
don't
your
have
camera.
Terminate.
You can take. a
No,
camera
I'm not talking
and
about a
the
camera. I'm
won't
talking
pick it up.
about you
With your own eyes.
with your
Just
own
with your own
eyeballs.
eyes. No assistance.
Mm-hmm.
No assistance, right? So things get smaller as they move away, right? Because of angular
Yes,
size.
agree.
Okay, and eventually you can't see them anymore.
Yes, but the camera next to you can.
No. We're not talking about a camera. You can't see them anymore, right?
Sure.
We're going to get to the camera, right?
Okay.
So a lot of times these ships go out. We've got ships that are 18, 20 miles out that should be under hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature, and we're zooming in on them with cameras.
Okay.
So how
And
does
you
that
can't see
happen?
them.
Yeah, we can
You
see them
can't see
fine.
them.
We can absolutely see them.
I mean, you'd have to go out and do a real life test yourself, but you can't.
Here, look, hold on. I'm going to post something in here.
Like the videos of ships disappearing because of curvature are by cameras. They're not recorded by someone's eyes, obviously, right? But there are
Hold on,
videos
hold
of
on,
ships
hold on, hold
disappearing.
on.
Yeah.
Hold on. We're gonna post something in here.
Okay.
These are over 100 observations. Oh wait, that's the wrong channel. Hold on. Let me scroll up to here.
Ooh, should I post my seeing the lighthouse 255 miles away?
Hold on. Hold on. Let me post the. Let me get to the. Observations.
The Black Swan. You looking for the ultimate Black Swan?
Not yet. Not yet. I'm getting there. I'm just. It's slow, so I'm taking my time.
Gotcha. It's a build up. I can tell.
You're good.
Yeah, Stevie, you can see boats disappear from the beach with your bare eyes.
What?
You can see boats disappear in the distance with your bare eyes. You said that it was necessary for it to be a camera.
No, you can see them. Yeah, it depends on the weather, boat size, many different factors, waves even. But I
Yeah,
think
well, I'm
the
just
curvature
reminding
plays a big
you
part
that
of
what
it.
you said was nonsense.
Okay.
Sorry, God.
Sinky Acres home. All right, here we go. La Gomera to sailboat. And the video got taken down. Okay. La Gomera to
course.
sailboat, 27 miles from 105 feet. Well, I'm going to go ahead and send the link of the page because it still has the image on there. But the video got taken down. I wonder why that is. All right.
Maybe it's too damning.
Yeah.
All right. Globe predicted horizon model is 12.55 miles away. The boat should be 139.77 feet under it. The boat is 27 miles.
That's a pretty incredible
The video
distance.
doesn't play. Wait, what is that? It doesn't play anything on the link.
No, the video got removed. The video got removed.
I see.
The video got removed because it's one of those things that's observable and true.
It probably got removed because the idiot owner of the account probably violated TOS by talking about other things that they shouldn't have been talking about. That's probably why it got removed. Which is why I tell people, stop falling on every sword that comes up.
Right.
So what about all the videos that like do the opposite?
Okay, those are
they
called white
CGI?
swans.
Are they
No.
CGI or
No.
Okay. Do you think
when you lay down, have you ever laid down on like a gym floor?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. And what's interesting is where the deck meets things that are perpendicular, where those 2 points meet, there's distortion. And when your eye is trying to resolve the perpendicular object against the deck.
I can't really.
Yep.
visualize
It's called the angle of observation.
Okay.
Right. You ever seen Fata Morgana?
No.
Okay. Fata Morgana, I'm gonna post a picture of the Fata Morgana, and I want you to tell me what's causing it.
Okay.
Because it's actually kind of the same thing. Fata. I gotta pull up the picture here.
While you're pulling it up, I'm gonna put this atmospheric refraction video in here.
All right, here is
There's a couple things for him to look at right now, like the world record long distance photograph.
This is a Fata Morgana.
Proves that we see a lot more.
Oh, it's
on
because
the
light
horizontal
bends. That's what
plane.
you're talking about.
No, this isn't because light bends.
I think so.
No, it's because of the angular. It's because of the angular resolution. See, once things enter into a certain tightness of an angle, I think it's less than 2 degrees, they essentially all melt together in the eye. And the eye perceives it like a mirror, and it's just reflecting the sky above it. This happens in the desert, happens in snowfields, it happens on roads, and it happens on the ocean.
I know that phenomena. I read about it before.
Okay.
I think it happens, from what I remember, because of light bending and temperature.
Well, it's not. No, it's not. It's not that. It's angular resolution. It's in the paper.
That's just
it's in the
opinion,
paper of
though,
Andrew. It's not an opinion. Well, I can just say what you're saying is an opinion. How's that sound?
Yeah, you can. That's my point.
No, I can't. That's retarded. That's retarded. The only reason we know things is because we didn't have that kind of thinking. The only reason humanity has progressed is because we reject that kind of thinking. We know water boils at a certain temperature.
Okay.
I know you're not God.
But it's measured in Kelvin and Celsius and many different measurements.
Yeah, but they're all the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
They all represent the exact same. So it's objective.
It's objective, the phenomena itself.
Right. Kelvin was made to measure from absolute zero. So it's different. But it's measuring the exact same thing, isn't it?
But you describing how Fata Morgana works is not objective. It is your
objective.
Opinion of how you think it works.
It's literally here. I can show you. I'm gonna show you a video. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a video that I made.
Okay.
So let's find it.
Okay.
But then what if I show you a video that someone made that explains that it doesn't work like that? Like, what's
I'm not interested in a video that explains something. I'm interested in a video that shows something.
Oh, you're gonna show like raw footage of Fata Morgana? Or
yes, I am actually going to show you raw footage of me creating Fata Morgana. Yes. It's exactly what I'm going to show you, with the bottom of the little boat warping in and out and being distorted.
Okay.
It's posting right now.
And you
Take a
trust
second.
me to trust the validity of your video?
I made the video.
But why would I believe you?
I did it on my table. Yeah, make your own. You can go test this yourself. You can test what I did. There it is.
Okay.
There's the little shrimping boat.
That's what makes
whatever
it scientific.
So what is this video showing?
Play it. Just watch it. It's 22 seconds. It's 22 seconds.
Okay.
It's the top of a flat granite table. How did I make Fata Morgana?
Did you?
Is the boat floating on something?
It's just on the edge of the table, right?
No, that's not what's happening. You can't see where the edge is. You can't see where the edge is until you lifted your elevation, didn't you?
But it was.
And then all of a sudden, when you lifted your elevation, you decreased the angle, and so everything came into view, the table itself. But when the camera is down, across the surface of the table, you cannot see that it is on a granite table. Can you?
Because there's water there.
There's no water here.
No water.
This is on the top of a flat granite table in my dining room.
I see what you did. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, it's a reflection. Like something reflects it. It's not water, whatever.
It's reflecting because the angular resolution is so small as it approaches the distance from the eye to the boat, or from the lens to the boat.
It's able to reflect too.
Yeah, it's the
kind of like
well,
water.
no, because the desert does it.
Yeah, like a lot
roadways do it.
I don't think that proves anything to me because it was at the edge of the table. It's not floating in the air.
Well, the boat that I showed you a picture of wasn't floating in the air either, was it?
No, it wasn't.
No, it was on the water.
Like this one doesn't seem like it's floating in the air. That's
it does. Look, where's
not to me.
I think you're just being stubborn then.
No, I'm really not.
Yeah, because look.
I promise you.
Why is the bottom of the boat distorted? Why does the bottom of the boat distort?
Many reasons, honestly.
Right.
Could be camera, could be
but
video,
none
could
of
be
it
lighting, could
is
be shadows.
None of it is because of curvature. None
Curvature of what?
Any curvature.
There's no curvature in that video. It's a flat surface.
Oh, right. So
the
what
Earth has
causes
a curvature?
Okay, so what you're saying is there's a lot of things that can make the bottom of boats disappear when they're sitting on top of a high angular resolution deck. But we know it's curvature on Earth. See, that's inductive reasoning. That's not deductive reasoning.
I just don't think it's floating. I don't think that's.
It's not floating.
Come on, dude.
We're saying it's not. Stevie,
it's floating.
It's not floating.
Obviously. But in the other picture, it is floating.
Guys, what is he trying? Stevie, I don't understand what you're trying to say. Are you saying that this is not reflecting the room around
Fata
it?
Morgana.
Yes, it's Fata Morgana.
Well, that's where we disagree.
We don't. No, you're wrong. We don't disagree.
Okay,
you're
that's
wrong,
cool.
and I am correct. That is literally Fata Morgana.
Sure.
Yes, it enters into an angular resolution and begins to reflect the environment. That's literally what is it. Is the table reflecting the environment?
I mean, that's your opinion.
It's not my opinion. The table's it's the same color as the wall.
The fact that that's Fata Morgana is your opinion.
No, it is the same thing, Stevie. You're spiraling. You're spiraling, man.
You can say that. You can.
You're
say
spiraling.
That.
This is a spiral.
Yeah, maybe take him back to his boats go over curve claim.
That's not going to work on him. That's not going to work on him.
Well, let me remind him of something. If you're claiming boats go over the curve, Stevie, then it would be
They don't go over the curve. They appear.
You just said that
they're floating. What?
You said that 5 minutes ago.
When they
that we have
disappear.
videos.
You said boats disappear over the curve of the Earth. Yes, you did.
If they were going over the curve, they would have to be going over the curve of the dimensions of the ball that they give. That's why these observations. That's why these observations with the oil rig. I know I'm switching around, but that's why it's important to have these observations with known distance mile markers. Because if you want to claim that the boat is going over the curve, it would have to be going over the curve at a certain point.
Yeah, it wraps around itself. That's kind of how it works.
Stevie, then why aren't they disappearing? All boats should disappear then, right? All boats should disappear.
They do.
No, they don't.
I don't know what you're observing.
We're giving you pictures. We gave you an observation from 27 miles.
No, that's just a still picture of, it doesn't prove anything. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Stevie, you didn't know what Fata Morgana was 5 minutes ago, but you're telling me this is not Fata Morgana.
I didn't know the name of what it was, but I know the phenomena.
Yeah, okay. What is
That's
the
what I said.
phenomena? Describe the phenomena to me.
I don't want to describe anything.
Describe the phenomena to me.
I'm good.
No, describe it to me.
You can just Google it if you want.
No, you describe it to me. You said you know what it is.
I'm not going to prove anything to you.
No. I think you're being. I think you selected a position that you didn't have to defend because it's unfalsifiable, and now you're just playing ignorant.
I'm not defending anything.
No. I've run into ultra polite so-called atheists who try the same thing. They try the same thing in which they take a non-position so that they don't have to defend anything.
I don't care to prove anything, though.
Then why are you here?
I'm just curious.
If you're curious, for someone who's curious, you're trying to say that video is proof of a globe when we don't measure any curvature.
Yeah.
We don't measure any curvature.
Video is proof of the Earth because of how I get my proof.
Okay.
And how you get your proof is very different.
No, how I get my proof is through reality. You get yours through magic.
You think it's reality, but that's your subjective opinion on what reality is.
Stevie.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Everything you do in life is your responsibility. And saying that God exists in everything or everything is God is not going to free you from that.
Responsibility?
It's your responsibility. It is everything you've done that's bad or good is your fault.
Of course
right?
It is. Agreed.
Okay. 100%. Or is it God's fault? Is it God's fault or yours?
There can't be anything anyone's fault.
So no one is at fault.
Happens.
So nothing bad ever happens. So a kid getting worms in the eye is not bad.
What would you do to someone who put worms in a kid's eye?
No.
How would you teach them that?
No. Is that wrong? Is it wrong? Is it evil?
You believe in wrong and right?
No. Is it
I don't believe in evil. I don't believe in evil.
Okay, so it's not evil to rape a child.
What?
Is it evil to rape a child?
It's
Yes.
ignorant.
It's evil.
It's ignorant.
It's ignorant. But
Okay, I would like to anyone listening on YouTube, I want you to understand that the solipsism has caused this person to say that child rape is ignorant but not evil.
Yeah. That's why Jesus said, love your enemies. You know?
Yeah, your philosophical enemies. What did he say would happen to people who abuse
Anyone.
children? What did Jesus say would happen
Jesus
to people who
to
abuse
love them. To love them.
Millstone.
No.
Jesus
Millstone.
never
No,
said
it
anything
would
violent.
be
What?
better. No, he most certainly did condemn people.
He did not.
Yes,
he
he
did.
did.
Not.
Yeah, he did.
I promise you, Jesus was nonviolent 100%.
Oh, except when he
Talk about
drove,
Jesus.
except when he put the whips together, right? Except when he put the whips together, right?
The most violent thing that Jesus did was kick the Jews out of the temple because they were trading. And
Oh no, he drove them out with whips, but you just said he was nonviolent.
No one knows how it happened. Like no one.
Yes, it says it. It
he
says
didn't
how it
drive
happened.
anyone out. It would contradict his entire philosophy of
No, it
nonviolent
doesn't. It does
Christianity.
not. It does not.
But it does.
It doesn't.
I don't
He
know
told
what
them
kind
to
of
arm
Jesus you
themselves.
believe in.
He told them to arm themselves with a sword.
Jesus was a
Jesus
completely
most
nonviolent
certainly.
person.
No, he was not. He was not some hippie pacifist.
I don't think he was a hippie, but he was a pacifist.
He was not. He was not aggressive. Violence can be completely morally justified.
I don't think so.
You don't. So if you're being
No.
attacked, it's not moral
That's not
to
violence.
defend
That's
yourself.
self-defense. That's not violence. That's self-defense.
yes, but you're using violence to protect yourself.
No, you're using self-defense to protect
Yes, self-defense
Violence,
is violence.
when
but
I think of violence, it's an aggressive
I'm not
form where you're
interested in
invading.
your I'm not interested in your perspective.
you're
I'm
talking to
interested
me.
in objective reality.
Well, you're talking to me.
And
you
are
see
guns?
objective
Hold on.
reality
Are guns good or bad?
What is that? What kind of
Are
statement is
guns good or bad?
Neither.
Neither.
They're
Right.
just
They're a
guns.
tool.
That's
They're
it.
a tool, right?
They're
just
just
a
a
tool.
gun.
Right. So, but a tool, but what are they? They are a potential of violence, is what a gun is.
So many things are in life.
They're a potential of violence. How
So
you
it's like a
use
mug-
them, hold on, how you use them is what decides if it's good or evil.
Yeah, your intention is what decides.
Right.
honestly.
Right. So violence and
carrying a gun.
self-defense, carrying a gun and defending yourself using maximum force, a bullet, is perfectly morally justifiable.
That doesn't make it violent. Like your
That is
definition of violence
violence.
is different to mine.
No, that's
It's
the
not.
thing. I'm not scared of the actual deep philosophical questions that operate on the
not
basis of
scared
what
of
is
anything.
good. I think you are.
Hey man.
Okay,
I
man,
think
if you
you're
have
actually.
justifiable
That's your
homicide,
opinion.
I think if you're not willing to understand that violence can be a perfectly morally justifiable tool to use, I think you're actually scared of
I
the
think
deeper
self-defense
philosophical
is.
implications of the question of good and evil.
Your intention should never be to kill when you're even defending yourself.
My intention will
should be to
always.
stop.
My intention will always be to kill when I'm
That's
defending
okay.
myself.
You can be violent, but I'm not violent. And that's cool.
Okay, you can. You're okay. So you wouldn't defend yourself with maximum force to ensure your
I would
survival.
defend myself to ensure my survival, but my main intention would be to stop someone, not kill them.
If your intention is not to maximally defend yourself, you will die.
I mean, that's okay. I don't believe that you die and it's over. I'm cool with that.
Well, I don't either.
If I'm no,
I don't either,
if-
but
I don't
you have
think
a responsibility in
I
this
don't think
life
you have
to survive
control
it as
over
best
your
you can.
life when you die or not.
If you
really
don't have control, okay, so
How sure are you that you're going to be alive tomorrow? Tell me.
so here's the thing. Oh, it doesn't bother me. I'm not scared of death.
Okay. Then there you go. You shouldn't care to maximally defend yourself.
Yeah, I do, but not being scared of death is not the same as not loving life, though. I have
No, you
children.
can love life.
I have 3 children I have to take care of.
Okay.
Right?
That's cool.
And I love them
Okay.
more than I love myself.
Why?
Because they're threads of fate
See,
that
it's
I hope
almost
create.
like
Do you
he's
think children matter more than you?
implying that
No, it's not that I think the children matter more than me.
What is love?
actually.
What do you mean by love?
Okay, it's not that you're breaking up so bad, Jenna. It's impossible to hear you. It was her breaking up, right?
I'm barely talking.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
but she is breaking up real bad when she does say anything. Okay.
She's
Yeah,
lying.
Jenna, we can't hear a single thing you're saying. Sorry. Okay.
Mhm.
No, yeah, he's not a Freemason. Freemasons don't believe this.
Nah, I'm not anything. You couldn't label me because I don't believe in any specific ideology or serve an agenda. I'm just a curious person. That's it.
I think you're unknowingly serving an agenda.
That's okay.
Even if it's an agenda you created.
I don't serve any agenda because I don't gain or benefit from anything. I just want to know the truth.
Do you gain? Okay, well, the truth is the Earth measures flat. And if yours measures flat, it's not my opinion. It's an objective
I haven't
reality.
seen enough proof to believe that using my...
You've only exposed yourself to proof that validates your pre-conclusion.
No, trust me, I'm here.
Yes,
I've heard it from many people.
But you came
I've seen
here
many
saying,
experiments.
You came here saying the only evidence you'll accept is the video evidence that you'll believe, and you're going to reject measurements. So you did not come here for that. Don't lie. You
No,
came
I'll
here.
reject your way of measuring things.
That's exactly what I just said. It's exactly. It's not our way.
Your
Hold
way
on.
of measuring
it's
is
not our
wrong.
way. It's not our way of measuring. It's your way. It's the Glober's way of measuring.
No.
It's your dimensions.
I
You're
don't
the ones
believe
who-
in the
Hold
scientific
on.
method even.
It's not this part of the scientific method. This is just a measurement. It's like measuring a plank of wood.
No, like where I think you guys are wrong is you don't make logical assumptions. That's your problem. And I do.
You shouldn't
That's the
make
difference.
any assumptions. You should
I think
only
you should.
make
You get so many
deductions.
things from life.
No, you don't. You don't get anything from life.
You assume, then you
It will be
investigate,
failure
then you
after
verify.
failure after failure.
Well, I haven't failed that much in life.
How old are
So
you?
it's okay.
How old
27.
are you? 27?
Yes.
Brace yourself.
I'm ready, bro.
Brace yourself. Because
go.
the most successful people in
I don't
life.
care about success.
Hold on. The most successful people in life go through several failures in life first.
Agree.
So if you're going to
But I
measure
don't consider
success
it
by
a
anything,
failure. It's not really failure. It's just you
it's
win or
how
you
we
learn. That's it.
It's how we define failure, though. To me, a failure is when you finally actually
I don't
give
think
up.
you remember what I believe in, though. I don't believe that failure ever
I
happens.
don't
I believe
Yeah, but the problem
only
is I don't.
best things happen to you.
I don't.
That's okay if you don't care.
I don't
It's
take
cool.
your. No, it's not that I don't care. It's that I don't take them seriously. I don't think you actually believe.
That's
that.
okay.
I don't think you actually believe.
That's your
that.
opinion, just like
It's
your
not my opinion.
on the flat
I
earth.
genuinely do not believe you think that.
That's genuinely your opinion. I promise.
Okay.
you.
Here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
The Earth measures flat, and you came in here saying you would not accept measurements and would only use
It doesn't measure flat.
assumptions. It does measure flat.
Not to me.
Okay. Show me where it measures a curve. Show me where they measured a curve.
The SpaceX video shows.
No, show me where
over.
they measured a curve.
But that's not even like to
SpaceX
me, it's not
video,
even relevant
SpaceX
to
video. None
investigate.
of us can go into space and validate that.
Well, you should make logical assumptions that it's real. Then
That is the most retarded thing I've ever heard.
that's okay. That's your.
That is, I'm telling you, that's not my opinion. You're
It is.
saying to see a video is to believe.
Uh-huh. Yes.
So you believe
Some
in
things
Bigfoot.
are-
You believe in Bigfoot.
No, because it's not a valid.
No,
video of Bigfoot.
bro. There's a video.
You realize it's not black and white, bro.
Hold on. There's a video.
Okay.
Oh, if it's not black and white,
It's
so
not
you don't
black and
have
white.
certain. So you don't have certainty.
Not every video is real. I'm pretty sure there is a video on Earth of globe Earth that's actually faked. And
So show
someone's
it
trying
to
like,
us.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm
How
pretty sure
come
there is a
NASA?
fake video.
How come NASA doesn't put real pictures of Earth out?
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. Go look on their website.
There's a live stream of NASA from space looking at Earth right now if you go on YouTube.
Oh, yeah, the beach ball Earth. The beach ball Earth that sometimes you don't see land masses for thousands and thousands and thousands of miles. Or the one where France is taking up the entire quarter of the Earth. Yeah, why don't you show me that live stream? Or where the half the space station is curved from the camera.
I mean, yes, some of them use fisheye lenses.
Yeah,
Some-
okay,
that
so
video
we
that I
can
linked
dismiss
doesn't.
all those. We can dismiss
No.
all those videos.
No, we can't.
Like this is like you're being intentionally obtuse here.
I'm telling you, it's not black and white.
What this is, yes, it's black and white.
How you deducted that I use video proof to prove everything is just wrong.
Well, that's what
I
you
told
said.
you. Certain videos are proof. Doesn't imply every video is
Which
proven
video?
Bigfoot is
Post
real.
the video. Post the video.
I
that
posted
is
it.
proof.
I posted it. Okay,
That's
let
the
me do
video
it.
right there. How is it proof?
Sorry
Did you post
to
it?
interrupt. I did post a video on
That's not
SpaceX on another YouTube channel. You can see a rat in space. How can that be possible?
I
Explain
posted
to me. No, you watched that rat in that rocket. Explain to me how can that be possible? A rat on the space.
What?
What? Yeah.
Oh wait, even better. Look, hold on. Even better. Look what Orion posted. Look what President Orion posted.
Okay.
That's an image of Florida from the space station.
What? This is like an image on top of another image.
Yeah. What you do is you match the curvature. How is Florida that big?
I don't know what you're saying, dude. It's just
how is Florida that big?
Together.
I live an hour and a half from Florida.
If you make the cropped image bigger, Florida would be even bigger. Like, what's the point?
That's curve.
What
scales? Curve scales. All circles scale equally.
Watch that video and tell me where.
See, the problem is you don't understand geometry either.
I mean, that's an assumption, but okay.
It's not an assumption. You don't understand that all spheres scale equally.
Okay, that's an assumption.
It's not an assumption. It's a mathematical reality.
No. Your assumption that I don't understand geometry is
you just indicated you don't understand geometry.
Why are you getting
because
angry?
I'm not angry. I'm incredulous.
That's okay.
So here's the question. Here's the question. If you expand a ball, right, it doesn't change the shape at all. That means that it scales upward equally.
Yeah, and who debated that? Who argued against that?
Wow.
You indicated that you don't understand that by seeing Florida. When you match when you match the curvature rate.
It was like a monologue for you
when you match the curvature rate with the other picture, they should be in scale with each other. Shouldn't
that picture means nothing to me, though. I don't believe in its validity at all. It's just a picture.
Okay, well, that's one of the NASA images of Earth, right?
I don't believe it. It
is. It's taken right. I recognize it. It's right off. It has the plankton. It has the plankton thing on it too.
It could be wrong. The NASA makes
mistakes. And that's Florida from the space station. That's Florida from the space station.
But that's irrelevant to my argument, though.
It's not irrelevant. You said they have a space station that's filming the Earth.
I'm talking about a certain video where you see global.
How does Florida take up a tenth of the Earth? Florida man must be everywhere by now.
He is. Trust me, he is. I don't
you don't understand the measurements. You don't understand the geometry.
I don't care.
And your entire
than that video.
I know, but that makes you an ignoramus.
Are you?
I mean, that's your opinion.
It's not my opinion. If someone told me I love life, but I'm only going to look at the surface, I'd think they're a mongoloid.
No. That's an unfair comparison.
You're literally living in a surface level reality. You are unenlightened. You are low vibrational.
Some things are just simple.
That's not simple. To reject reality and accept the video
is simple to me.
No, it's not. You've accepted a complex reality.
I've accepted a pretty straightforward reality.
I've accepted a complex reality where we stand on the floor. You are floating and spinning and whirling, and there's no air.
I think you have a certain opinion about the Earth, and it's wrong, but that's okay.
What's simpler? That you're standing on the floor, or that everything is spinning around and whirling around at near the speed of light, and there's no air, and everything is held together by a dark matter that you can't see.
What's more simpler is which one's generated by perception.
No, that's not simple at all.
I think it is. To me, it is. It makes the most sense. See, we have different opinions.
No, that's retarded. That's retarded.
I mean, you can say that, but it doesn't really affect me.
I'm telling you right now, we are not Warhammer orcs.
I don't believe
we do not generate reality collectively.
I don't believe you.
You don't have to believe me.
You can tell me whatever you want, but
go rob a bank and tell me you don't go to jail.
I mean, people have done it before.
And there's consequences.
What argument is that? No,
there's consequences.
Sometimes there's none.
Oh my God. See, I'm just getting. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna get rid of you. How's that sound?
Okay, bro.
Because you're a retard.
Can anybody hear me now? Am I still
yes, Jenna, we can hear you. He has just descended into absolute, complete extra chromosomes.
Okay, bro. I wish the best for you.
This is extra chromosome.
Look, man, nobody's trying to dog on you, but
I am.
You just stuck,
I am.
bro. Like it
I
seems
am.
like
I'm just
I
going,
know, bro.
Jenna.
We're
I'm
good,
going.
we're
I'm going
good.
into bully mode
Nothing's
here.
ever personal.
I know you are, Minas.
Yeah.
I
Because
know you are.
I
You can
genuinely
never bully
believe.
anyone. He's
I
a nice
genuinely
guy.
believe that there's an aspect of people that need to be bullied to bring them
you
out of
can't
their
bully
delusions.
me. You're a nice guy, dude. You can't bully me. We're
Bro,
friends.
you believe
We're
a video is proof.
Me and you are besties.
You believe a video is proof. You might as well believe in
Yeah.
Bigfoot, the Loch
I
Ness
love you,
Monster,
bro. I love you.
Narnia.
We're besties.
But that's fine. You
Just
can love
because
me
we
all you
disagree
want.
doesn't mean you have to be hostile. you know?
Just because, look,
Be civil. Come on, bro. You're 42. Let's be civil.
I'm not a civil person
Why not?
because I don't believe in civility.
Well, time to think about that, don't you think?
I used
Little
to.
late.
I don't believe in civility.
But you
Wait, I just got to point out, you should have him look it up in the dictionary. I think
No, because a lot of civility means a dishonesty. I mean, that's just my personal opinion about it.
No, you can
Carry
be
on.
civil and be very genuine.
you should look up the definition of the word civilized and read it out to us.
No,
I
I'm
don't think
good.
it means
I
what
know
you
what
think it
being
means.
civil means.
Okay,
in a
well,
societal
read
context.
the definition for us, please.
Yeah. I think you
No,
should
I'm
read
good.
that definition. Here, I'll do it.
I'm good, bro.
I'll pull it up.
Okay, you do it, bro.
Civilized. Let's look up civil.
Hey, Stay V, since
What's
you
up?
hand-wave dismissed giant Florida, check out what NASA shows Italy to be.
Okay. I don't
You
really
see
trust
that?
NASA, bro. I don't care about NASA.
So who's making these pictures that have you duped?
I
Who's
have
the
no idea, bro.
propagandist?
I have no idea,
So
bro.
you
Whoever is
blindly
doing
just-
it,
Oh,
it's
okay.
irrelevant. I don't even look at them.
Okay, so you've admitted that you're blindly admitting
No, you're assuming that.
No, he's not
I
assuming
told
it. You
I do
admitted it.
Logical assumptions. That's what
There's
I
no
do.
such thing as logical
Yes.
assumption.
That's your opinion.
That's not my opinion.
It is.
There's no
It's
such
like an
thing as logical
oxymoron
assumption.
or something
I've
like
lived
that.
my entire life making logical assumptions. How could you
You are
tell me
20.
it
You
doesn't
are
exist?
a 27 without a girlfriend. You are not.
Oh, we're going
You
there.
are not. You are
Dude, you're
not. You
42.
have
Come on,
not
let's be
lived.
friends.
You have not
No
lived
decision.
life.
Let's be besties. Come on.
You
dude.
have not lived a hard
Come
life
on,
yet.
bro.
No,
Are
no,
you
no.
actually 42? Come on.
Yes, I'm 42. I have 3
Come on,
kids.
be
I own
nice,
a
dude.
business.
Come on,
Right.
bro.
So
Let's be
here's the
nice.
thing. Here's the thing. You haven't lived
Mhm.
enough life to make that statement.
What are you talking about?
You say you've lived your entire life like this.
So you're assuming old people are smart? Is that what you're saying right now? Just because you're old, you're smart? You have more
No,
experience?
that
you know,
means you're
there's
not
people who
seasoned.
never learn from
I am
anything.
definitely more seasoned than you in life.
I mean, you can say that to make yourself feel better if you want.
No, it's to make you feel bad.
fine.
It's not to make me feel better.
You can't make me feel
It's
bad.
not
I
going to
love
make
you,
me.
bro.
That's why you're
Nothing
saying
is
I
ever
love you. It's
personal
because
for
you
me.
feel bad. It's a
No,
coping
because
mechanism.
nothing is ever
Yes.
personal for me.
It's pure cope. It's copium.
Nothing is personal, bro. I love
Everything
you.
you're saying is copium.
I genuinely love you
Oh my god.
and wish the best for you.
I do not. I do not
That's
love you,
okay,
and
bro.
I do not wish the best for you.
That's okay. That's okay. One day you'll find the light.
I don't believe in being civilized to people.
That's your opinion, and you're okay with that.
Yeah,
I
that is
still
my
respect
opinion.
you. Yeah, I respect you, bro.
Why would you respect me?
Because I respect everyone.
That's
We're
not
all
true.
God's creation. We're God. We should love each other.
respect NASA.
Well, here's
I
the thing.
respect
What if
everyone.
what if I'm God telling you you're wrong?
You could tell me that.
Yeah.
God has
Well,
debates
as
with himself
God,
all the
as
time.
as God, I am telling you, you have put your trust in the wrong thing.
Okay, that's cool.
That's your message from God.
Okay, that's cool. You can say that.
There we go. So
Oh, okay.
debate over. I assumed the mantle that you say I already have. I'm God.
Oh, you got me. You got me, bro.
Yeah.
Like, that's what you want to hear. I don't get it.
There you go.
So there's really no argument from your side, from what I see.
No, there's no argument from your side. We tried to give you measurements, we tried to give you distances, all this other stuff, and you just rejected all of it.
There's like no tangible argument.
We gave you tangible arguments.
Do you know what demagogy is? This is demagogy.
Hold on. Demagoguery? Do you mean demagoguery?
No.
Demagoguery.
I mean, whatever.
Demagogue.
Not my first language,
Demagoguery.
bro. Same thing.
Okay.
You
I
get
don't
the
know what
point.
demagoguery is. And yes,
Demagogy.
there's been no demagoguery.
Well, you learned a new word now, bro.
The
You're
only
42, learning
person,
from a
the only
27-year-old. You're
person
good.
who has done
You're
any
welcome.
demagoguing in here is you
You're welcome.
talking about
You're
this
welcome. You didn't even know that was a
unfalsifiable
word.
idea. You've been
You
talking
didn't
about this
even know that was a word.
unfalsifiable idea. I'm the one who told you the word.
I said demagogy, bro. And you referred to another word. But it's okay.
No,
We
I
move on.
referred to the correct word. You mispronounced it.
We move on, bro. It's demagogy.
No, it.
Google it. You're coping now. If this is on live stream, you'll be verified that you were coping.
You're
It's demagogy.
coping and now you're projecting.
Demagogy. Demagogy. That's what
Demagogy.
you're doing.
Fine, it's demagogy.
Yes.
Fine. Okay. So here's the problem: is you're the only one who's been demagoguing.
That's your opinion.
It's not my opinion. At what point have I used any sophistry?
Do you say anything that's not your opinion?
Point out the sophistry. Point it out. Point out my sophistry.
So let me tell you. Let me tell you how you engage in what I mentioned before, demagogy. When presented with like solid evidence,
you didn't present any solid. You didn't present any solid evidence.
Let me finish.
Show me the evidence you presented.
Okay, I showed you the video, the SpaceX video.
Okay, I said solid
Shows
evidence.
Glover.
Where is the? We gave you measurements and you rejected them.
I'm implying that you should consider that as solid evidence.
No, I shouldn't.
Okay, that's your opinion that you shouldn't.
No, that's your opinion that I should.
But can you let me finish?
No. I'm not going to let you finish. Absolutely not. This isn't your house. This isn't your house.
Oh. Listen, bro, the entire globe Earth is my house, and so is it yours.
No, it's not.
We share a common home.
No, we don't.
And we love each other, bro. You just don't remember that you love me.
So here's what I'm going to do for a second.
You're cool.
First, I'm going to mute you so that you can stop talking over, because that's how you cope. All right? So here's the problem. You didn't present any evidence at all. You presented some videos. That's all you presented was some videos. All right? We gave you measurements. We gave you the images related to those measurements. We gave you a page with over 100 measurements on it, sight distance, using things that should be well below the curve. You didn't even open it. So the only one in here filled with sophistry is you. It's none of us. See, the moment I muted him to talk, he left.
It's because he has an inability to listen. He says, I hear. He doesn't listen, and when he's forced to listen, leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't letting you finish what you were saying. He'd just immediately find a small little gap in the middle of what you were saying and then just interject right there. Or he would just straight talk over you. So yeah, he definitely has a listening problem.
Well, since he left when I muted him, I'm going to go ahead and just server ban him. There. No, Cogdis, that's fine. What an idiot. Guys, we aren't real.
Yeah, I just said he's very sophisticated, LOL, and then he said, thank you. Okay, look it up in the dictionary now. Although I know he's probably not going to because he's just so lazy and stupid.
I have to wait and see when the DMs probably start pouring in. Because, they always start DMing me afterwards.
On to the next topic. About 45 minutes ago, I got done talking to Lars Larson on the Lars Larson Show because today's Thursday, so it's Conspiracy Theory Thursday. So if you have a conspiracy theory to talk about, you're welcome to call into the Lars Larson Show and talk about it. So I called in the first hour and said, well, the claim is that we went to the moon in 1969, people landed on the moon, and that we went twice and landed on the moon in the 70s as well, and all that. And I was just starting out the conversation by saying, well, that's a claim, and I don't believe that. And I don't believe that the vacuum of space is a real place, or that the moon is even a place you can go to. There's unverified lights in the sky. And then he was saying oh, what do you think these rocks that they brought back? Do you think they faked that too? And I'm like, yeah, they probably picked them up off the ground somewhere and just claimed they came from the moon. It's that simple.
Those rocks were actually analyzed, and they were petrified wood. One of them, at least.
Yeah, I was about to even say that, but he cut me off before I said that. But it's just, it doesn't matter, whether they're petrified wood or not. It's just a positive claim that they came from the moon, and it's an unverified claim.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe one of these Thursdays coming up, I'll take a different direction with it. Maybe I'll ask him like, "Do you believe in Bigfoot, Lars?" Pretty sure he's going to say no. It's like, "Oh well, there's lots of eyewitness testimony and there's video of Bigfoot, eyewitness testimony and video of the moon landing. You have a double standard with your evidence there." Funny thing about that picture of the Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot that people posted is I saw that for a while, but only recently realized that's supposed to be Elvis writing it, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, my grandfather had a trailer at Bear Lake when we were growing up. We'd go up there every weekend, and they had the Bear Lake Monster was a thing everybody talked about up there too. Ridiculous, All these lakes are not all, but it seems like there's a few lakes around where there's the Bear Lake Monster and Nessie or whatever the one you were talking about. I can't remember what lake that was at. And this Bigfoot thing, I mean, are you kidding me? After all these years, not one carcass, not one bone ever found, nothing, but still people want to believe there's Bigfoots out there. I don't know. My brother's a Bigfoot guy. He's an idiot. He watches every video, these guys that go up and take pictures of these weird anomalies in the trees and all this stuff. Look, this is a structure built by Bigfoot. They bend the trees over and they make these arches, and so stupid.
I don't believe in these creatures myself, but I'm not going to get ahead of myself and deny, actively say anything, I don't know that they don't exist. You can't prove a negative,
I'm a Bigfoot. I'm a Bigfoot agnostic.
Me as well.
I do not deny. I neither confirm nor deny. I have no belief regarding it. I don't believe in it, but I don't deny that it doesn't exist. I personally can't validate any of it.
Yeah, well, I'll take it a little step further. I just don't believe it's true. That's just me. I don't believe it.
Well, it's worth pointing out that so far there is no empirical, knowledge involving this. Like, you see, if it was empirical, then you'd have one somewhere, or in a cage somewhere, or not in a cage, whatever, not running away. That you could go, a place you could go and see with your own eyes, physically, firsthand, a Bigfoot creature. See, that would be empirical knowledge. But obviously what I just described doesn't exist. So it's just a mere blind belief on anyone's part that Bigfoot's real, unless, of course, you've seen one for yourself firsthand.
Yeah, see, I made a joke about the show, Finding Bigfoot. And I'm like, it has to be called Finding Bigfoot, because if it was called Found Bigfoot, they probably wouldn't have a show.
Wouldn't have a show anymore.
It would be so funny if they had a show called Finding the Moon Landing.
Well, if anyone was actually going to go try to find the moon landing or find any evidence, I would suggest to them that they look on the Earth somewhere. Look for some studio or something, the remnants of some place. That would be my suggestion, even though I can't, obviously don't have any evidence for any of that stuff either. But, if you're going to try to find the moon landing, I would suggest looking on the Earth.
I don't think you're going to find that category of evidence anywhere. I mean, they make this stuff back in the 60s and 70s, and a lot of buildings get remodeled, demolished, and property gets reused. I don't think you're going to find anything in regards to that.
The best evidence is that the best evidence is that space is fake and they didn't do it.
Do you guys have nothing better than looking for evidence that the Earth is flat?
What was that now?
Do you guys have nothing better to do than searching for evidence about whether the Earth is flat or not?
Is this you? Do you believe that this is all I do?
It looks like it.
It looks like it? I have 3 kids. I own a business. I play games. I do artwork.
He knows you.
Like what? Tell me what I do in my daily life. Tell me what my daily routine is. Wanderer? I think you're implying this is what I do 24 hours a day.
I'm asking a question. I'm saying.
No, you didn't ask a question. It's like you're saying this is all you guys do. Is all you do go into other people's discords and say, why are people doing this, yeah? Is that all you do?
No.
No? But wait a minute. So I just made some asinine assumption about you based on knowing you for 15 seconds?
And the answer.
Okay, so how about you? Hold on. How about you apologize? Hold on. But that's a question. That's an insulting question. How about you apologize for it?
No, I won't apologize for nothing.
Oh, well, you're a bitch.
You're a hoe.
You're a bitch. I don't care. You can call me whatever you want. You came in here. You came in here and you made an instant assumption. You came in here with your little German ass and you made an assumption.
Bro, you're gonna cry about it?
I'm not crying. You are. Do I sound like I'm crying?
Yeah, it sounds like you're crying.
Wanderer, did you make an assumption?
He's projecting. He's crying.
Wanderer, did you make an assumption?
Assumption about what?
Wanderer, you came in here and said,
guy, you said that.
Is this all you guys do?
Doing,
bro. Someone.
Why would you ask anybody that? Why would you ever ask anybody that? What's the only reason to ask anyone that?
I'm curious.
Yeah, that's not from curiosity. That's not from curiosity. You do realize other minds apart from yours exist.
Bro, I can't talk when you talk over me.
Well, I'm not going to let you bullshit me. You didn't come in here for curiosity. That's the first question you asked.
How flat earthers like you think?
How flat earthers like me think? Well, I'm not a flat earther.
And what are you?
What am I? I don't know what the Earth is to be called an object or not.
I know you're trying to search for evidence about.
You will never see me searching for evidence. What are you talking about? You do not know me,
bro. Why are you in this server? Why are you in the server?
Why am I on the server? Because it's fun,
bro. Then this question isn't for you.
It's not for anybody. It's a condescending question,
bro. Are you gonna cry about it?
Do you go in? Would you go into a Magic the Gathering tournament and say, "Is this all you guys do? Is play Magic the Gathering?" Listen to me,
bro. You need your pills for real.
What are you going to tell me now?
What tournament?
He's the governor.
Wanderer, yell at me to get to the chopper.
Wanderer, what do you think? What do you think? What we are doing here? What do you think we are doing? What do you think we are doing here?
Like so far, I think you are just wasting your time looking for evidence about whether the Earth is flat or not.
Okay. And how do you know that?
That's what it seems to me for so far. I don't know what you guys do.
And what do you think about reality?
What kind of question is that? Like, what do you think about
Does
reality?
Earth
Okay.
itself? You know, we learned that Earth is Earth. Earth.
What?
What do you think about Earth? What shape Earth is?
I think it's like an ostrich egg.
Ostrich egg. I
Yeah.
never heard that. I never heard that. I know that people learning in school that it's sphere. I don't know where did you get that.
I got it from the Quran.
Quran.
So, do you have any real questions? A real question would be like, why do you guys believe this? Like, that's what an inquisitive mind would ask. Why do you guys believe this?
Andre, do you know this guy was speaking with you last 10 minutes? What he's doing, why he's here, and does he is flat earther?
That's why I'm asking.
It's not what you asked.
You didn't ask that.
Is this all you guys do? Look for evidence of the flat
that's
earth?
what I asked.
On this server, yes, but in life, I'm doing other stuff.
Or no?
Andre, in this server, yes, we are looking for the sphere. But in life, yes, I'm doing other stuff, like other people doing also other stuff. Because this server is not called a baker recipe for the bread, and now we are discussing about bread. It's called 24/7 flat earth.
Yeah, that's what this server is for, but in real life, I don't talk about this. Not really.
Like, the name of the server makes me think that that's all you guys do.
That's what
So
the
that's why-
server is for. You wouldn't go to a gaming tournament and bring the wrong game, would you? If you go to a Warhammer tournament, are you bringing a Wizards of the Coast card deck?
Wanderer, can you imagine that we all play poker now? Wanderer, can you imagine?
Hold on,
can you imagine
Sasha.
that
Hold on, Sasha. Hold on.
Don't compare this to a game tournament.
Say what?
Don't compare this server to a game tournament. Flat Earth 24/7.
Yeah, that's what this server is for.
Yeah, a game tournament is an event.
No, it's not an event. This server is the Flat Earth server.
I'm not talking about server. I'm saying a game tournament is an event. It's like an event. This server is 24/7. That's the difference between the two. You can't compare both.
Stop playing your stupid little game. Stop it.
Bro, you should
Stop
get
it.
some
Stop it. Don't be retarded. I know you are German and everything, but you really need to maybe understand the nuance.
Bro, you need your meds for real.
Hey, what do you expect? These guys started 2 world wars.
Yeah. Hey, why don't you go invade Poland?
Okay, man.
Wanderer, should we change the name in the baker recipes?
Bro, when you take your pills, talk to me.
No, I'm asking you.
Is he Arabic?
Does he need to change
Wanderer,
the issue? Should we
Wanderer,
speak
where
about-
are you from, Wanderer?
Why do you want to know?
He's an ostrich egger.
Where are you from, Wanderer?
And you're a flat earther.
Yeah, where are you from?
What does it sound like I'm from?
What nation?
Because we're curious. I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm curious.
You don't see me asking you where you're all from.
I'm from America. So where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from America too.
America.
Now,
Where are you from? Where are you from?
Russia.
Where?
Russia.
Russia? Sasha, is this guy Russian?
Could be.
does he speak Russian, Sasha?
I don't know. He can try. How you say? What's your name in Russian?
And beers.
How?
I love vodka.
I like vodka.
I like
No, you
vodka.
say-
That is, it might be
You
right.
say, but that's English.
So I am Arabic.
Okay.
What country are you from, though?
Egypt.
Egypt.
I got a question for you. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Like, does it matter whether the Earth is flat or not?
No.
Like, I don't.
No, it
I don't
doesn't.
see that.
It doesn't. It's not. It's not gonna make you rich. It's not gonna get you more pussy.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, it won't affect our lives in.
But it's really fun arguing about it. That's what you're not getting.
That's why I think it is a waste of time.
Oh, okay, fine. It's a waste of time. Leave.
Good point.
I would actually say it, at least to a certain degree, in regards to certain facets of life. I would say it does make a difference. Like, I'll give you an example. I have 5 older brothers. One of them is kind of an agnostic like me, or 2 of them, but for the most part, almost every single one of my brothers is an atheist. And they think that people that believe in God are stupid. And the only reason why my brothers are atheists is because they believe that they live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, and that we all came from a big bang and there's no evidence of God. That's the only reason why they're atheists. I think it makes a pretty big difference. I mean, I'm not religious myself, but I mean, like, there would be a lot less atheists, I think.
Bro, I'm religious and I don't believe that Earth is flat. Like, there is no correlation.
No? How about ocean? How about ocean?
About what?
How about ocean?
What's with the ocean?
Ocean, water, body of water, big body of water.
Yeah. What about it? Yeah.
What about it? Doesn't want to curve in reality.
Bro, I seen pictures from satellites, man. I don't.
Yeah, I don't believe picture. I believe the water itself.
You think they are lying? They are lying to us about those pictures?
No, I'm telling you that how water behaving in reality. That water doesn't curve. That's the point. I don't care what people saying about water.
Let me talk about reference point for a second. Have you ever seen a horse with your own 2 eyes? Yes or no?
Horse. Like, who didn't see a horse?
Wait, can you say that again?
Like, who didn't see a horse?
Well, I don't answer the question with a question. The question is, have you ever seen...
I said yes before it.
Oh, okay. So, yes. So, if I showed you a picture of a horse, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture of a horse or not? Yes or no?
Like,
you know what a reference point is?
English isn't my first language. Like, if you could explain that
mean you will find a horse and you will make a photo of the horse, and that will be horse.
So basically, what I'm saying is, through your own first-hand experience, through your own eyes, you've seen a horse. So so from that point forward, if anyone ever shows you a picture of a horse, you at least have a reference point to use to tell whether or not it's a realistic picture of a horse or not. So if it has a horn sticking out the front of its face like a unicorn, you might look at it and be like, "Nah, that doesn't seem like a realistic picture of a horse." No.
Yeah, I understand your point.
All right, so then the question is, have you ever been to the vacuum of space before? Yes or no?
No. But
so if anyone showed you a picture from the vacuum of space, do you have any reference point to use to tell whether or not it's real or not?
If depends on where I get this picture from. Do I get it from a random person on the street or from an?
It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make any difference. Doesn't make any difference who you get it from because you've never been to the vacuum space yourself. So you have no reference point to use to tell whether or not any picture from the vacuum space is real or not. It's just a blind belief on your part at best.
Yeah, I see your point. Like, I will have to trust that this is how Earth looks, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Yeah, that's your point.
Well, my point is you have no way of knowing whether or not those pictures from the vacuum space are real or not. You have no way of knowing.
Like, if I see a picture without seeing the real thing, I have either two choices: to trust whether this picture represents what this thing is, or it is not. That's your point?
Wait, can you say that again? Your accent.
Yes, that is the point. Yes.
Yeah.
Is that you would have to verify it yourself, right?
Yeah. Okay. That's what I'm talking. Looks like you took your pills, mate.
Yeah, I always do. You know I'm just in here for fun, right?
Me too.
Good.
So, your point, man. I understand the picture. Your point about the picture.
The question is this, then. Here's the point. Do you know it's a globe, or do you believe it's a globe?
I believe it's a spherical ostrich egg-shaped.
But it's a belief, isn't it? It's not a knowledge. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
I don't know for sure. Like, I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I believe it is.
You almost said it, and that was gonna be correct. You have to believe it. I have to trust. I have to trust them. Why?
Like, they're astronauts. That's their job, man.
Why do you have to trust them? But why do you trust them?
Like,
did they mow your lawn? Did they bake you a cake? Did they take care of your mom one day when she was sick? What'd they do for you? Why do you trust them?
Bro, I'm thinking of the words to say what I'm thinking.
What have they done for you?
They've done nothing for me.
They've done nothing. They've done nothing for anyone. They're military R&D, and they've given us a means to destroy regions of the world. That's it. That's all they've really done for us. Why would you trust these people? I don't trust them. They're my country, and I don't trust them. I live in the most villainous country on this earth, the United States of America, that is majorly into its villain arc. I don't trust a single one of these people. How can you trust them?
Bro, like, I see your point, but what do you gain by what do they gain? Do they gain by lying to us about?
What does anyone gain by lying? And by the way, I'm not content to call it a lie. I actually don't believe there's some big, giant, vast conspiracy. I believe this is the paradigm through which we collectively, as humanity, have chosen to believe this. It's not them that are spreading this information around. It's us. It's the public. It's the masses. It's the people. Just the same way we spread Santa Claus around. It's what we do. It's how humans behave. We select ways in which to interpret our existence. And this is just the current modern cultural religion that exists. That's all it is.
This is getting all over the place. Like,
it's not all over the place. This is staying in exactly the same place that it was. It is a belief system. It's a religion.
Like, I don't know the point. First, it's is Earth flat or not? Then it's why do we trust them and whatever? Like,
look,
and people spreading stuff.
I don't trust them because they've proven that they're a bunch of feral barbarians who will bomb anybody for any reason and overthrow any leader for any reason for their own gains.
Are you talking about the U.S. government as a whole?
Yeah, I'm talking about I'm talking about the federal government here. Yes, the ones who run NASA. And there is no ESA, there is no other space agency except through NASA. If you go read all the charters of all the different space agencies that exist, minus Russia and China, it's all chartered through the National Aeronautic and Space Administration. It's a deal with NASA every single time. All of it goes through NASA.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I hate your government, to be honest.
Yeah, you're Egyptian. Yes, absolutely, and you have a right to. Yeah. I am right there with you, brother.
Starting war in the Middle East and
my government is run by a bunch of sociopathic globalists who don't care about anybody.
For some oil.
Yes, resources. And people will lie for resources, won't they?
Yeah.
They lied to get us into a 21-year war.
Yeah.
That's still going on. They say it's over, but the war is still going on.
It's going on 24/7.
Yeah. All the time.
I think Ukraine and Russia is an excuse to use nuclear weapons.
We'll see. I don't think anyone's ever going to use a nuke.
I hope so.
But like, I love my country, but I hate my government.
Yeah, same, man.
Right. And I know what my government did to Egypt. So you're not going to get any hate from me over it.
Yeah, this I could agree with you. So about Earth. You say Russia and China have a space agency, right?
Sure.
Do they send pictures?
Would you believe anything from China or Russia either? Are they good stand-up boys?
I mean, if they can't tell the same lie, like all three of them, USA, China, and
do you know what
Russia.
the mafia? Do you know what the mafia families are?
In the US?
Like anywhere, organized crime syndicates.
Yeah, I have a small idea about how they work.
So the one thing they never do is they never roll on each other to the feds. They never turn each other in. They keep their wars to each other, but they don't let the public or the government know about the big game. Because if they ruin it for one, they ruin it for everybody.
Yeah.
All right. So I don't have to explain much more as to why these corrupt international globalist powers don't want to ruin the game for themselves. Because really the game works out for them.
Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying, but I still don't know what do they gain from lying about the Earth's shape. Like, what significance does it?
What significance is it? Like I said, I don't really consider it to be a lie in the way you might think of it as a lie. I believe it's just a cultural paradigm that we live in. It is the modern day religion, and they essentially are the gatekeepers, the high priest of that religion. Like, it's not them spreading this lie everywhere. It's us. It's the people that spread the lie everywhere. That's who's responsible for it.
So what should we do about that?
Nothing. Like, I'm not an activist. I'm not trying to change the world. All I can say is that individuals, on an individual level, you are only responsible for yourself. And if you choose, if you're awake and you choose to become aware of information, that's you as an individual taking responsibility. But I believe that's the only responsibility we have, is as individuals to take responsibility. Because the public doesn't take it, masses don't take responsibility, governments don't take responsibility. Organizations don't take responsibility. Only individuals do.
Is the bottom line. The bottom line is take self responsibility for yourself. Don't just believe anything the government says, and think independently. Yes.
Yes. That is my ultimate goal. It's not important to me that someone becomes a flat earther or not. It's important that they come to the conclusions that they come to of their own free will, and because they have reflected inwardly and thoughtfully about themselves.
Yeah, this I could agree with.
Okay. See, we're not that different.
And it didn't sound like all you talk about is flat Earth.
We talk about a lot of stuff in here.
Yeah.
It really isn't just flat Earth. We'll talk about existentialism. Sometimes we talk about religion. On Sundays, you're basically allowed to talk about whatever you want to.
Okay, man, good. But
yeah. So
now I see the server a little bit different.
Cool.
Yeah, in a good way.
Good. You see? And by the way, I don't know how the average Egyptian views Americans, but I'm in a really conservative part of America, and none of us like the government. Conservatives do not like the government here.
Bro, I think most like most teens here in Egypt think like America is a paradise. You get all the house there or whatever. It's too expensive there, and
it's true and it's false, because the states here, a lot of people outside the United States don't understand that the United States, our states are more like separate countries. It's almost like in Europe, they have the European Union. If those were just called states, it would be more akin to what we have, because I live in Georgia and California is practically communist.
Also, every state has like its own set of beliefs and
right. It has its own edition of laws. The only thing that binds us together is the federal constitution.
Yeah. And also the law there is suspect. Like, I don't trust it there.
The law here?
Yeah, like the law there in America.
Like we were talking about this last night, and it's like incredibly easy to get a house. It's incredibly easy to get a car, but it's also incredibly easy to destroy your life.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So it's kind of like giving someone fire. If you're thoughtful and smart, you'll go far in America. But if you're not going to go anywhere. Yeah, it's not. We work more than anybody in the world. So we have like the highest hours. Like we work ourselves into the grave.
It's, how many hours in the day?
I would say, well, like me, I own my own business, right? And so I plan out my year where I'll work for a month and then I'll take a month off.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah,
like here, people, many people work like 12 hours per day, like they are employees, so they don't have the luxury of.
Is it 7 days a week?
6 days a week, and some even work 7 days a week.
Yeah,
they want more money.
Like if you're a business owner here, you don't count your hours. Because you are essentially working 24 hours a day. Because you are on call all day. You will take a phone call. You will do business at any time of day, any day of the week.
But is it physical labor?
Not usually. Physical labor, I would say we average about 10 hours a day, 5 to 6 days a week.
It's mostly physical labor here in Egypt. So you could imagine. 12 hours every day physical labor.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that sucks.
So I disagree with that Americans work more than everyone in the world. So.
Well, I think the comparison is with Europe, because Europeans have a short work week.
Yeah.
And somehow we did outdo Japan. I don't know how that's possible. But like there are like I'll put it like this: when I was doing swing shifts, I did 95 hours in a week, a 6-day week.
95 hours in a week.
95 hours I did in a 6-day week. I made a lot of money, but the next week I went back to a regular schedule.
Oh, so it's a little thing to get some money.
Yeah. So here, there's a lot of people choose to work a lot of overtime to make more money. Right? It's not mandated. So, like on a regular day, a regular unenforced day, you'll do 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Right? So 40-hour weeks. But there's a lot of us who opt to do 70-hour weeks. And there's a lot of Americans. The thing is we do it voluntarily, completely. There's no mandate at all.
So it's optional. If you want to work more hours for more pay, you can just tell your boss and.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're killing ourselves for money, essentially. But if you're smart in life, you open up your own business, you choose to live poor for a couple of years to save up money, and you can succeed. Right? So, I mean, it is true at the same time that the sky is the limit here, but you can't be dumb.
Yeah, you have to always think and plan your steps carefully.
But the good thing is, like, it took me like getting like my business license and all that stuff together. It took me 5 hours to get all that stuff together, to get insured and get a business license. 5 hours.
5 hours?
Yeah.
How old are you, man? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm 42.
42.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm 21.
21. Well, like if you're 21 here in the States, you have the sky's the limit. You could get far.
Oh.
That's the time to do it. What you do is in the US, when you're young, live in a camper and open a business and make a bunch of money and save it up, and then invest that either into your business or into a home or something. And then you can retire by the time you're 40.
And that's that's your status right now. Like you're retired.
Oh, I'll never retire. I love working.
Oh, it's become like a habit to you.
Yeah, it is. This is one of our problems here. Is a lot of us are just workaholics. We work and work and work and work, and it's just our way of life.
So besides starting a business, is there any other way to be rich in like your early 30s?
Yeah, you could get into you could get an engineering degree here, and you can start off at about between 75 to 85,000 a year.
Engineering degree, like I only have 2 months and I will finish college and I don't want to start that shit over again.
Well, it only takes about 18 months. It takes about 18 months to get an engineering degree here.
18 months.
18 months.
Man, it takes like 7 years here.
Jesus. No, you can get your lowest engineering degree here in about 18 months. That'll get you an introductory wages about 75 to 85,000 a year.
Yeah.
And from there you can advance yourself and promote yourself through the industry. But there are some games you do have to play, but none of them are too complicated that you can't do it. If you have drive, you're going to make it.
Yeah. So, is there anything besides having a degree? Like I hear copywriting is one of the sources to get some.
What is?
Copywriting.
Cooperating?
Oh, copywriting. drop shipping and the other stuff, the other online stuff.
Oh yeah, a lot of people do that as a side hustle. They have their main job, which is like whatever degree they work in, engineering or whatever, and others but they'll also, when they're at home, they're online the rest of the night doing work as a side hustle.
So it's like a side thing for extra money.
Yeah, essentially it's a second job. That's another thing too, is a lot of Americans have 2 jobs.
Bro, there are people here who have like 4 jobs.
Yeah.
who work ourselves to death here.
Yeah.
Life is hard here.
Well, there was a time when it wasn't so bad. So you can thank Hillary for that. I know.
You're saying you vote for Hillary?
No. I said you can thank Hillary for, for ruining a lot of stuff over there.
Oh, what do you think about Joe Biden? Are we not? Are we not allowed to talk about politics here?
He's a moron. Well, I mean, you can talk about him, just not, that's not like the main subject at all. But like, if you want to mention him, you can. Like, American politics is, to the outside world, must look insane.
It does. I can assure you.
Believe you me, everyone here thinks it's insane too. Everybody.
Yeah. LGBT stuff and some stupid shit. And Joe Biden who can't string a sentence together.
Does the average Egyptian think that he's actually the president, or think he's a puppet?
The average Egyptian, like, what do you mean? Like, they just follow everything the government says, or?
Like, if I were to ask 10 Egyptians, is Joe Biden the president or a puppet? What would they say?
I think most Egyptians don't really know much about America.
Okay.
But unless you're asking
just from their point of view, because like I don't get a foreign point of view quite often.
Like people like me who like think think that Joe Biden is just a puppet.
Okay, yeah. So intelligent people who are educated.
Yeah.
Right.
Because most youth here just at least half of them copy that generate things from America and stuff like TikTok, some stupid shit.
Yeah, there's no American culture on TikTok. None of that. Like, TikTok doesn't represent America at all. Because I live here, so I know.
Yeah, like they copy the bad things from America. While some people like me who can think for themselves, they see America for what it is.
Yeah, a bunch of states that all disagree with each other is what it is.
Yeah.
But like I said, our states have almost the same level of autonomy as like European countries do. So it's not like America's 50 states. It's not like it's one block of like people. Every state has a completely different culture and completely different laws.
Yeah, and different tax rates too.
Different taxes, different licenses, different everything.
Like how does a president govern all 50 states? Like,
well, the president's not the president. That's the thing. The president doesn't govern. The president doesn't have any authority to govern any of the states.
He has people to do that for him.
No, the federal government actually can't force any laws on the states. All the federal government technically can do is repeal unconstitutional laws that states might pass, but they cannot force the states. I know they do. They do try and force the states into things.
They do it indirectly, right?
Right. They try it indirectly through interstate regulation. It's a little complicated. It's their back door to try and take control over the states. But the thing is they can't take control over the states. So there's a push and pull between all the states and the federal government here.
Guys, you can't do it directly. Like, they have to do it indirectly.
Right, they have to do it indirectly. So they'll say they have authority over the interstates because they pass through all the states, therefore they're federal. And so they create the Interstate Commerce Commission, and through that, they create a legal system, a legal framework through which they can try and force laws on the states.
Oh. Well, that's something new.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like, really, the president doesn't have the power people think he does. He only has power over the federal government. And technically, their only authority is to repeal laws that violate the Constitution.
And assist in wars like what Joe Biden is doing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's funny. That's funny. We haven't declared war since World War II.
I mean, Joe Biden is sending reinforcements to Ukraine.
I know,
like supplies and stuff. Like they're doing it indirectly.
Well, I mean, the standing army is the federal government, and technically, the army is its own entity.
You just made me realize something funny. So, like, since we haven't declared war since World War II, and there's only a few World War II veterans left alive, and, you know, 20 years from now, there'll be none left alive. That means that 20 years from now, if we hadn't declared war, that we will be a nation with plenty of war veterans residing inside of it, but none of those wars we declared war.
Right.
You know,
the United States has not been declared war since World War II. Like in Vietnam, they were called advisors. My dad was an advisor. As a Green Beret, he was an advisor slashing throats. An advisor.
What does
or the Korean War?
Yeah.
What does an advisor do? Like, does he advise his leader or what?
Yeah. That's what they called them in Vietnam. They called the soldiers advisors.
Oh.
We're sending advisors. They've got machine guns. But they're advisors.
They're sending advisors to take them out.
Say what?
Did they refer to Vietnam as a police action like they did with the Korean War? I think they did, right?
I don't.
I think so. Possibly.
Why did America attack Vietnam? Like, I don't remember.
Cam Ranh Bay. They dredged Cam Ranh Bay for oil.
Cam Ranh Bay? Like,
yeah.
Is it
immediately?
Is it a place in Vietnam?
Yeah. The first thing we did there is extract oil. It's the first thing we did.
Yeah, sounds like America.
All wars are for resources, and oil is what drives the earth.
Yeah.
So, and that's what Ukraine is about too.
Yeah. The fact that they are painting Ukraine like it's innocent and Russia is like the villain. Like, I smell a lot of propaganda here.
Let's be honest. The Ukraine, the Ukraine is culturally, the Ukraine is culturally Russian. It belongs to Russia. I don't give a shit. I would pack up shop and walk away and say, Russia, you can have it. I don't want this dump. Just let me keep this little section over here with some oil. I'll split it with you. That's it. That's what I do, because I don't give a shit about Ukraine.
No, but the point I am making is that Russia probably have its reasons. Like, it didn't like attack Ukraine for nothing. Like what the media is making it to be.
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah. Well, I mean, think about it. What did we do? What has Joe Biden been doing? Not Joe Biden, but what has the administration been doing for the last 3 years? But demonizing and sanctioning Russia and forcing them into an action.
Yeah.
Russia's a tiny country. It's got a tiny GDP and it has a tiny military. And it was forced to take action. Just like, I mean, honestly, World War II, we occupied part of China and were bombing the Japanese and sanctioning the Japanese before they attacked us. But a lot of people don't know that.
Oh. So they are trying to weaken Russia.
Yeah.
Make them pay a lot of, so they could make their economy fall and some shit and some more stuff.
Well, it's not going to work because Russia changed its standard. They dropped the petrodollar and they've created a new, like they've got their own GDP. They have an isolated economic system now. Yeah, so there's nothing we could do to hurt them.
Yeah, I hear Russia got rich from this sanction.
Yeah, just in the last few days, I heard in the news that they started selling oil to the Chinese, but not for American dollars, for the Chinese currency.
Yep, that's right. Now, China's just a big paper tiger.
A paper tiger? Like they do a lot. You mean they do a lot of things for money?
No, the paper tiger it looks fearsome, but it's made out of paper.
Oh.
It might intimidate you, but it's just made out of paper.
But ultimately, they have a few mega cities, but that's all they got. They don't. China has a massive population, and some of it's. They have 1 billion people, right?
You have like quarter of the world or something.
Right. So, from what I understand, there's 1 billion people in China. There's 1 billion Chinese. They have about a quarter of those in the cities, and the rest of them are spread all over the countryside. So China is chaos. It has a few zones that are not chaos. It has, and I've seen their concrete, I've seen their steel. Not worried about China.
Not very high quality. Not very durable.
No.
Yeah, they made in China stuff.
You know, what's funny is some of the stuff that gets shipped here that's made in China is higher quality than the Chinese get. Right? So if it's made in China, that's okay. But if it's made and in China,
Oh.
So do you want to live in a Chinese building that falls down on you?
Nope. Does China have nuclear weapons?
That's an interesting topic.
Like I don't remember China having nuclear weapons. Like, does it have?
I know everybody. I know the U.S., Russia, China, Israel, France, the UK, Japan, all ostensibly have big bombs. That's what they've got. Now, they call these nuclear weapons. Fine, I'll call them nuclear weapons. Yeah, they got them, but like they're the last thing I'm worried about on Earth at all. Go ahead.
I mean, if USA sees China as somewhat of a threat, they probably have big bombs. The same way they say North Korea as a threat because they have their mad president and his nuclear bombs.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. I don't believe either of these countries are threats at all. I think it's all just fear mongering, and it's all just smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
I take nothing seriously like that.
Like,
can I say my opinion about that? Whatever maybe China has or has not a nuclear weapon, but has enough weapon to play with the war with other world without a game.
You mean go to war with multiple countries?
Yeah, without problems if they want.
So the reason it's not a problem is because if you look at Chinese technology and their ability to actually mass produce it in quality, it's not there. The largest navy on Earth is the United States. The largest air force is the United States. The It's not the number that you have, it's the most well-equipped army is the United States. On top of that, there's about 500,000 members active in the US military, and they are the most well-equipped army in the world, but there's 16.5 million veterans in the population.
Like 5 million.
16.5 million veterans that live in the population.
You mean like Iraq veterans and Afghanistan veterans?
Also, all sorts of wars, all wars. From
But
Vietnam, Vietnam, South America, Iraq, Iraq Part 1 and Iraq Part 2, and Afghanistan. Every war that we've been in for the past 40 years, there's 16.5 million veterans.
I think what gives them the edge is their air superiority.
Who? China?
America. Their aerial
America.
superiority.
Yeah.
They have like the best air support in the world.
We have a drone that's solar powered that is said to be able to, like, it's not confirmed, obviously. It can fly for 10 years without stopping. And it's just a spy drone. All it does is take pictures.
I mean, I could. It sounds possible, like with solar power and stuff.
Yeah, like I'd never be worried about the United States being invaded. That'll never happen. It will absolutely never happen. I've actually seen all the war games on it. It'll never happen. Nothing's getting wiped off the map. There's not going to be any change like that. When America falls, it's going to fall from within. That's the only thing that's going to destroy America is America.
I think the Chinese are trying to destroy us from within.
Oh no, like technology is doing that better than the Chinese ever will.
I mean, like the Americans, most of them seem like they are. Most of them seem like they're slaves to their government. Like
like half our population.
The government won't have any shortage in tax money.
I would say about a third of our population actively loves and supports the government. A third.
Yeah.
And we call those leftoids. Leftist.
Yes. The LGBT stuff and whatever.
Yeah. Which I'm going to have to disagree with Ya down there. He says that, where does he say it? It's the only part of it, they will nuke it. Said the LGBT stuff is going to bring down America. I got news for you. The only reason that stuff is popular is because America already fell, and it fell because of technology. Humans we're not in our natural state as technological creatures. Once you remove us from our natural setting, that stuff creeps in. It's not the cause of the downfall, it's the result of a downfall.
Is it technology or is it a irresponsible reaction to technology? Is it irresponsible behavior that's led us to this?
It's what if it's our natural response to technology to be irresponsible with it?
I mean, if technology gets you comfortable, and you would tend to be irresponsible with it.
Right. It's like
But
when they introduced car insurance, everybody started getting in more wrecks.
Yeah.
Right. So they make all this technology to make our lives easier, and ostensibly that was so we could go and pursue more meaningful things, but we don't. Our lives just become empty.
Yeah, but if you realize the fact that technology makes us more comfortable and lazy and stuff, you can control how you act.
You can. The individual can. The individual can, but society cannot.
Yeah, some people follow the sheep mentality and stuff.
Yeah. This is why when Socrates talked about the demos, the people, it's not good. It's not good for, and democracy is terrible because of that reason, because the individual can be brilliant and loving and generous, but society is awful and cruel.
Yeah.
And stupid. So, it's just the way it is.
And most people are stupid. So if they vote for something, it isn't necessarily good for them.
Well, the ancients understood that democracy was not a system; it was a tool of oppression. That it was designed to take away the rule from the people who should be ruling and give it to tyrants. Because that's what happens in a democracy. It always turns into tyranny.
And that's where politics come into play, like politicians lying so they could get people to vote for them and stuff.
Right.
Like with democracy, I think democracy should be for intelligent people, not stupid people. Like you have to go through some tests.
Right. If you're gonna have a democracy, it has to be the people who have stakes in the nation. People who have something to lose in the nation. So people with children, people who own land, people who do not work for the government. If you work for the government, you shouldn't be able to vote. Because you'll always vote in the interest of governmental power.
You will be biased towards the government because it gives you your pay.
Right.
Or if you're a media company, then there's a conflict of interest there. If you're a media company like NPR that gets their tax dollars from the government, then it's in your best interest to support the candidates that will give you more money when they get elected.
Right.
Yeah.
So it is... if you're going to have a democracy, it has to be a small portion of the population. I think they need to be intelligent. They have to be intelligent. They have to have children. They have to be business owners, landowners. I think artists and like creators, like people who create culture, they should be voting also. But if you work for the government, or if you're on government assistance, or if you are indolent, lazy, you should not be able to vote. If you're a 34-year-old unmarried employee, you should not be able to vote.
Yeah.
If you're a 34-year-old father of 4 who owns a business, you should be able to vote. You should have 2 votes.
Yeah, because you're a responsible man of like children and stuff. So.
Yeah, you should have an extra vote because you have a family that you're voting for.
Yeah, so you're sane enough to vote.
I mean, think about the insanity of someone with no kids voting. What are they voting for?
Probably something
selfish.
Yeah, probably for some lie a politician told them.
The only reason a single person would vote who has no children is they're trying to get something for themselves, or they're trying to get revenge on people they don't like.
Yeah. Unless you're a single person who like has a job and has his life figured out, you couldn't vote. You agree with me?
Yeah, I think I would prefer if they had children, but in that case, sometimes men do like to stay single for a while they're getting their lives together, and I think that's okay too. Yeah, so I agree with you. So
most importantly, they should be intelligent and educated, not stupid and whatever.
Yep. So see, we agree on most everything, don't we?
Yeah. I didn't imagine we would have a full conversation on several topics, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like when I first entered there, I thought I will meet some angry flat earthers, and but turns out we were having like a good conversation.
Yeah.
About like I learned several things from you about America.
Yep. All I really know about Egypt is that we fucked it up.
Yeah, you got that right.
Yeah. So, but we did not mess up Mexico. I know a lot of people blame us for that, but we didn't do that. That was Mexico. It was all on them. They had a great economy and then elected socialist.
What happened to Mexico?
They became a socialist nation and went broke. And they've been broke for 80 years.
What's a socialist? Like, is it someone who like
communism light?
So it's like communism. Everyone works for everyone.
Yeah, everyone gets taxed so that everyone else can live off the taxes.
Oh.
Or another way of saying it is it's when you work for the state as opposed to yourself, which is a form of collectivism.
Yeah. Like, I'm at a point where, like, if I were president, I would go to the drug cartels and say, you know what? Y'all we'll validate you. You can have Mexico and we'll support you. I am at that point where I think the drug cartels could run Mexico better than the Mexican government. Because there are cities in Mexico that are completely 100% run by the cartels that are clean, that have schools, that have hospitals, and function.
I mean,
and paved roads.
And they pave roads. They build the hospitals and they build the schools.
I mean, no one wants to like be tortured for like 10 days before they die.
That's true, but then I have to remind everyone how every single nation everywhere was born. And it was through ruthless brutality.
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't disagree with you here. Like, I'm just pointing it out.
Yeah. No, I agree that is brutal. And then I'm like, well, I mean, every nation. I would do like the modern nations just pull up the ladder and say, no one else is allowed to act like we did to build these nations. Like, really, the drug cartels are doing what every other nation did that was eventually born. They're ruling like feudal lords, and eventually they'll become a political nation.
But there is some points where this could get extreme. Like, if you have like a tyrant, like, who rules them, things could get messy.
Yeah, I mean,
it depends on who rules the.
I always say the good thing about a dictator or a monarch is that it only takes one asshole. It only takes one asshole with some poison to get rid of them.
Yeah.
Right? The revolution is 2 or 3 days long. The guy's dead or deported. And, there's a new king.
Yeah.
So, if you imagine, like, the 11th century Europe, essentially all the cartels got together and were like, we should do something better with this.
11th century Europe?
Yeah, in 11th century Europe.
There were like cartel back then?
It's essentially the same thing. It was a bunch of feudal lords. If you look at how the cartels are set up, they're feudal lords in Mexico.
Oh, I thought like the cartel was so old. But
the cartels actually employed the federales as well.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. Yeah, that's right. The federal police employed by the cartels. That's hilarious.
Yep. And that's a reality.
Yep.
They are that powerful. Like, they're powerful enough to employ the police.
Yep.
Like, if the police go to war with them, they will lose a lot. So it's a lose-lose situation.
Like that's one of the things I would do. I would recognize the cartels as the rightful sovereignty of Mexico, and then I would immediately open trade negotiations with them.
Yeah.
Because
would you be trading money for drugs?
I would let them legitimize their drug trade, and I would bring them into other industries, and then I would limit and regulate it through cooperation and mutual benefit.
Yeah.
The libertarian approach, right? As in, like,
it would be the yes. I would also decriminalize drugs here, even though I've never used a drug, but I don't think you can legislate what people do, like as far as that goes. Things that are foisted upon the public with malintent, I would criminalize. Like, I would largely criminalize social media, because that was actually designed to create addiction where none would naturally happen.
I think the music industry had a lot to do with creating all the addictions as well.
I would make drugs illegal. Like, what good does it come from drugs?
It's not. The question is not what good comes from drugs. The question is what good comes from prohibiting the possession and use of them and production of them, which is none. In fact, actually, you get a lot of problems from prohibiting these things.
That's where the black market comes from.
Price of these illegal drugs. So if I'm addicted to meth and I have to pay illegal meth prices, that means I need to go find you, rob your ass, so I can take your money and go buy some expensive illegal meth or whatever expensive overpriced drug that's only overpriced because it's illegal to begin with.
Right. And my whole thing is, why are people on drugs?
Oh, but you are still addicted. Like, what does it make?
Here's the thing. I think in certain homogenous cultures you could do that. Well, we don't have a homogenous culture here because this is a civic nation, so it's many different cultures here. So we would have a hard time enforcing anything like that, like banning drugs outright.
Yeah, like here in Egypt, if drugs are legal, a lot of people will get into drugs due to the harsh life conditions. Like,
right,
it won't help at all. Like,
see, for me, I want to reduce the conditions that cause drug use, and what causes drug use is unhappiness.
Facts.
And so I would look at my nation and say, what's causing everyone to be unhappy? Oh, how about 35 years of endless war and national debt and the destruction of the economy, right? That's why people are sad.
Yeah.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. President Trump was the first president since Carter to not invade a new foreign country.
That was pretty based.
Bro, Trump is probably the sanest president I seen the USA get, to be honest.
Unironically true.
Like, he made relations with North Korea and even went to their border. Like
yeah, the leftoids here call him a criminal for that. I can't believe he talked with enemies. Like that's what I prefer to do.
Name one president who did it like Trump.
None. Not in my lifetime. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you what I would do is I would go to Alaska and I would build a bridge to Russia. Because it's only 60 miles. Right? And then I would create a superhighway from California, from Florida, up through Canada. Maybe we'll just build it outside Canada. Screw them. And go up through Alaska and over the bridge into Russia and just make trade land-based. That would connect Europe and the United States by land. No more flying. You wouldn't have to have boats everywhere. You could truck from France to Georgia, USA. If we just built that stupid bridge and just said, Russia, we want to be your friends. Let's trade. Let's build a bridge. You build your side, we'll build our side.
Much like the free trade.
But whatever you do, don't build it with cheap Chinese materials.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, free trade agreement with Russia instead of Mexico. That'll work.
I want to do a free trade agreement with both of them. And I want to bring every soldier, I want to shut down every single military base on Earth, bring everybody home and say, if you step foot here, we're going to blow your ass off.
Every foreign military base.
Yes, every foreign military base. And I would generally disband the military and make it very small. I'd keep maybe 5,000 people in the military just to keep its infrastructure in place. But I would send everybody home. No standing army. I'd tell them, integrate into the population. You are now the civic guard. You have a responsibility to protect people.
That would sure save a lot of money, that's for sure.
It would. I'd also disband all police. I'd keep sheriff's departments, but I'd disband police.
Well, why disband the police?
Because we have sheriffs. We don't need police. We have sheriff's departments. So a sheriff is the elected law enforcement officer. We don't elect police though, and I don't like that.
Oh, what's the difference?
Okay, so the sheriff. Well, doesn't it come from the word sharif?
No.
No? What does the word sheriff come from?
No.
Where's that the European word for it? I can't remember.
I think sheriff came from the Wild West. And sheriff is something different. Like it's not the same as sheriff.
Okay. Shire Reeve. Okay, I was thinking of a different word actually. Okay. Okay, so it's the guy who's responsible for enforcing local laws. And he selects deputies from among the population to be his law enforcement officers. So these guys are local and they were elected by the local population. And that's how I think police should operate.
They are one of the locals, like.
Right.
They may be people respected by the locals, and
yes,
so they are better candidates to be
right.
sheriff.
So a lot of sheriffs are respected members of a community who get elected to that position, and then they select from the population men they find trustworthy to be deputies. So what I would do is I would just disband the police and integrate the police into the sheriff's departments, to where the sheriffs immediately have control over all police.
And can choose who gets fired and who doesn't.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the police either. So, but that goes along with my self-reliance.
And the police could be just like anyone, like whether he's mentally deranged.
Right. But there's a lot of police. There's a lot of police out there who are just maniacs. I know most police are just normal dudes. I know that for a fact. But there's the accountability system doesn't work.
Yeah, there are always bad apples.
Right. But when it comes to police, I believe that I would say 0.5% should be bad apples. But 5% is way too many. And to me, 5% bad apples is a failure. That's a failure of an entire system. Your system should be 99.9% operational. And if it's not, I don't see a purpose for it. So the good thing about a sheriff is he can hire and fire on the spot. He doesn't need to go through any committees. He doesn't have to deal with unions. He doesn't have to deal with the state. He doesn't have to deal with that joint task force either, with the federal funding that goes to so many police.
But how many sheriffs will it require to?
Every single county. Well, what's a county in Egypt? Like in Egypt, you have states, right? Or is it just Egypt?
No, we don't have states. Like we have just Egypt.
Okay, do you have regions though? Like
yeah, we have we call it محافظات بس محافظات. I don't know what I
is
don't
it like territories?
Like, what do you mean? Like, they're all different from each other?
Not different, but like there's a different like a mayor for a town and a mayor for another town and a mayor for another town. Like, is there a town like a town leader and stuff like that?
There was a governor for every town.
Okay, so we have the same thing. It's called a mayor. In every town, there's a mayor, and in every town and in every county, which a county may have several towns in it, and there's a sheriff that is essentially the governor over all those towns.
Yeah.
In that county, and a state may have 400 counties in it. So you might have 400 sheriffs in a state.
Yeah, that's a lot of sheriffs.
Right, but what that does is it means that very local population gets to elect who they want.
The world, according to Mimas.
Yes. Well, that is actually how it's set up here, right? Like, every county gets its own sheriff, and the local population gets to elect that sheriff. And then that sheriff. That's how
it's set up in your state?
Yes. That's in all 50 states. That's how it is here.
And does it work well?
It works better in some states than others, depending on the culture of that state and the laws of that state. So, like I said, our states are sometimes, the difference is night and day. They're like European countries in how different they are.
Yeah.
Like, think of the difference between like Poland and France. And Poland. that's like Florida and Oregon.
Yeah.
Or New York and Utah.
Or New York and Utah, yeah. Or Arizona and Maine.
Yeah. I understand.
So yeah, I mean,
whether the sheriff thing is good or not depends on the people of the state.
It really depends on the people of the state, because your sheriff is going to reflect the people who live in that county.
Yeah.
So, but see, that's good in a sense, because they're getting what they want. That they want that kind of government. That's what they elect.
Yeah, so they are responsible for who they choose as a sheriff.
Yeah, and so you talk to people like me, and when we talk about like what kind of government we like, I truly do believe in local government. That your government should represent you locally, because the local government understands your needs, and it understands, the problems that exist, and it knows what needs to be protected, or maybe what needs to be, restrained.
Actually, we could use that in Egypt.
You could use that in Egypt?
Yeah, it would be it would be a lot better if that's how the law is run there.
Oh yeah. I mean, it would be great if everybody lived like this. Like I said, I actually do love America. It's the federal government I hate. It's the federal government, the Washington D.C. That's what I hate. And a lot of Americans hate that. So, like you are not alone in hating, our government. A lot of the states hate the federal government. Whole states.
I'll give you an example of this. So Ron Paul was a man running for president in 2012, and if he had become president, according to his own, platform that he was, running off of, he would have fired 2/3 of the federal government. 2/3 of the federal employees would have had to go into the free market and get jobs, real jobs.
Suddenly we would have 100,000 homeless people, because none of them could function in the real world.
Yeah.
wouldn't that be exactly what they deserve as well?
Yeah, a lot of them would deserve that.
Yep.
So I wouldn't cry one bit. I have no compassion for anybody who lives and breathes and works and loves the federal government. I have no compassion for them.
I'd go the other direction. Not only would I not cry, it would make me laugh to watch that.
Yep. I'd let my ego take over, and I would rejoice. Be like, you know what? You're getting what you deserve. Now, I do believe that my anarcho-capitalist way of life can only exist where there is a strong border and, like, everyone's on board. So I do believe that there has to be an infrastructure of law and order to an extent, because I believe in balance. But as local as possible.
Like we should have like a foundation like everyone agrees with first.
Yes. That's our constitution.
The other things should be like depends on what the people want.
Yeah. Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
So we would have these, like we have these certain principles that we laid down in the Constitution. And the states that pass laws, a lot of them try to circumvent the Constitution, like trying to ban guns and stuff, right? And, but anything that's enshrined in the Constitution, technically a state can't overturn that. But the Constitution itself is small. It's not a big document. I have a copy of my Constitution that I carry with me in my truck, and it's tiny. It's maybe 30 pages, and it's on, little paper. So it doesn't take a lot to bind a bunch of states together, and then they can kind of go their own way and do their own thing within that framework.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Well, Mamus, when are we going to get this all activated? Get the ball rolling on all this you've been saying.
That'll never happen. It'll never happen. We're too deep into the vortex. It's the inevitable destined end.
This is like wishful thinking.
Yes,
we are destined for a serious crash.
Because the reality that I'm talking about already existed, but it ended in 1960. This is how America actually was. Everything I've described, the fantasy of America did exist. It doesn't exist today. And the only thing, and there's no way out, we can only go through.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all got to come to a head at some point.
Yeah.
We have to accept what we can change and change what we can.
Right. Exactly. So you can change things about yourself. Maybe you can change things about your home and your family, but the world has already set its course, and it's going towards a cliff, and that's its destiny, because like we're made. God has a great sense of humor. It's like, oh, you like technology? Well, it's the thing that destroys you, and then you get to start over again. So he programmed into us a fail-safe, where we get to destroy ourselves every time we think we're about to, be on the cusp of, technological evolution. Nope. Back to the dirt you go.
Yeah, and when you look into the past and past history at all, it's almost as if that has happened already, maybe.
More than once.
Yeah.
It's like a loop. Like what's different is just the length of the loop.
Right. A
lot of people call it the Great Reset, and I guess it is in a way.
Yeah,
it's kind of what it is.
It's post-irony truth. Yes, it is the Great Reset, but the elite don't have control over it. God set it into action, and it's programmed into us. Like I said, they pretend they just pretend to steer the ship. They have no control over it.
Yeah.
So maybe you can help your community, your local area, yourself, but like the world at large, nah. That's that.
It's all God, my brother.
Yeah, that fate is sealed.
Yeah, you're right. The world's
It may be up to God or it may not be, but one way or another, it's out of your.
Yeah. Yeah, either way, the only way out is through. Either way. So you just have to accept what it is and put your mind at ease and not worry about it, because what's inevitable is inevitable.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, the hard crash is not going to be fun for anyone. I don't think. Well, the elites will probably be okay.
Probably want to be fun for anyone who's like 20 years old. Know what I mean?
Still have your youth.
I mean, it could happen like when I'm 30 or something, while people who are 40 years old could have already lived their lives and achieved what they want.
The youth of our next, the youth that's going to be in power and in control in the next, let's say, 20 years from now, it doesn't look very promising to what they've done with,
Yeah, this generation is
programming and conditioning. Social media, like Mimas was saying, it's the main culprit, in my opinion.
It depends where you are, in which moment where you are. Doesn't matter which year is.
Remember, every crisis is an opportunity.
Yep.
So it may just be a matter of perspective. You never know. The collapse may be the light at the end of the tunnel.
Well, it certainly will. Once it's complete, for the people that restart, yeah, it's going to look like a bright future again.
Yeah, just get through it, and you're going to be on the other side of like a glorious new awakening.
Right.
Like, that new colonial mindset where you're going out and you're forging paths. So I have kind of an optimistic look.
Me too.
Well, it's not going to do you any good to not have one. I don't think.
That's true. That's true.
Meme, can I describe you only because of feeling me with 21 years old?
You're only 21?
No, I want to describe to you. I'm 52 now.
Right. Okay.
21. I'm going outside. There is no electricity. Everything is fucking destroyed. There is no water in the building. I need to pick up. There is no heating. I need to take wood on the 4th floor. There is not. I'm working for the 1 can of the meat and half of bread.
If you're 21, if you're 21 and you can't find water, you don't deserve to.
Yeah, I have a water. That's good in my house. My grandmother had how to say, and I help a lot of people because people was coming to me to my house to get water, for example. What else? Put
it like this:
you are living that reality. What it is, you cannot change that reality. You are there.
Yeah,
that's it.
So, I know this one. What is communist Russia?
Post-apocalypse. Tarkov.
I guess I said that a little late. It's meant to be like a Jeopardy joke.
What do you mean by Tarkov?
Escape from Tarkov, this game?
Yeah, Escape from Tarkov.
Do you play it?
No, I don't play it, but I've watched it.
Oh, I play it.
I still have it. I just don't play it anymore.
But yeah, look, if let's say everything collapsed, all the water got shut off, all the electricity got shut off, no cell phones worked. If you're 21 in that situation and you can't find water, then you don't deserve to find water. Water is the easiest thing that there is to find.
It falls from the sky.
Yeah, it literally, look up.
I'll probably rob a store of water bottles.
But no, dude, the government made it illegal to collect rainwater, so you can't do that.
If there's a collapse, there are no enforcers. There are no governments. A lot of people forget that in the event of the reset that they're talking about, there's no enforcers. There are no governments. Nothing's illegal. It's a whole new world.
Yeah, that I'm telling you, meme. That new world. That happened one time. Everything is allowed. Everything.
When the Soviet Union collapsed, I am telling you right now, the stories I've read out of there are insane. There was no law, no enforcers. They couldn't pay any What are you going to pay enforcers in? Wishes and good luck? Like, it's not like the movies where your enforcers are just these mindless robots who are going out to kill people and will die for a thug. People aren't like that. If you're not going to pay the police, if you're not going to pay the army, they're not going to fight.
They're going to form like tribes and.
Yep.
They're going to form like gangs and tribes.
The problem is that these young kids don't have any. They haven't got no practical skills anymore. They don't learn how to build stuff. They don't learn how to go out and pour concrete, build houses. Put electrical systems together on a computer.
That's it.
And they don't learn all this stuff.
My son, Godrock, and my son at 9 years old, I was with him outside, and he built a solar still.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about.
Well, no, wait. Here's the funny thing. You know where he learned it from?
From you?
The internet.
Minecraft.
Yeah.
Because once you put a boy back in nature and he's working with his hands, it all comes back.
Yeah.
I believe that's built into us.
Well, let's hope so, because there's not that many skilled labor people out there anymore. Not really skilled. I mean, people that, like you and me, that's worked our whole lives, building and stuff.
Who can look at an empty piece of land and build a house from the foundation up.
Right.
Yes.
That makes it easy to control them, though. Like, you could have like your own cult or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first generation and a half outside of a great reset, like a total global collapse, right? I said global, don't let anyone get triggered. Outside of a collapse like that is like, after the Black Plague, everybody's dead. And it's just, people dotted here and there. Everyone's doing their own thing. It takes 130 years for like governments to reform.
It took like 130 years after the Black Plague for a government to reform.
Well, that's when there was more cooperation, larger groups of people, cultures started to like reform. Like, we got pizza out of the Black Plague.
Well, imagine all the material that would be available with all the people's houses that collapsed.
Right.
People that lost their homes and everything kind of falling apart. But you could just gather materials all over the place, just houses that are half wrecked or whatever. You could there would be so much building material. It would be so easy to restart again, because it'd be laying everywhere.
It'd be laying everywhere. You'd tear down those old houses that were built poorly, and you'd go build new houses.
Yeah. I think like the greatest hit will be like
at the same time.
What you say,
clean up and rebuild, like when you cleaning up material, gathering up housing, wreck stuff, you're cleaning up and rebuilding it all in the same stroke.
Yeah, I think the greatest hit, if it happens, it will be like a post nuclear apocalypse. Like, I don't see anything else that would cause it, to be honest.
Oh, let me put it to you like this. If you shut off the electricity to an American city, in 3 weeks, you'd lose a quarter of the population of that city.
Meme, in 3 days. I will tell you.
Yeah, they would either be gone or they would perish.
Oh, they would perish because people wouldn't be willing to leave. They'd be killing each other. They'd be dying
You
of
will
heat
have a
strokes.
war.
Now, and you got to think about all the sewer that backs up.
They would kill themselves too.
Yeah, that would happen. And within a year, your cities would essentially just be ghost towns. Gangs wouldn't stay there. Nobody would be staying there because the cities themselves, if they had no power, would become such a health hazard they couldn't be inhabited because the sewer, the sewage system within the first month would make everybody sick.
Yeah.
Unless it was gravity fed.
Yeah, like even gravity fed. What about the grinders?
Yeah.
Like all of those have to go through these big grinding systems to turn everything into mince so that it passes through properly. The grinders aren't operating. Nobody's cell phone is working. Nobody has cell phone. Nobody has internet.
There would be shortage in food too, in meat especially.
Oh yeah, and imagine this. Let's say all the cell phone companies just turned off all the cell phones. That would be more destructive to the world than 1,000 nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
Well, I think the phone, obviously all the phone systems.
It could affect businesses and stuff that uses cell phones.
That stuff would just cease to work, and
if you turned off all cellular communications for a day, you would destroy the world's economy, the whole world.
Yeah.
No one would be unscathed.
Yeah, you will have to meet face to face with anyone to talk to them. Like it would take a lot of time.
Yep. And it would be so devastating. It might be that you could never get the cell phones back on ever.
Yeah, you might have to resort back to two-way radio, CB radio type stuff.
And then you're back down to niche skills that only a few people have, right? And so then the power structure starts changing. Governments collapse. Like we are literally on a razor's edge, and it's only held up because of our faith in it. That's the only thing that holds the system up is everybody's faith in it.
Boy, what a terrible thing to have faith in.
Oh my God! Yeah.
I have a good example of the rare talents part. So, many years ago when I bought my guns from a gun store, the guy in charge of the gun store, he was telling me that just sort of as a hobby, I guess, in his own time and years prior, he had learned metallurgy at the very base level.
Yeah.
And ever since then, I've been thinking to myself, he's like the only person in my entire life who I've met who actually knows how to do that.
I know forgers. I know blacksmiths. I don't know anybody who knows metallurgy. Not a soul.
What's metallurgy?
Metallurgy is the science of making alloys, right?
Alloys, yeah. Steel,
right?
Yeah, different types.
So,
of steel.
A metallurgist in the Middle Ages was a king. They had the power of a king.
Yeah, because he could forge a badass sword and an axe and a spear,
and armor and stuff,
all that kind of stuff, and it would last because it was of high quality.
Yeah,
and they were probably rich as fuck too.
Yeah. The people who knew metallurgy back in the ancient times, they were wealthy beyond the dreams of Crassus.
Yeah.
The blacksmith.
Yeah. So that's why if you have a trade, learn the foundation science of your trade. I know the chemistry of my trade. I could make concrete out of raw materials.
Oh, absolutely, I could too.
Concrete company?
It's clay and that, of course, aggregate and sand. That's all it is.
Yeah,
clay.
The aggregate, the sand, and you need the binder.
And
clay, yep. So
if you dry the clay out and crush it into fine powder and you bake it so it's completely dry, it will react with water and reharden.
Yep.
You can do that over and over and over with the same clay. It never stops working. All you got to do is dry it completely. crush it into fine powder, and mix it with that sand and aggregate, and you've got concrete again. Bingo.
Yep.
Yeah.
You just go out and find a clay deposit somewhere.
Oh well, we have the
forever.
Like where I live, you can go out into the marsh, and they have the black clay, and it's just 5 foot of black clay, tens of thousands of acres of it.
Right. Yep. Dig it up, bake it dry, crush it into fine powder, and bingo. You get all the cement you want.
Because hey, everything collapses. Who's going to enforce any environmentalism or property rights?
Right.
No.
Nobody. You're going to want somebody that can go out.
Especially with cell phones shut off, no one could do anything.
Who's going to call the cops on you? How are the cops going to respond? Who's going to be a cop?
They're going to need you, though, to do that. They're going to need you to harvest these minerals and these, they're going to need people to be able to go out and make these products. And they're not going to do anything.
They could even pay you to make them some houses, too.
That's right.
Happy to see you doing that.
And what's funny is the so-called flyover states here in the U.S., the Midwest, the rural areas, are not. They're going to be affected, but they've already got all the food, and they've already got all the farms, and they already live an outdoors life.
If you call it GMO corn food.
What do you mean the flyover state? Like, do they live in the countryside?
Basically, the United States, our culture is we have an East Coast and a West Coast. That's the whole country, and we just call the middle the flyover states. Because you fly over them back and forth from coast to coast.
Oh.
Yeah, and because hardly anyone goes on vacation to them.
Right. Except people like me, because I don't like the tropics and I don't like the coast. I live on the coast.
Yeah, I just don't like the big cities, and that's where all the big. That's on the coastline. That's all there is. It's just all these population and cities, and that's the part I like the coastline, but an uninhabited coastline. We're not going to find that.
There's another thing that people don't realize, and Godrockin's going to know what I'm talking about. See, for the last 65 years. All over the world, we've been building all of our megastructures with steel reinforcement, right?
Yep.
Now, in the short term, that makes your megastructures very strong, right? But in the long term, that's the death sentence.
Yep.
Because the rust detonates inside the concrete and crumbles all those structures into dust.
Yep.
You mean tall buildings like skyscrapers could fall in
all of those are going to slowly curl over and rust into nothingness.
Yeah, all those metal I-beams and stuff in the columns. Steel, they'll rust and fall apart.
Yeah, anthropologists 1,000 years from now will not find New York City. They'll find the Hoover Dam. That's what they'll find.
Do they have a way of replacing the metal beams or?
No, because we filled our concrete with rebar.
Yep.
We fill our concrete with iron.
With wire, with metal that's going to rust.
There's no rebar in the Hoover Dam?
Yeah, there's rebar in the Hoover Dam, but the Hoover Dam is actually so thick that it will never, ever, ever lose its alkalinity in the middle.
It has more concrete than rebar.
Oh, yeah. And plus the very big, giant, bulky sections of it are basically just pure concrete. It'll eventually leak and partially collapse, the Hoover Dam.
Yeah, it'll definitely collapse at some point.
So anthropologists in 1,500 years are going to come, they're going to have their cell phones, they're going to have and all their stuff, and they're going to look at the Hoover Dam and say, wow, look at this temple these people built.
Oh, that's so stupid.
Wonder what
they're going to say. They're going to have a show, and the show is going to say, "Oh, aliens came down from space and built the Hoover Dam with advanced technology."
Yep. These simple hunter-gatherers couldn't have built this.
This reminds me of Fallout New Vegas. Again, by the way.
I love New Vegas. By the way, the only moral choice is to side with House. House is the good guy.
I mean, for the people, it's not the It's not the best choice, but if for yourself, it's the best choice.
It is, because with House, he only aggresses if you make every morally right choice through the game. House actually makes every morally right choice also, and a lot of people don't know that.
And see, you can replace the rebar with grass with like straw for the short term. You know. That would last for 50 or 100 years.
Well, see, the thing is if you mixed your concrete with like a fully dried binder, like a filler, like hay or something like that, right?
Straw or hay.
Eventually, it would rot, and you would have hollow sections all through your concrete, but it wouldn't be detonating, and your concrete would essentially still be really strong.
Right.
And then people 1,000 years after that would say, how did they get all these holes in the concrete? In the stone? No, I'm sorry, it's not concrete. How did they drill all of these in the stone? It must have been alien technology. That's what they're gonna be saying about all my stamped concrete.
Yeah.
I think all those megalithic stuff was all done dry pack and formed some kind of either a sack form or a wood form, and tamped in dry pack.
Oh yeah, the walls, those walls, like down in like Machu Picchu and stuff, those intricate walls, that's definitely sack packed.
Yep.
Like they had boards up and maybe some strings here and there, and they packed it all, and it just pressed out the sacks, and that's why the stones look like that.
That's
because
right.
They're compact. It's compacted concrete.
Yep. When you dry pack it like that too, that's when you force all the moisture out. There's no water in it, so it's much tighter. It's a lot stronger. It dries like
it is stronger.
Stone.
Yep.
And when you pack it up against another one that dried 2 weeks before that, then that's where you get the seam that you can't get a piece of paper in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they think these people cut these things so perfectly. You can't. They didn't cut anything.
No, they didn't cut anything. They're all poured next to each other, and they took the form of the thing poured next to it.
Yep.
It's people like archaeologists are the stupidest people there are.
And it just makes so much more sense. I mean, all those mega structures and all those big megalithic blocks are built essentially one bucket at a time. I mean, all you need is a line of people with carrying buckets of the mixture, dumping it in the form of somebody packing it. You don't need cranes. You don't need all this way to lift all these big blocks. No, you just put a form up, pour the mix in, dry pack it down. That's it. It's done. Very little moisture, just enough to pour.
Do they still know?
Say what?
Still know how? Does he know how the? Does they still don't know how the pyramids are built?
They're poured concrete. At least all the casing blocks are poured concrete, primitive concrete.
And you can tell because they all have the same color. If they were quarried, you can't find quarried rock that doesn't have veins and discolorations and all that kind of stuff. It's so obvious that they're poured because they're so consistent in the color. I mean, even those blocks in South America, like the big walls you were talking about, they call them geopolymer or whatever these days. But
you can also tell in the parts where it's hollowed out, where they've broken part of the pyramid, and you can see where it's flat across the top, but somehow they carved it out in the exact shape of all the jagged stone below it. And it's like that's because they poured concrete over it, and it poured into the shape of the blocks below it.
Yeah, I don't know that they actually poured it. I think they did it with just a little bit of moisture and dry packed it.
Oh yeah, it just enough moisture for it to chemically activate.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think it was too wet. I do know the French scientist who did the test had a small, medium, and large amount of water, and it was the medium amount of water that looked the most like the striations, like the end product of the Giza pyramids.
Right.
Now, as far as the granite on the inside, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you exactly how.
I couldn't tell you either. Some of those granite sarcophaguses and whatnot.
Well, sarcophagus.
It very well could be man-made.
Alleged sarcophagus.
Right. Right. Well, they're just big boxes, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
But I think it could be possible that they are man-made as well. It's just the composition of the mixture that you put in, and the way it's packed and whatever. Maybe they weren't quarried either, because there's no way that some of those big things could have been gotten down in. It would have been put in first before anything got built. You can't get them down the tunnels or anything. There's not enough room to even get them down.
This is why. Like, hold on. Who are we talking to? That's Egyptian. I forget. What's his name? Where is it? Is he still here? Wanderer. Yeah, Wanderer. Okay. Wanderer. What do they say about the pyramids there in Egypt? I mean, I think Hawass is a charlatan and a moron.
Who's Hawass? This guy who wears the hat.
Yeah, he's the guy who pretends to be like the Egyptian Indiana Jones, which really he's just a puppet of American academia.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay, because when I look at the pyramids, I'm one of the people who tends to think that they were probably a power plant. They weren't built by aliens; they were built by us. They're mostly made out of concrete.
Yep.
And the interior was built first, and then built up around them. Right? It was like a public works. Like they would find the Hoover Dam and think this must have been the tomb of a president, and just make up a history. I don't know what color my great grandfather's eyes were, but I'm going to make up a history of people that lived thousands of years before me. Right? So that's how I view Hawass. But like if I look at the practical use of like the interior of the pyramids, and I see what's been suggested, so I know this was suggested to me, which is why I think it is that this is a chemical reaction.
Isn't the pyramids like basically big graveyards? Like
it, and nobody ever found anything in there. Nobody found a body. Nobody found an inscription. Somebody found graffiti that after they claimed to find graffiti that was still there in red paint 4,000 years later. Right.
I remember from history books that there are tombs in there.
There's what's called the Valley of the Kings. That's where they find all the tombs. But in the pyramids of Giza, they never.
Don't mind the guys in the drum. The guys drumming.
Which guys? What?
You heard someone playing the drum, right?
I'm not playing a drum. Is somebody playing a drum? I don't hear anything.
Good. There is a guy who's playing the drum. Basically, he's playing the drum at this time to tell us that we should eat before fasting. So that's what he's doing.
Eat before fasting?
Yeah, Ramadan, man. This is Ramadan.
You're in Ramadan right now.
Yeah.
What would be something respectful I can say to you?
Like, what do you mean?
I don't know.
About Ramadan?
Yeah.
You could say Ramadan Mubarak.
Mubarak?
Ramadan Mubarak.
Mubarak.
Yeah.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Yeah.
There you go.
Or Ramadan Kareem.
Ramadan Kareem.
Yeah.
Is it Kareem or Karim?
No, Kareem.
Kareem. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I wish you well on your Ramadan.
You too, my friend. So, about the Great Reset again, like for it to happen, you think electricity should be shut down all over the world? Yes.
Say that again.
For the Great Reset to happen, electricity should be shut down all over the world.
I would say if electricity got shut down in key financial places on the earth and cell phone service was just eliminated for just a few weeks, it would be the end of the world.
Yeah, the thing is, what could possibly cause that? Like, are there natural phenomena that could cause that, or
maybe
does
it
have to be man-made?
Maybe the hand of God. Maybe God puts it into the hearts of men to do it. I don't know.
Button. Could you just switch it off?
Yeah. He just snaps his fingers and says, "It's time." And all of a sudden, the leaders of all the phone companies go into a trance and like, "It is time." Click, 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 click. What have you done?
Doesn't even have to be that, does it? Computer program.
I mean, Allah could do that, but I don't think this would be how it would happen. To be honest,
I don't know how it'll happen, but it'll happen.
Like,
are you talking on a large scale or on a smaller scale? So all over the world.
Talking about the whole world.
The whole world.
Yeah. So that's very different. In localized areas, say, I don't know, they talk about continental United States, and if you had an EMP device and exploded at a certain height above, then the majority, if not all of transcommunication will be defunct. All of your electricity, all of your power out grid would just snap. So that's possible. I mean, if you want to talk about all over the world, then you're just going to be talking about a coordinated attack. Not just this place, but also other places too.
Or a simulated attack where certain figures just turn everything off and say, "Hey guys, we're under attack."
Well, this is what I said earlier. Just press a button, right?
Yeah.
That's what you got to do, really. It's just if we all agree to press a button, let's press a button.
Yeah.
And
so,
Nukes could probably could do the same thing as EMP bombs, right?
Well, it would essentially be the same thing.
Yeah. So we got EMP bombs and nukes.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest, if the elite shut all the power off everywhere and turned off cell phones, I'd side with them.
I would probably go to the desert and survive there. To be honest.
I'd be like, finally, yes.
Yeah.
It's over.
I'll live like my ancestors.
Yeah. Not a cell phone in sight, people living in the moment. Little Mad Max scene going on behind me.
Be like back in the 80s.
That'd be like back in the 80s. There you go.
That'd be like heaven to me.
The 1880s.
Mad Max in the background, yeah. That'd be fun. That'd be the shit right there.
Yeah.
Well, we'd have our old cars. Like our 1970s cars, we'd still have them.
That's right. Rebuilt, reinforced, Mad Max style. Yeah.
No, y'all all got to get the new cars, man.
Yeah. You ain't going to be around.
Get the new cars.
They break fast.
Turn to dust.
Yeah.
Somebody's trying to talk, but we can't hear him.
No, it's fine.
Oh, it's Mike.
I was just saying something about the whole Mad Max thing. I was like, man, this sounds kind of protective in my opinion. Sort of.
Say counterproductive?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Like I said, if they decided to cut off all the phones and the internet and the electricity to the whole world just for 3 months, that would end the world. And I would literally side with them if they did that. I would not be against
brains
it.
Everywhere would fall out.
Yes. I would not be against it at all.
You can see Mimas dancing in the street with a champagne bottle, just like
seriously, man. Seriously.
You're
It's
gonna be
quite a
you're gonna
morbid
be in the
question.
street. You're gonna be in the streets. How do you like me now? Yelling at everybody.
Yep.
I
You
was
don't look so
wondering.
hot with your electric car, do you?
What's that, Chris?
I was just thinking of quite a morbid question. Imagine the time when all of the lights, for example, did go out. We've got people out on the road and motorways, for example, and people flying in the sky, people in trains and tubes and so on. Can you imagine the amount of death that would happen within the first few moments of that button or whatever attack taking place?
Yeah, planes falling and
yeah,
Well, definitely take
trains
exposure.
not being able to stop. Right?
Yeah.
The soundtrack of the world suddenly becomes "It's Raining Men."
Dude, Mimas, you're too morbid for this channel.
'Cause I'm gonna need a tune, guys. I'm gonna need a tune. That's all there's to it.
It's raining
men.
A plane falls on your house or something, and you're dead in the first day. Yeah.
But at least I got to see it.
Yeah, we're talking hypothetical, man. So I think he'd survive.
Yeah, in my hypothetical, I survive.
Yeah.
I may be living on rats for the first month. You know, and I may weigh 122 pounds when that first month is over. But I'm going to make it through it. I will eat the ass out of a dead rhinoceros.
One thing for sure. China won't suffer a hunger problem.
No, but they'll mysteriously lose a quarter of their population.
Yeah, they literally eat anything.
We need to have more baby. For dinner.
Yeah. It's got quiet. Awkward.
Yeah, everyone's silently fantasizing about the end of the world.
Yeah.
Oh shit, man.
But I mean, it's gonna happen one day. Maybe it's not even in our lifetime. Maybe it's not even in my lifetime. I would like for it to be, though. I at least want to see it happen.
It would be something to witness, that's for sure.
Yeah, even if I die witnessing it, I'll be thankful. Thank you, Lord.
I don't know, man. That's not enough for me.
But see, Mike, you're young, and so you'll be able to rebuild a completely new world with no law. You can make it up.
Hey, Mimius. Wait, Mimius. You never know. You might have a better view from above.
No, you're right. You're right.
Finally, see that curve.
Yeah,
To be honest, it would be hard, like the first 4 weeks for people who live in cities. Like, it would be hard as fuck.
Like I said, the disease in cities is going to be so. Okay, so the garbage men went on strike in New York for 1 day. Oh, no. Wait a minute. It was a week. And they had so much garbage piled up that they were behind schedule for like 6 months trying to clean it up. After a week.
And diseases spread to people.
Yeah, and they had a rat problem. And New York already has a rat problem.
Yeah.
A massive rat problem.
Even in the movies.
The what?
The movies.
Yeah. Oh, it's
in New York.
Yeah, New York, like, it's no joke. New York literally has little areas in it that are teeming with herds of rats.
Yeah.
You know. And if you have just one rat in your house, it can be living hell. I mean, imagine a city completely overrun with rats, and then the plague that invariably follows.
Oh,
yeah, you will die quickly.
That's not good.
No.
And good thing I I have cats to take care of our rat problems.
You better start breeding cats.
Yeah.
Yep.
They chase away any rat that comes in the house.
See, one of the problems is in the case of like city collapse, like in Mexico, they found this out. First the dogs disappeared, then the cats disappeared because they ran out of food. So first the dogs, then the cats. Once the cats were gone, that was it. Rats, because it's a lot harder to catch a rat.
Yeah. Cats will probably want to be gone in cities where there are rats. So
yeah,
there will be plenty of food for them.
Oh yeah, like in New York, there's such a large undercity that cats could live in the undercity without ever leaving it.
Yeah, this is why I oftentimes refer to them as adorable pest control.
Yeah, they are. Like when I grew up out, in the sticks, and we had several cats. Because if you live out in the sticks, which is the woods for anybody, you're going to get rats. Because they live in the woods. So they're going to try and get into your house. And so you just have to have cats. Yeah, you got moles, you got rats, you got field mice. Yep.
We had to deal with that, yeah.
Yeah. It would be very useful if you start a farm too.
They were very entertaining to watch the cats do it, do their thing. Wait for it to pop its little head up. I'd be staring and watching.
It's funny when your cats start worshiping you like a god and start bringing you dead bodies of rats.
That too, yep, that too.
Yeah.
Cat Roger, he's all now. Battle proof.
Bro, one of my cats.
I was going to say my mom, like her cat, just recently left a bat on her. One of her cats left a dead bat.
Bro,
on
my cat did the same too. With a rat too, and it scared my mom a lot. It was like, look what I caught.
It kind of makes you feel bad, though, because you don't actually want them to go after the birds and the bats. You just want them to go after the mice and the rats.
Yeah. That's the thing. I'm not an animal guy, right? I'm not really into dogs or cats. I love horses.
Bro,
what about a
I would like to ride a horse someday.
Oh yeah, I've ridden a lot of horses.
Little bulls.
I rode camels. So.
Would they say if the state designed a horse, it would be a camel?
What?
Is somebody? There's some idiom here where the camel is a horse, but it's designed by the state. Like they were picking on camels by saying it. I'm just trying to remember an idiom because camels are very useful for the desert. For the region.
They have high endurance for the desert.
Very high.
Yeah. They call it the desert ship for a reason.
Yeah.
You guys want to know another form of pest control that my dad did when I was younger? Because the moles, like we mostly have cats as pest control back in my parents' place. Like for the moles, because we've only seen like a couple mice once ever, and no rats. It's just mainly like the moles just would tear up my parents' front yard and backyard all throughout my childhood. Just mole holes everywhere, and like we even ran over one once, which is crazy. But anyway, what I was going to say is my dad, he would take this, it's like, I think it was a acetylene tank, maybe, I think it was acetylene. Or
did he gas them in the ground?
Well, he would funnel the gas into the ground, and then he had Parkinson's disease, so he needed my help for the next part, which is to take some steel wool and some wires and a battery, and use the steel wool to spark and ignite it near, the edge of the hole, as we're far back with the battery, and it basically cause the gas to explode in the hole. And as he was saying to me, he wasn't actually expecting the explosion, like the flame or anything, to actually kill them. But what he was hoping was that the explosion, the shockwave, would make their eardrums bleed, and that they would bleed out of their ears and die that way. Was what he was hoping. On me. And it was just interesting, just making the ground shake in such a crazy way and having such large explosions. It's a fun way to at least try and get rid of them.
It's a secondary injury mortality.
Well, as long as it gets rid of them, I don't mind.
Because you can just pump the gas down the hole, and it'll kill them.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. I don't know why I or he didn't think of that. Maybe he did think
because he wanted to blow something up.
Yeah, he's a pyromaniac.
Because I put a tiny little bleach bomb in a wall once. I drilled a hole in a wall big enough to where you could fit like a cube in there, like an ice cube size something. But I threw what did I mix with it? Baking soda. I forget what I mixed with the bleach, but it made it slightly gaseous because I knew there was a rat living in that wall. I dropped it in there, sealed the hole back up, and never heard of that rat ever again.
We had some raccoons living in the fireplace flue. So I stuck a rag and put some not vinegar, but some anyway, put some stuff on a rag from under the sink. I just lost my damn. Anyway, they never came back. It gassed them out.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can just make like something gaseous that's chemical, you can usually kill the rats in the walls.
Yeah, you don't want to kill them in there. You just want to run them off. And they stink.
Yeah, but like the rule is they stink for 3 days and then it's done. They're basically dry husk, mummified.
Right.
So
I would rather get them out of the wall, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, that's what you
don't want rat skeletons in the walls.
I don't have skeletons in my closet. They're in my walls.
Yeah.
Ammonia. That's what I put.
Ammonia. Yeah, that's what you mix. A little bit with the bleach, and it starts to it's mustard gas.
Oh boy, it stinks.
And boy, oh boy, that was the biggest, dumbest accident I have ever made in my life. Was making that.
Bro, if you breathe that, will it have some harmful effects on your lungs?
It can. It messes with the air sacs in your lungs, and if you take too deep a breath of it, your lungs may start to bleed inside.
Damn.
Yeah. It very well can lead to death if you don't get immediate medical attention.
Yeah. Gases are some of the most inhumane things to release on people.
There was one time I was opening a container. I didn't know exactly what was in it, and I just happened to be taking a deep breath, and it was a bunch of broken chlorine tablets for a pool.
Oh.
And I struggled to breathe for about 2 hours.
Yeah, chlorine was one of the first gases they used in warfare, and it killed. I think they released some of them, and the wind blew the wrong direction, and it blew back into the trenches of the American army, and it killed
a bunch of them,
hundreds of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a place out here called Western Zirconium. They make zirconium metal rods.
Yeah,
and they use that in the process. That chlorine, and when that chlorine gas is pure, one time we was out there and there was a little leak that they had, and it was like floating around the building, and sirens went off, and people were running around. I mean, it was like they were freaking out because that chlorine gas, I just got a little tiny whiff of it, And oh my God, I took off running around the side of the building and couldn't. I mean, it was like fuck. That's
I was at a place called that was called Stone Container. I think it was called Union Plant later on. But I was pumping concrete out there, and suddenly the sirens start going off.
Yeah.
And I forget which color it was, but it was the hydrochloric gas siren. And I mean, everybody ran.
Yeah.
Everybody ran from every single direction. And our safety zone was the river. We couldn't even go to the parking lot. We had to go run out to the river. So we're standing there by the river for 3 hours.
Yeah, it's essentially what happened out at Western Zirconium when the chlorine gas leaked. Essentially the same thing you just described. Everybody just scattered. Bam!
Yeah, the hydrochloric gas was apparently I guess it's really light, and so it disperses upward. It's not a heavy gas that floats down and covers the ground.
All I know is that chlorine gas that leaked out there was potent and it was dangerously. I mean, I just got a tiny little, it's a tiny whiff of it. Man, it took my breath right away. I mean, I just ran the other direction.
Well, it'll make you involuntarily panic because you breathe that breath in, you get a breath, but when you breathe out, you can't breathe back in. And so you don't expect it at first.
Yeah, it scared the shit right out of me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it was like actually breathing in that tablet dust.
It's scary when you can't breathe.
Yeah.
Yeah, suffocation had to be. And, it'd be over fairly soon because you'd pass out. But
yeah. I got some stuff to do. I'll be back in about an hour or two.
All right.
Okay, man. See you later.
So Wanderer, now we've got all that out of the way, let's get back to Flat Earth. You said you believe in it. The Earth is an egg. Can we talk about that?
Ostrich egg, like the Quran, one of the verses of the Quran described the Earth as an ostrich egg.
Okay.
I am Muslim.
So what does the verse say?
I mean, I would have to look it up. I don't read the Quran often, so.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So a book says it. So do we then go and have a look at the evidence and see if it follows, or we just listen to a book and then say, well, that's it. The book said it was, so that's it.
It's the same way Christians believe in their book. The same way Jews believe in their book.
I'm not a Christian.
That's how religion works.
Yeah, but we're not talking about religion. We're talking about geometry.
So far we don't none of us seen the shape of Earth from outside. So to be honest, I'm betting that Earth is an ostrich egg. To be honest.
Okay. Well, do ostrich eggs have flat surfaces?
It sort of does. Like an ostrich egg isn't fully spherical. You know what I mean?
What does an ostrich egg have any flat surfaces?
I mean, it's not fully spherical. You understand?
Yeah, I know the shape. I'm asking, does it have any flat surfaces?
No.
Well, why would we detect flat surfaces if we were on an ostrich egg?
It's not fully flat, but like semi-flat, especially from down to upwards. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know how an ostrich egg looks. Now we're talking about the Earth. Yeah.
When you say the surface is flat, like,
Yep.
how many miles are we talking about?
Oh, well, laser tests done by the military, they detected no curvature up to it's about 80 miles with different coloured lasers at different refraction rates, and there was no curvature detected at that.
80 miles.
Yeah.
How like, how many miles does it take you to like rotate around the Earth, like travel around the Earth? Let's say by plane.
The spherical model was 100 miles is almost 7,000 feet.
7,000 miles.
7,000 feet at 100 miles. So it's quite a lot.
You mean as 100,000 miles?
What? Did I say? I said feet. So 100 miles. Yeah, the curvature drop should be about 7,000 feet.
Bro, English isn't my first language, yo.
Do you know what miles and feet are?
I know what miles
About a
are
mile and a
and feet are.
About.
I'm talking about if you were to like travel the Earth, like do a full circle from the start point back to the start point again.
Well,
How many miles will it take?
Oh, the circumference 25,000. Apparently, in the globe model.
No, bro.
Yeah.
Let's say you are. Let's say you are in
100
America.
miles. At 100
No, I'm not talking
miles.
about. I'm not talking about circumference. I'm talking about. Let's say you are in America.
I'm not in America. Let's say I'm in Australia.
Yeah.
That's easier for me because then I don't have to imagine.
Or say you're in the middle of in the Middle East, for example.
No, let's.
You travel
I
around
don't like
the Earth,
imagining. So, yep.
like in the middle of the map. You like
What map?
bro? The map is in the middle. Is in the Middle East, like in the middle of the continents of the map. Like you have America on the left and China on the right.
Are we talking about a globe or what kind? Which map?
A globe, for example.
Okay. Yep.
Like, how many miles does it take you to rotate around the whole globe? To travel the whole globe, like rotate around
25,000 miles.
25,000 miles. That's not that's the miles to travel the whole Earth, not the circumference.
No, that's right. Well, the largest part of the sphere is the circumference. Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember my maths very well.
No, you don't need you don't need maths. We're not doing any maths at the moment. But you can agree that the largest part of a sphere is the circumference. Yeah.
Yeah, 25,000 miles. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
So the laser test was like 80 miles.
Yep. Go ahead. Yeah.
You think maybe if it was like larger than 80 miles, you could maybe detect a curvature?
Okay, so I just explained to you that at 100 miles, 100 mile laser. Let's just call it 100 miles. There is almost 7,000 feet of curvature. So at 80 miles, let's just give it 5,000. Yeah. So zero was detected, and there should be 5,000.
See, a mile is something, right?
Based on what? Like,
what do you mean based on what? Based on 25,000. Based on 25,000 mile circumference.
25.
Or 3950 mile radius.
Yeah. So do you understand what I'm saying? So at 100 miles, there should be 7,000 feet in curvature. Yeah?
7,000 feet in curvature.
Yeah, you would drop down over the edge of the Earth, down 7,000 feet.
That's assuming that Earth is a sphere, a globe.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. The current model that they give us.
Yeah. So what if Earth is like an ostrich egg? Will that make a difference?
What are your dimensions of the ostrich egg?
I don't know. To be honest. Like make it like from south to north, for example.
Yeah, is the ostrich egg on its side or is it facing up? Like what's north, what's south,
Let's try facing up. Like south is like the bottom of the ostrich egg, and north is like the top of it.
So where do we live?
What?
Where do we live then?
Where are the continents located on this egg? The continents, like the United States and South America and Africa, where are they located on this egg? On the side?
Okay. On the sides, yeah.
On the side.
Like America. The two Americas are on the west.
Well, the curvature would be more. Then it would be a more higher rate because it would be more steeper. It would be straight. Be much more drop than there would be on a ball. Be a lot more drop on an egg.
Yeah, because you're going from a point and then pretty much to vertically down.
Yeah.
In a smaller rate, in a quicker rate. So there'd be more curvature detected.
Yeah.
And then we'd be standing on the side of an egg. I don't know, man.
Yeah, complicated.
So what I'm saying, well, it's complicated because there's no evidence for it. But what I'm saying about the flat surfaces, so you've pointed the egg up and down now. So there's more curvature. So we don't detect any